All right, we are live. I intended on doing this 24-hour stream a little earlier, but we're running out of time. But I did finish my TeslaTech presentation. Oh, there's a lot of pages. There's a lot of slides, but I gotta write the notes. So that's what I'm gonna be doing in the background while this is playing. Oh, bless you, Sister Amy, and I look forward to hanging out with you this coming week in person. It's going to be awesome in Albuquerque. And, well, there's going to be Dr. Yu and Terrence Howard, which is going to be epic. And to start things off, we are going to play their podcast interview on the PBD podcast, which it's quite amazing the things that they say and that they cover. And yeah, this is pre-programmed, so I'm going to be in the background writing some notes out, and at some point I am going to fall asleep, as I do need my rest, and I've been up all night hooking up my new phone, fixed phone, and my tablet with all the stupid apps and re-verifying, and then it's like the two-step verifications now that they make you do. Just so much giant pain in the butt, but God, getting her done for TeslaTech. And we shall begin. I did manage last month to finally afford and hook up YouTube Premium. So if everything goes to plan, there should not be ads, and they should play one after the other. And yeah, I'll be back right away. I'm just gonna we'll pause, we'll talk, we'll discuss this, because there's lots to discuss in this and some amazing revelations.
Limited energy just to say you to the world.
Interesting. Okay, so can we get Dr. Yu out here, Rob, if you don't mind?
Yes.
You guys have never met. And
Jessica, thank you.
Your current
Oh God, no, it's already, no. Oh no. All right, this might be one short 24-hour stream. Let's see what happens. We are experiencing technical difficulties. Be right back. Boop, 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 while it's loading, we are buffering.
I'm sweet, I got a beat. Just look at me. What do you see? Pineapple owl, I'm a pineapple owl. 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 I'm sweet, I got a beat. Just look at me. What do you see? Pineapple owl, I'm a pineapple owl. Pineapple owl, I'm a pineapple owl. Pineapple owl, I'm a pineapple owl. Pineapple owl, I'm a pineapple owl.
All right, we're gonna see if a non-moving background makes things easier. And happy weekend at BurnEye's with the
You
BurnEye.
crazy mother. Yeah.
It's just BurnEye.
Hey, Bernie, just like last week, huh?
Weekend at Bernie's.
All right, loading slowly. Such a pain in the butt. Why the heck? Because stupid YouTube Premium got it on the bigger account, but not the account my StreamYard is attached to. Thus, if we want sound, I have to play it through the other accounts. I think I got it working. Let's see. Let's see if it's gonna work. Buffering.
And they go through things,
Oh,
and I
God.
thought he was going to correct them
That's
on
horrible.
everything, but he actually agreed with them on a few different things. And then we also talked about his career. We talked about Iron Man. He said something on the. I've never heard him say. Never heard him say before. And we talked. Says I've never done movies like this. And the reason why you never give up your man card. I'm like, Terrence, what do you mean man card? He said, you know what I'm talking about. I said, are you Terrence Howard with an appearance by Dr. You?
30 seconds. Did you ever think you would make it?
Weekend at BurnEye's. Okay, well, first half, setting up my new computer and fixing this.
Life meant for me.
My handshake is better than anything I ever signed. Right here.
You are a one of one.
My son's right about
I don't think I've ever said this before.
How you doing?
I'm incredible right now.
Yeah.
Grateful to be here. It's been a long time. You guys have asked me to come a few times, but I wanted to come when I had something special to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm excited about it, and we're doing it the right way today. The reason for it, and I'm reading it. It's as if I'm reading a different language, right? Because this is not my space. I'm not in this business. I'm not in. I'm good in numbers when it comes down to financials, but different when the numbers that we're talking about here. However, we reached out to a couple people to come down while we're having this conversation, and we wanted to get somebody qualified. So we got a hold of Dr. Wei-Ping Yu, okay, PhD, just to kind of give you a proper introduction. This is his business card from NASA. Okay, he's been with NASA for 17 years. His business card says physicist and spacecraft subsystem manager and structure branch.
All right, just pausing it there, just so if you didn't catch that, Dr. Wei-Ping Yu of NASA for 17 years, PhD, and head of Department of Theory of Everything, and was it directing manager of engineering systems or something? We'll play that again.
In a minute.
Yeah. This is painful. I'm sorry.
We're going to have him come in. He's been involved in a lot of different conversations. He knows Eric Weinstein.
All right, I'm gonna try.
When you came, the first thing I said is the character Harvey, Gordon from fighting, right? The way you would speak, the way you would move. But this is the first time we saw you talking about you leaving Hollywood. This clip, go for it.
Terrence Howard You made huge headlines when you said after you complete these 15 episodes of Empire, you got to walk away foul or forever.
For good. I mean, everyone keeps trying to tell me don't say it's forever, but I've spent 37 years pretending to be people so that people can pretend to watch and enjoy what I'm doing when I've made some discoveries in my own personal life with the science that Pythagoras was searching for. I was able to open up the flower of life properly and find the real wave conjugations that we've been looking for 10,000 years. Why would I continue, walking on water for tips when I...
So what?
Right. I pause that right there because he's suffering, but you're on quite the adrenaline rush when you're on the red carpet in Hollywood, I can imagine, and all them cameras and lights, but pretty sure we've had it 10,000 years ago. Pythagoras had it a couple thousand or 3 or 4, whatever it was. Then we lost it in the Dark Ages. Now, well, Terrence might have been the first to find it again.
What got you to the point of being ready to say this to the world? Because this changed the game.
Well, we had introduced linchpin years before, and was talking about linchpin being the common factor, the universal constitution, but no one would take it seriously. We talked about this grand unifying supersymmetry of the linchpin, that it showed how the universe behaved in contractive or expansive places. We had showed the ubiquitous nature of linchpin. Nobody would take it seriously. So then we decided to let's now challenge the idea of gravity. And we, in comparison to a resonance model, like the universe is not based upon force, but based upon resonance, but based upon harmonic frequencies. So we decided to let's put the linchpin in the proper place, and since we are saying that this is the common factor, that everything comes from it, let's put a number of linchpins in rotation and see if we can rebuild the planet Saturn. Well, we were able to do that without gravity, without dark energy, without dark matter. And without animation. Literally rebuild the planet Saturn in a simulation with the hexagon at the top of it. And we were like, okay, this seriously. So when I went in the day before I came to the Emmys, so I was just so excited to say, hey, we don't have to worry about this God gravity.
You did what the day before?
We did the rebuilding the planet Saturn. That's at the very beginning of my book. The same thing I showed on Joe Rogan.
Right.
And I'm like waiting for people.
All right, I'll pause that for a second. A little context. He's talking about he rendered it. He rebuilt it in a 3D model render program, and it worked. The rendering and the simulation worked in creating Saturn with its specific functions and that hexagon vortex at the poles without them using gravity as one of the factors in their rendering. So it wasn't a dimension that they added in their simulation of creating this simulation model of Saturn.
To respond, but they immediately took it like, oh, he's crazy. He's talking about he's going to build the planet Saturn. No, I was rebuilding it in a simulator, the same way they've rebuilt planets or tried to rebuild the solar system or galaxies with dark matter, dark energy, and gravity. I was able to do it without that. And I thought that would mean something, but I forgot you don't attack somebody's God. Gravity has been their God for a long, long time.
Who's God? The traditional scientists?
Science, all of the world. It's gravity is their God.
If I'm on a set with you doing a movie, which you've been on many, many sets with some of the greatest actors of all time, and you're in the list of some of the greatest actors of all time yourself, would I meet this Terrence? Like if we're sitting, we're not shooting, we're sitting, we're waiting for something, are you speaking to me like this or no?
This is the only Terrence there is. I love acting. I love the emotional play associated with it. But what's more important right now than saving the planet, than saving the people on the planet, saving the animals on the planet, saving our entire solar system. We don't know what our responsibility is cosmically, but we have to get past this reef right now. We keep getting pushed back to the beach by the desire to suppress and to control everything. So the only Terrence there is the one that's trying to change the world, that's trying to provide the free energy, that's trying to provide the new geometry that will allow us to fit with the universe instead of competing against the universe.
Which actors that you had conversations like this with were also interested and could hang with you?
Nick Nolte.
Nick Nolte.
Nick Nolte.
The great Nick Nolte.
Nick
Wow.
Nolte. We've had wonderful conversations. We're doing a film called Investigating Sex in Germany, and we spent 2 months having the deepest conversation. He actually inspired me to keep going further. Before, he was just talking about the B12 shots and how it affects your body. But we had deep conversations. Him, Jeff Bridges. Jeff Bridges is an incredibly deep thinker. I would love to talk to Mel Gibson, because Mel, I see his mind always jumping.
You haven't?
I haven't. Have never had the pleasure of meeting him.
You've
yet.
never met Mel Gibson?
Never met Mel Gibson.
That's an easy one to happen. I mean, it's a couple guys that know him could make the phone call.
Yeah, I enjoy his neurosynaptic reactions.
Meaning the way he views the world from a different lens.
I love his rhythm of his mind, how it clicks. So people like that. But most people respond, in a quizzical way. But when you're challenging their status quo, when you're challenging, their basic arithmetic, because if you were to look at a grid of 1 times 1 equaling 1, it'd be a straight grid going out with just boxes on a flat plane forever. Our universe doesn't behave that way. Our universe behaves.
So I just have to interject that he's absolutely correct on this, except for that it works in the linear model, and that's what our systems and mathematics are based off of. So the linear system isn't wrong. It's just that the majority of dynamic higher dimensional systems are exactly that, and they are round, moving, spinning, and all of that needs to be taken into account in the quantum and plasma field physics and mathematics and systems, and that is where he's actually correct.
By everything wrapping itself around, multiplies volumetrically. So what I've been talking about for the longest time is allowing our math to match what the physics work. What does the physical world look like? How does it behave? We can't throw imaginary structures out there unless the real structures aren't making sense, and the structures that they have as straight lines, platonic solids, they've been wrong from the beginning, because there are no straight lines. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. The greater the action, the greater the reaction. The greater the reaction, greater the resistance. Greater the resistance, greater the curvature, which means everything is curved. So measuring the universe with straight lines and with flat planes is an illogical and an irrational thing to do if you're measuring curved, living, moving reality. And that is flat, but they're still using flat mechanics to describe the universe.
Okay, so that leads to you going back with Rogan, with Eric Weinstein, the 4-hour one that you guys did, right? And even, I think, Neil deGrasse Tyson did a video reacting to all the stuff that you had. Brian Keating did as well. I asked Brian Keating about the document that and I'll preface what he said. It's trying. I don't know if you've seen that video or not, but he seemed very much willing to sit down and have the conversation. But it almost seems like when even watching Weinstein, Eric with you, it's like, look, what you're doing, and
but stop doing it.
Yeah, but stop doing it, because peer review. You're not one of our peers. you're not qualified enough to get a peer review, but we'll give you an opinion on this, right? That was kind of like the establishment side towards you. What was your biggest takeaway after your 4 hours with Eric and Joe, and what's happened ever since?
Well, I gave Eric a great deal of grace. You know, he was a little rude and cut me off a lot of times, but that's the nature of being in the position of authority. I had hoped that he would evaluate the geometry I gave him. I showed him, I went to his house 2 days later and we had dinner, and I took buckets of proof of geometry, of all the linchpins and their configurations, all the wave conjugations and their configurations. The wave conjugation, so you understand, is the electric part of the world, is how plasma is the contractive part. All shapes are the expansive stuff that describes radiation's work. The linchpin is the constitution between the two. It's the friend. It's the translator between the big and the little. And I took all these things to his house. I thought he would evaluate them. I thought he would send them throughout his friends. And then I watched him go on Piers Morgan and literally say that 99% of everything I said was bathwater, was bullshit. The Howard comma.
He said that afterwards?
Yeah,
or
he
before
said
you guys
this,
getting on together?
He did this after our talk on Joe Rogan, but before our meeting when I went to his house. So I let that go, him saying that 99% of everything I was doing was bathwater. And then he said, the one thing that might be good is this linchpin. But he got there by a mistake, which I clearly showed that it wasn't a mistake, the 109.47. But he said that everything I did was just by accident and nothing had value. So we were able to take the Howard comma, which is the resonance created from the linchpin. We were able to take the Tetraean wave conjugations, which is the shape of the fractal in itself. Mm-hmm. And we were able to take the mirrored all shapes and literally rebuild the entire world the way that, according to, well, not rebuild the world. We've been able to take those same things that he called bathwater and apply them to the three-body problem and solve a 300-year-old problem that Newton couldn't solve, that Poincare couldn't solve, because they needed a finite space. They needed curved multiplication. They also needed to reimagine how the prime numbers behave. They needed to understand how could we take the things he said was bathwater and solve the biggest problems in math and in physics, when he said it had no physical application, no chemistry application, no application towards mathematics. But we solved all the biggest problems with it. And that's why I gave it to you ahead of time and asked you to run it through your AI.
Yeah, and we did that. I guess the most basic one, okay? So if I go to someone like you who's an outsider coming in the scientist world, right? The mathematics world, and you make certain claims, the academia is going to ask is, what is your qualification? What is your education? Where did you go to? And it seems like some of these guys came out and said, well, that school this, the school that.
Is you build it.
I don't know which one was South Carolina or whatever it was, the school, the degree, all this stuff. Okay.
Yeah. Because I went to, went over to South Carolina University, and I took them over at the time I had a company where we were growing diamonds through, not high pressure, high temperature, but through chemical vapor deposition. And the conversation I was having with them, and they were talking about giving me an honorary degree, which should have been in chemistry, because that's the stuff that we were using one thing. So when I went on that other show and I had my honorary degree that was given to me, I had no idea it was in humanities. I thought it was going to be in the thing that I went to talk to them about.
So to them, so to say you don't have a PhD from South Carolina, it's an honorary, right? So it's not like, okay. So to the folks who went to school to see all these different theories, what do they tell you when they explain it to you? What do they say? Because right now I just went online and I typed which scientists agree with Terence Howard, okay? And mainstream scientific response, Howard's views are widely rejected by academic and scientific communities. His interpretation of math and physics are generally considered mathematically incorrect, scientifically unfounded, right? Independent and fringe thinkers, they gave some folks that are from on the YouTube side that do. Why the rejection? Claims 1 times 1 equals 2. And that's the most basic one, right? Where it starts from there. And it goes to some of the other theories that you guys have spoken about. Help me understand how, in your mind, to the average person who hasn't put amount of time that you have put in, credibility after 1 times 1 times 2, 1 times 1 equals 2. How do you come up with that conclusion?
Well, if I was wrong, then they wouldn't have made such a big stink about it. But the fact that I was able to show them with their calculator that because they have 1 times 1 equaling 1,
right,
an action times an action without a reaction, and as a result of it, you get this contradiction with the square root of 2 being cubed, having the same value as the square root of 2 times 2, which should say a red flag, a herring right away that there's something wrong with the mathematics, with that being the problem that leads into the distribution of prime numbers, because the number 2, any prime number, any prime number that you subtract from another prime number always is going to end up in a composite number. But except with the case of the number 2. That's the only prime number that you subtract from another prime number and you end up in a prime number. Why? Because the prime number 2 is a composite number. But they've changed that by trying to force that into a prime because they wanted 1 times 1 to equal 1, and the square root of 2 being 1.414, they say that times itself will equal. So it's all convoluted. None of their stuff makes sense. If I was a student, a mathematical student or a calculus student or an algebraic student, and I come in and I show a proof where, okay, 1 times 1 equals 1, and the proof of this is the square root of 2 having a contradiction with being cubed and multiplied by 2, that's a loop. Hi, everyone. My name is Terrence Howard. I'm an actor, but in the field of science also. So if you would like to connect with me, you can connect with me on Minect. The QR code is down below, and let's have a great conversation.
Okay, so then let me ask you
That's a problem.
So then what's 1.1 times 1.1?
I don't know.
Is it bigger than 2?
It would have to be. Anytime action times an action has to increase in volume.
Well, but it would mean that 1.1 times 1.1 would need to be bigger than 2, right?
It
But
would
it's
have
not.
to be. Why wouldn't it be? It's only the mathematics that they're using, the identity principles, which I call the Jim Crow laws of mathematics. That's the thing that holds them back, because they want to keep things back into a balanced place. They want, instead of allowing the expansion that happens with most numbers, they just want to repeat. They would just want to get back to a
Even
repeat.
for a basic, simple guy like me, like let's just say if I have $1.10 in a stock, okay, and that goes up 1.1%. What is it? $1.10 in a stock, but it goes up 1.1% rate of return in my stock portfolio. What's 1.1 of $1.10?
Look it up on the calculator.
It's $1.21. So for example, so if I get a 1% rate of return, on one, if I do the percentage on the basic 1.1 times 1.1, it's still getting me 1.21. So to me, the basics of the 1 times 1 equals 2, that throws even a regular guy like me off.
Well, you've got to remember, in multiplying volumetrically, you're wrapping things back around.
Right.
Like in a pool, in a swimming pool, the ripples go out, hit the edge, and then they come back. The returning waves are added to the expanding waves. Each returning wave is going to become multiplied even more. The pressure doesn't just expand out and keep going out, it's coming back. So you have to include the contraction. You have to include the returning wave. So that's why the volumetric would be different. But like even with what you just did, like if I asked you, what's 0.10 times 0.10? 0.10 times 0.10 says 0.001, right?
Right.
But we know that 0.10 is a dime.
Okay.
We know that a dime times a dime, 10 dimes times 10 dimes equals $1. Should equal $1.
Not necessarily.
10 times 10.
No, I know what you're doing. But that is a whole number. A dime is still 10 cents. So 10 dimes is a dollar. So it's not the same in the dollar sense. I see what you're thinking, like 0.1 equals a tenth of a dollar.
I'm saying there's a problem with their decimal system.
Yeah, but if a dime is 0.1 of a dollar, let's simplify it, right? But if you tell me, give me 10 of 0.1s, that equals 1. So that means I got 10 dimes. But if you do 0.1 times 0.1, then you get 0.01, right?
0.01.
Yeah, but that's a difference. So to me, the basics of the math, when you went there
that doesn't go off to you. That doesn't seem off. That if you turn it into physical things, that's what I'm saying. Let's turn it. The problem with our math is they've reversed it. They've allowed it to be all imaginary. It does not have any physical resemblance. It's all fiat, where it should be.
No, but I just do investments. The way I look at it is to say, what's 0.1% of, a penny? What's 0.1% of a penny?
What's the value of a penny?
What's 0.1% of a dime? It's a penny, right? It's smaller, right? So that's I don't look at it from the physics.
Wait a minute, 10% of a penny of a dime would be a penny.
That's right.
10%.
So 0.1 is 10%, right? So if you go to the investment side, the argument of one-time ones in investment, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, insurance, it stops right there. But you're going out there and saying 1 times 1 equals 2. And, that.
We're saying that as far since our economics are still based on this linear flat plane geometry,
right?
You can still use the 1 times 1 equaling 1 to perform their economic growth and their economic reactions. But if you're dealing with universal interactions, our money may go out linearly and we may measure it on a flat plane. But as far as the universe behaving, how energy behaves, energy curves and wraps back around itself. Energy doesn't follow a linear path. And all of the stuff we're talking about in physics and science is about energy. We're not talking about a fiat system where they can have arbitrary rules for the money, that anything can happen with the numbers. Something times nothing can equal nothing and violate conservation of energies if you're saying 1 times 0, or you can multiply by 0, but if you divide by 0, it creates an infinity, and division is supposed to be the inverse operation of multiplication. So what you're supposed to be able to do multiplying, you're able to reverse that with division. So if you cannot divide by 0, then you cannot multiply by 0. All of their rules that they break so that their economic pathway can remain consistent. You want to do that. But if you're talking about saving our planet, you're talking about how the universe behaves and how the energy of the ether behaves, then there's very specific associations to the numbers. Each number is a lot. Each number has value. It's not imaginary. It is going to have an effect. So we have to multiply it according to how the universe does it.
Okay. So I look at it from the investment side, the math side, the financial side, but that's your theory. And by the way, Terrence, the reason why I think it's folks like you are important, very important, because anybody that challenges the status quo, that puts the establishment against the wall to kind of have to prove themselves, I love it. I think Bobby Kennedy did that. And Bobby Kennedy wasn't a scientist. He was a lawyer. And Bobby Kennedy got a lot of people in the health industry to be like, wait a minute, are we supposed to believe 100% of what Fauci is saying? We're not supposed to sit there and believe everything Fauci is saying. And he's not a health guy. So the credibility from the health institution was like, I'm a scientist. I'm Fauci. Trust me. I know what I'm talking about. Bobby doesn't know what he's talking about. So I would like to see something happen here where we're seeing a lens. This is why I suggested for you and your wife to watch the what was it?
Yes. The Stephen
Greer documentary about
the lost century.
Yeah, the Invention Secrecy Act of 1951. So let's go through that. Do you mind just taking a moment and share? You have a certain number of patents. I don't know what the number is, say 30 something patents.
No, it's right now we have over 90 something separate patents. We have 30 different trademarks and copyrights, but most of the stuff are hard.
And the patents, are they all in the States? Or
all in the States. Well, I've got them worldwide. You started filing them here, but a lot of them are redundant patents in other countries.
What is this, Rob?
That's just how many, according to
94.
ChatGPT.
Okay, according to 94 patents with 60. Okay, perfect. So you got 94 patents. What new findings, what have you found where the average person can benefit from? And if you're sitting there, you said this is worth in the trillions of dollars, and you and I are speaking before, you're like, if another country gets their hands on this,
it's an end of America.
What have you found?
Well, we've been able to innovate. The first thing that everybody already knows about is the tangential flight with linchpin. We have provided tangential flight, the ability to fly around your own center of mass, and unlimited midair bonding. I mean, it's the end of cranes for the linchpin, because no matter how large the project is or how small it is, linchpins can modulate and cover over air, over land, over sea. You have flight vehicles that deal with, that are able to deal with the air, or deal with space, or deal with the water. You have cars for the land, but you don't have anything that is ubiquitous to all of these mediums. And that's what linchpin is able to do. So when I say it's the end of cranes, so you have that. We've innovated flight. We've innovated geometry by having unlimited bonding. We've innovated lighting. We've innovated with our energy systems. And what I wanted to share with you, one of the biggest things that I talked about with the Howard comma, its ability to pull energy directly from the van der Waals or from the 0 point. We've already provided a means to do that, to where you don't have to pay for any energy anymore. The same thing when I talked about beryllium, utilizing beryllium, even though there was some idiot chemists that came out and said that what I said concerning beryllium was wrong, but I dare them to compare beryllium to, or beryllium's reaction to oxygen, the same way that magnesium behaves with sulfur, the same way that selenium behaves with magnesium, sulfur, selenium behaves with, God, I just lost my thought.
Selenium?
Yeah, no, because.
Can you pull it up?
No, magnesium, you have.
Can you pull up the charts, Rob?
Yeah, really quick. The way that selenium.
Yeah, if you can just pull up the periodic table and zoom in.
Selenium's relationship with calcium.
Okay.
The same way that selenium will mitigate what's taking place inside of calcium, the same way that sulfur will mitigate what's taking place with the magnesium, oxygen, being the equal and opposite mate of beryllium, will mitigate what's taking place with beryllium. And they will always have a strong attraction to each other. So whatever bullshit that was being spoken by those chemists, they do not know what they're talking about. And the with utilizing actual beryllium is it oxidates.
So this is actually some interesting stuff. Crucial part here Terrence is talking about, and I am going to have to try some experiments with sulfur and magnesium reactions. I like where he's going with that. Really like that.
Immediately the surface of it gets covered, and so the reaction stops. But if you use the frequency of beryllium to separate the oxygen from the hydrogen and have small little apertures for the hydrogen to go through, because the hydrogen is a smaller waveform, then the oxygen will separate and the hydrogen will separate, and they'll both be usable. We proved that. Science has proven that. Natural phenomenon has proven that, but they want to ignore that.
Establishment scientists has proven that.
They see it in all of their reactions. That's why they're using a lot of the chemists in a number of the interactions that they have. They'll use beryllium for a particular purpose because it will cause oxidation, and then they have a means by which to reverse that polarization. Pushes, whatever was oxidated onto it. And now it opens up the door again for the beryllium to work. There's a number of means for it. They've
Like
seen
how
it
he
work,
calls
but because
oxidation
to
polarization. That's
the
correct.
oil and industry world, they're fighting it. And so I brought the proof. I brought the simple proof when I provided for you guys. I've on my website on Terry's Lynchpin, there's the white paper on how beryllium behaves and how oxygen behaves.
Who's broken that white paper down?
It's just gone up to my thing. I can't get anyone to do a peer review. I've sent it off to publishers. Publishers refuse to review it because Eric Weinstein, Brian Keaton, people came out, said the Dunning-Kruger effect. The amount of pain and suppression that's come my way because all I've tried to do is provide the proof out there. Nobody wants it.
Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias where people probably just completely disappeared on the screen.
Yeah.
People with low competence in a specific area tend to overestimate their abilities, while highly competent individuals may underestimate their skills. This occurs when a lack of metacognition prevents those with low competence. So they're saying you're low competent in this topic. That's what they're saying.
In this topic. This is what Neil deGrasse came out and said. And so now he owes me an apology. Why? Because with those same things that he said had no value, now we've already put them into a white paper. And we've been able to solve the 7 millennial problems and the 3 body problems with the same equations or substances that he said created the Dunning-Kruger effect.
So everything you sent me, everything of the white papers you sent
all
us,
those papers.
all of them, every one of these I have, right? Every one of these was sent to Dr.
Yu.
Dr. Yu has it. He's looked at him. So he'll come out here in a minute to give his perspective on this, and he's from NASA. But before we go there is a part of me that believes, there are inventions that the government didn't want to bring out because, God forbid, if they did, it would decimate multi-trillion-dollar industries, oil being one of them. I fully believe that.
It needs to go.
Huh?
It needs to go.
It needs to go. But, who's going to release it? I don't know. I mean, look how long it took to find out who killed JFK.
Yeah.
Look how long it took with Epstein and some of these lists that we are looking. Who did what to MLK? They're still hiding it, right? So for them to release it. When it comes down to Musk, what is your opinion on Elon and him being a net positive to society? Do you have an opinion on Elon?
Well, I think Elon is a genius in his entire approach to dealing with society, first and foremost. And he's proven himself to be very capable as far as finding out where a problem lies and then attacking that problem and bringing the right people to it. I think he would have been very benefited. I was surprised when I didn't get anything from him after I did the Joe Rogan and showed the linchpin because of what he's trying to do in space. One of his problems, though, that I see affecting him is he believes in the vacuum. He believes in the finite, infinite universe, where there's no pressure changes between the planets, that there's just this great vacuum there, and doesn't recognize that this is just like being underwater. Where we are at the surface of the water is like the Goldilocks zone. This is the Goldilocks zone on our planet. Well, within the solar system, there's the Goldilocks zone where the Earth sits, and this fits for us. You go out 147 million miles away from the sun, where Mars is, the nitrogen is expanded to such an extent, the hydrogen has expanded to such an extent, there's no way to contain that into the body, the flesh of the body, which is necessary in order for us to keep living. Oxygen, everything expands. You'll never be able to bring them back these 147 million miles back to where the Earth is. You're not going to be able to do that. Well, the 93 million miles where the Earth is. So anyone that goes out there, that's a wrap for them. Because 15 feet underwater, what happens to the nitrogen? It compresses, or 15 feet out of the water, it expands and keeps expanding. So anyone that tries to go out to where Mars is at that low pressure system where everything becomes mono or diatomic, everything is expanding itself out, you are dead. There's no way the spaceship would have to be so tight, or the suit would have to be so tight that you would not have any motion. But the amount of expansion will not allow you to be able to come back to the earth. Like if you took something from the bottom of the ocean and you bring it all the way up to the top, and then you try and take it back to the bottom of the ocean, what happens to it? It implodes at the change of pressure. We're made for this particular pressure condition at 93 million miles away. You're not going to be able to have a human being on Mars, plain and simple. We don't have the proper pressure condition.
You don't think
bodies. So? No, it's impossible. You're just going to expand out and blow up.
He's actually absolutely right about this.
You will blow up.
Well, this kind of doesn't this kind of contradict, because on one end, you're saying it's to have 0-point energy, where oil industry and all this other stuff, and the industry is saying you're out of your mind. You don't know what you're talking about. There's no way, and then here's what Lynchman. This is what we could do. Elon is saying, I want to go have life on Mars or on another planet, and you're saying there's no way that's possible.
No, there's life on Mars, but the life has changed. The life force changes. The system of water, H2O, changes as you go further out. The water life principle remains consistent. That's why in Uranus or those far out planets, they still have precipitation as rain, but now it's methane that's coming down. And it's just the water, or the H2O, like what I was saying on Joe, was that the relationship between carbon and hydrogen are the same as the relationship between carbon and silicon, and the same between silicon and between cobalt. It's the same tone. It's just under a different pressure condition. So you can manipulate the entire universe by changing the motion and pressure conditions, because it's all waves. It's not a physical thing. So as far as our bodies are concerned, if you wrapped an entire ship in molecular excitation and changed to where they are no longer part of the system, now you can be out there. But using our traditional methods, you cannot do that. You have to wrap it in frequency.
How much have you followed what he says on how he's planning on doing that?
He's just trying to get the people out there. And I think what they want to do is mine that asteroid belt. That's what they really want to do. And that's what
you think the purpose is mining.
Is mining the asteroid belt. There's one asteroid on site for $10 quadrillion worth of tungsten and tantalum and rare earth metals inside of there. That's just in one. So their ability to
said this one.
Psych, yep. So the ability to mine these asteroid belts, gets rid of all the mining on the planet. They want to get to Mars so that they can do some mining, but they don't realize that we don't need any of that stuff anymore.
Why not?
Because what the linchpin brings, by the resonant quality of the linchpin, the Howard comma, what that allows you to do is now have the universal template to put into any situation and open up. That's why it's used for faster than light communication, subspace communication, all the things that we've now put in the paper that I couldn't do before. When I first went to Eric and everyone, I was like, well, I'm shy in the mathematics, but I have the geometry, I have the patterns and all this. So what Eric Weinstein gave me was a book on differential equations and gauge theory. Well, what I was able to do with that, now I understand the math enough, and using AI as a guide, you can plug into it and give it the information necessary. Because I'm sure the very first time that they started the quantum computer or the supercomputer, the very first thing they tried to do was solve the 3-body problem, but it couldn't solve it. And they tried to solve the 7 millennial problems, but they couldn't solve it with those computers. But we've been able to solve it by changing the paradigm, by changing to curve multiplication, by using a finite space, by redistributing the prime numbers, and by utilizing the actual curvature of the universe. We've been able to fix all of those problems.
Okay, so let's stay on that, because just yesterday we had a very innocent conversation. Here's what the conversation was. conversation is one of our guys says, "Oh my God, this is crazy. I mean, I don't know if Terrence knows what he's talking about and all this other stuff." I won't give his name because, he's out there. And so another guy says, "I don't know, man. I think some of the stuff he says is, so how do you think the pyramid was built?" "What do you mean? How do you think those big rocks where you think it was just, big slaves picking it up and put?" "I think so." "You think men put that up? You don't think they didn't have access to something back in the days? And how come we've not had?" So he started kind of going through this. So then you see the debate, right? Your opinion. How was the pyramid built based on what you know?
Well, there's a number of different conflicting ideas on it, but I just saw something very recently on Lost History, where they were showing that the bubbles inside of the granite or inside of a lot of the material there, they have these little bubbles that come as a composite, that it was not big blocks of granite that was necessarily brought up there, that they were actually mixing all of this stuff together. There's that approach. But then the idea of using resonance, something that we've always been able to use, you can, the same way you're able to blow on a sheet of paper or hum and see something.
I like that he went to the geopolymer aspect first instead of something more out there.
Vibrate, that's something flowed. That's something that's always been used. And the amount of songs, like if you think about the walls of Jericho, and they went around it 7 times, singing, hitting a particular tone, and using harmonic or sympathetic harmonies to either break or to bring things together. There's a number of ways of using frequency. That's how I think all of that stuff was built. I think it was done using harmonic resonance.
Interesting. Okay, so can we get Dr. Yu out here, Rob, if you don't mind?
Yes.
Can we get him out here? Okay. Dr. Yu, if you're back there, please
come to the table.
His energy is unbelievable.
I know. I've watched
him. Right here, sir.
Look at him.
Okay.
So these gentlemen are doing
earlier. So, Dr. Yu, if you don't mind, I have your business card here. Okay. If you can take a moment, here it tells me Wei-Ping Yu, PhD, physicist, supercraft subsystem manager, spacecraft fluids and structures branch. If you don't mind taking a moment and introducing your background, your experience, what you've worked on.
Okay. First of all, thank you for having me on. And it's great.
Hold on.
Terrence wants to fix the.
He's a perfectionist.
Yes, yes.
Guys that are a little typed in right.
There. Yes. My name is Wei-Ping Yu. I'm currently with employee in the federal government, NASA.
Okay.
So I'm the physics based on the training. I have a PhD in engineering physics, and I have did a lot of fundamental research. And so when I'm the founder of called the U-on theory of everything, try to bring the bridges between relativity and the quantum mechanics, and try to find out the unified theory of everything, just like a linchpin theory, right? And
have you guys ever met before?
No,
this is the first time. This is very important for the audience to know. You guys have never met.
Never met.
And you're currently working for NASA.
That's correct. Okay. I'm currently working for NASA, but let me make a disclaimer again. So all the views and the opinions expressed here represent purely on my own, and does not reflect any of those of my employer, NASA.
Fantastic, and I appreciate you saying that. So, you know Eric Weinstein. Have you guys spoken before? Have you guys met before?
Yes, Eric Weinstein called me, so we were talking about on the phone for about 15, 20 minutes while I was traveling in California.
Okay. And did you have a chance to watch the exchange with, Terrence and Eric Weinstein on the Joe Rogan podcast?
Yes, briefly.
Okay.
It's a very interesting exchange. Yes.
Okay. So we have a document here. I think it's even this is that was sent by you, right, to us.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What was your impression from you hearing the exchange between Eric and what Terrence was discussing? Was there anything where you said there's some credibility to what Terrence is saying here? I don't know if I agree with him, you know, because you would be to the marketplace. You're part of the establishment, scientists, you know, you've gone through the school and you've gone a different route than he has. What was your impression of the exchange between the two?
I know one of the focuses on the statement, Terrence made by 1 times 1 equals 2.
Yes.
And I believe a lot of focus on this statement. In my view, of course, on my conventional, I would disagree with your statement. However, I notice, the definition of 1 time multiply 1 is different between traditional class and in Terrence's talking. He's bring another dimension. Okay.
And
Bring
boom,
another
right
dimension,
there.
3.
Dr. Wei-Ping Yu of NASA explaining again that Terrence is adding another dimensional density vector to the numbers, and that this is key as we get outside of aka the box, which is the one-dimensional square of the straight line linear system that our current mathematics is based off of, and into these multi-dimensional vector numerical systems like Terrence is describing and Wei-Ping Yu is telling all of you.
Dimensional or some kind of things into this one. So I believe the difference is probably the definition and the model in our own mind, the difference. I do not believe fundamentally some kind of difference. If we have more time to discuss the detail, but not on the setting.
Yeah, no. And what I'm doing I'm contrasting the linear projection and attempt to multiply linearly, just repeating, in comparison to multiplying volumetrically. So you're right in adding dimensions. And these necessary dimensions are dimensions that you exist in. Nothing exists in a 2-dimensional space. Even a 3-dimension, like you talk about 1 dimension, 2 dimensions, those things are not, you cannot measure them until it has height, width, and depth. So it all becomes basically imaginary as far as the real world goes until it has at least the 3 dimensions of height, width, and depth. And then it needs your 4th perspective in order to be able to measure it. So when they're talking about 1 and 2 dimensional things, I'm just looking at, okay, another imaginary thing, because it has to be in motion. It has to have width, it has to have depth in order for us to be able to consider it. But they consider 2-dimensional space, or our mathematics, is all based on reductionary attempts to reduce things, living things, down to dead things.
Dr. Yu, you read the white paper. You read all the papers here that he sent, right? We sent you yesterday.
I don't know.
No, I don't.
hope you throw them into the AI, because I'm like, this is a lot of stuff.
Did you have a chance to look through some of it?
Yes.
Okay. What's your impression of what Terrence is saying here, and how much credibility is there behind it?
Oh, okay. So I would say, I'm not talking about the credibility. I do not believe one's credibility based on the education and how many degrees or how many years, even years working in the field. I believe this intelligence could come out instant, like Terrence mentioned, from the gift of divine. Is that right? Yeah. Something, and instantly, like me working in physics field for decades, I just got to recognize there's something fundamental wrong, which something happened. In Terrence's interview, he mentioned about something fundamental wrong with current physics, which I actually agree with.
What's that?
Let me first talk about the first thing. The first thing, talking about the fundamental wrong, this is a secret to current physical community, is something we got wrong by we made the electron model wrong. This is
right here. This is absolutely huge what Wei-Ping Yu is saying. They got the electron wrong, aka the standard model of an atom is wrong. Now listen to what he has to say about it.
Electron is elementary particles. In physics, is found that elementary particle cannot be subdivided, do not have another detailed structure or something. And if we get this wrong, and what happens next? So if we get the electron wrong, I will explain why we get it wrong. If you have the time.
Yeah, I can help with that too.
And then if we get the electron wrong, we get the called planetary atomic model. You know the model with similar model is planetary with the orbiting free electrons. We get this model wrong. So what I find is there is no free orbiting electrons around the nucleus at the near the speed of light forever, constantly. That's completely wrong. So what's the implication of this one? So first, we got the electron wrong, and then we got the model wrong. What happens if this atomic model have no orbiting electrons, no free, called with the principal orbit? Entire quantum mechanics built on this model
is wrong.
Were completely out of water.
Because their foundation on the electron, their view of the electron, they saw it as a particle, as an individual thing, when it's an entire cloud. It's an energy, it's a wave of energy. That's what the electron is. It's the discharge coming from accumulated electrical potential. The discharge electricity, the devitalized electricity, is what we're calling this electron or this magnetism. And they're seeing it as a particle when it's just a waveform. It's a pressure condition. It's a resonant thing that can be manipulated by other frequencies. That you don't need actual force, but you can create the conditions to change and affect a waveform.
What are you going to show something? You brought some props.
I'm going to expand my statement, say why we get the electron wrong and why it's so significant.
Okay.
So I believe from the 1785, the French physicist Coulomb, proposed the Coulomb's law. It says there are two types of charges. One is negative, one is positive.
Mm-hmm.
And the like charge repel, unlike charge attract. This is a fundamental law. It's a great discovery. However,
it's wrong.
The mistake is he described the two charges carried by two separate particles.
Instead of having everything being both positive, having both attractive and detractive things, it's a dipole. It's not a monopole. And the way they're seeing it, how can something? This is something that always got me. How can you say something is charged, positively charged? How can it be negatively charged? How can you negatively charge something? A negative charge is a discharge. Means that it's coming out of it in comparison to attracting into it. So their entire terms of a negatively charged particle is wrong. It's a discharging particle.
Can let me strengthen your idea?
Yes, I'm sorry.
This is a brilliant, a discovery and the root cause of our physics. So now people would say, how do you know electron? How can we get the electron wrong? Entire modern technology is built on electrons, right? So that's why all the interpretations are needed to be rewritten. So let's assuming electron is a negative charge and proton is a positive charge. Now, what happens if we split electron into two halves? Hypothetically split, geometrically split. What do we get? Two negative charge particles?
Two negative charge particles that come together and make
Can
positive.
we put the two negative charge particles together?
No. Negative things are always going to push each other away. They're always going to push. They're always going to push each other away.
Violate Coulomb's law. So it cannot exist in this universe, or if there's other universe.
It cannot. And think about Kirchhoff's law regarding the black body. Now, this is where Planck, if you look up Kirchhoff, This is where the Planck model came from. Max Planck was working off of his model, and part of the radiation from Kirchhoff's law was that a black body, it's always going to radiate into these individual cavities, and these cavities are not going to be dependent on the temperature of the walls. They're going to be dependent upon the temperature of what came in there. That was all wrong. Kirchhoff's entire law is wrong, and that's what Planck was based off of. But you look at the Planck model and think about it. It talks about if you want to do a Planck charge and all of these things, you have to use gravity. Gravity is included in there, and the speed of light is included in there. But Planck charge at the Planck point is not supposed to be in effect. It's not supposed to. When you get down to the quantum area, gravity is not something that's able to affect those small areas. So why is gravity part of Planck's constant or the speed of light, which we know changes constantly depending upon the medium that it's going in there? So having the speed of light as a constant, having gravity as a constant in Planck's charge lets you know that this is the Planck's charge, that Planck's entire Planck number is false, because they've changed the speed of light. Now they've attached it to another thing in order, instead of, so that the speed of light doesn't fluctuate, they've attached it to the measurement itself. So it's always going to be the measurement. That's wrong. That's fudgery. Rupert Sheldrake talked about that, about morphisms, with the speed of light being fudged and changed. So all of their principles are seemingly fudged.
Who has questioned this over the years? Like what scientists?
Dirac, Feynman, all of them questioned it. That's why they were like, all of this new renormalization makes this stuff bad.
So now you are running at the speed of light. Okay, I'm gonna just try to bring the audience on. So if we say it's wrong, very easy to say. What is right? What is really, we talk about the electron, really what it is? He mentioned about it. So if we cannot have a single charge particle, what happens? The so-called electron, oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Are carried both positive and negative charge as one particle. Now I want to question the audience. What kind of particle in this world? I know everybody since 3 years old. You know this term. Would carry both of charge? Do you have a guess?
Hydrogen. Everything.
Oh, you are talking about in chemical terms.
Sorry.
I'm talking about in terms of what type of a particle. Not that time. Magnets.
Yes.
Magnets is the one it carries both negative and positive charges, and I will explain this. Some misconception about the charge and the magnetism. But so-called the electron is actually dipolar magnets.
Why does this matter? What
Great
does this
questions.
reveal?
Let me expand. Let's say,
please.
Because of we assuming electron is a negative charge particle, so then this great Niels Bohr build his Bohr's model, right?
Yeah.
Build the Bohr's model, say, hey, we have a positive charge nucleus, and we have a negative charge the electron. How can we measure them? Because we assume atom is neutralized, right? How can we measure them with a negative particle and positive particle? And the one assumption is that they cannot in contact. Once they are in contact, that's create matter-antimatter annihilation. So if they are not in contact, how does atomic model has to work to prevent negative charge and the neutron and protons in the nucleus attract them each other? It has to be rotated. It has to rotate, create a revolution, or we can spin.
And this is what I was saying. The spin is not because of some spinners. The spin is coming from the balance of action and reaction, because of the resistance, the spin has to occur because everything in the universe is balanced. In order for it to interact, it has to spin around it, and which means that it is a finite and confined space, because otherwise it would just keep moving away from each other. But the fact that it spins tighter.
So rotation is required to create centrifugal force to balance electromagnetic attraction. So that's where comes the Bohr's model. And this model is built based on negative charge particle and the positive charge nucleus. If both nucleus and the electron protons are magnetic particles, are they going to have this rotating? Do they need this rotating? No, they are naturally connected. So atomic model, so what I found, atomic model has no rotation part whatsoever in atomic model. There's no rotation. What is it? It vibrates.
It's all vibratory oscillation.
That's how light's created, due to vibration.
Everything is resonance. Nothing, there is no solid matter. It's not a force-based universe. It's a harmony-based universe. And therefore, everything has the prime resonant frequency by which it bonds or break bonds. You can manipulate anything into anything else by creating the right harmonic or resonant conditions. That's everything that we've been talking about. We don't need the Reaper. Now you're able to manipulate the universe without hurting the universe. We don't have to use barbaric measures anymore. We can now take the subspace and energy that's coming from another thing, they've gotten rid of the ether. Now this entire thing, so they've created all these other particles to carry these charges. All these particles to carry these charges that used to be carried by the ether. They got rid of the ether, and then it was like, but light has to be carried on a wave. The ether has always been the wave, but what we've proven with the wave conjugations, back to the other question you asked, the wave conjugations, the linchpin and the all shapes, mirrored all shapes, these create the conditions of ether. They define the ether in itself that allows all this stuff to move. And what they're angry about is not that just have the patents, but also the super grand unifying supersymmetry, plus now the equations that prove everything that I've been saying. That's why I wanted you to see the papers before. Yeah. And the three-body problem, solving that now with the idea of the proton and the energy of the electron. Now we're able to manipulate the universe's energy by rebuilding the planet Saturn without gravity. Now we can use that. Now we can manipulate the energy of the universe to create any condition we want. Now that's the end of oil. That's the end of big tech, because they have to change everything out. But that's going to happen anyway because we're behind the gun.
Are you considered a rebel amongst your peers? Would they consider you a rebel or no?
I believe some generally outside my circle, they, because I basically keep my discovery in-house, and everything when I did a lot of lecturing or public speaking to a conference, and have a serious talk with a physicist, they would agree with me after normally half hour or 1 hour conversation, they would agree with me. Let me extend your questions. You ask great questions. What's the significance? If electrons are not a single charged particle, it's actually a dipolar magnet. So they are impossible have an atomic model with something orbiting around a positive charged particle. It was naturally connected. So in a real atom, like all the images with technology, we all see just like a lattice shape of the sesame ball, the lattice shape. They have an elasticity, that means they have a distance, but they cannot separate it. They have elasticity to recovery. So the significance is if there is no principal orbit, right? So there is no such concept of quantum jump, quantum leap, which is a very, very controversial odd concept at the time during the year, Niels Bohr proposed this one, because in reality, The solar. Let's use a solar system.
You don't see a planet jumping. Mercury doesn't jump into Venus's orbit. That's what he's talking about. None of these stuff. There was none of these huge jumps that they were predicting with the electron model.
Can you pull that up, Rob? Because I fully understand what he's saying, but I want to visually show it. So orbit, meaning if there is
just look up electron orbit. Yeah, you look up the electron orbit.
Go to images.
And they believe that electrons spontaneously jump into
That's a good one.
orbits. Yeah.
Who's
S1,
they?
S2, S2.
Who's they?
Eric Weinstein, the standard model, their whole thing.
Standard model of particle physics. It's all based on the quantum.
But you have to match
orbits.
it. You're supposed to match it to natural phenomena. Can you imagine if the Earth out of nowhere just jumped into Mars's orbit? What that would do to the solar system, and have you ever experienced that in observing any of the other solar systems? Because what's large happens on the small, and what happens on the small happens on the large, because it all has to fit together. You can't have imaginary stories of, okay, this happens in the quantum space, but it's prevented from happening in the macro space.
Can I
Yes, please.
enforce this concept? This quantum jump is different than solar orbit. Say Mercury suddenly, due to external force, drift to different orbits. Totally different concept. In quantum mechanics, everything's fixed, and this jump cannot be continuous through space and time. It's not space-time, okay? Through space and time. It cannot say somehow from this one to other one. You cannot go through the space. You cannot have a time difference. It happens instantaneously. Earth has entirely disappeared, become a virtual pair, and then instantly appear on the other.
It has to vaporize and become a different pressure condition so that it can now fit into the next pressure condition. Solid things fit in solid spaces and tight high pressure systems. Vacuous things fit in low pressure conditions. And in order for the Earth or for anything, an electron, it has to change its condition, and that happens. It's called condensation. Everything happens in the condensation of one pressure condition compared to the next pressure condition, and that condensation flips to the next space. It remains consistent. That's the crystallization, and that's what they've been lacking. Having the platonic solids, utilizing them as a base, this Cartesian space that doesn't fit the universe, how it behaves. They're now getting blocks to where they can make something fit linearly, but when we're talking about space curvature, you can't do a straight line out here because everything is going to orbit this way. The reason the three-body problem was a big problem, because they could never dictate how the orbits were going to behave. They could do it with two bodies, but anytime you added a third body, it went to chaos. Well, us being able to solve the three-body problem, which I can't wait till you get a chance to look at and go through. But that's why I was asking you guys, please put it into your AI and see what the AI says, because the AI says, all of the AI says, all it's now is being verified, that we actually solved the problem. But what that allows us to do is to move in space, because we can predict where these orbits are going to go. It's no longer a chaos-based world, because now the world is based on harmony. It can be predicted, and they've made money from the loss and from the lack of understanding. And we are able to solve the Heisenberg problem. We're able to manipulate the Schrodinger equation, the Dirac equation. All of those papers we've done from the Howard comma having the right geometry. They missed the geometry. That's what they've been missing this entire time, and the fundamentals. Like, what's your thoughts on the universe? Is it finite or is it infinite? Or is infinite?
Of course, infinite.
You think infinite?
Yes.
Now, I say it's finite, and this is the reason why. If you were to take anything inside the universe, let's say a pebble, and you drop it into a pond, and again, it expands out. If the universe was infinite, that would just expand out forever and would never come back. But because of once those expanding waves hit the edge of the pond, and start returning back, they're hitting more expanding waves. And now they're creating these standing waves. These standing waves are the first geometry. So the proof of who we are, the fact that we have shape, happens not because we have shape from something inside pulling in, it's the returning waves that's meeting these expanding waves because we're in a confined universe, that confined finite space, having, if everything inside the universe has a boundary and that boundary is expanding, then this bag holding this universe, this bag of bounded things would ultimately be bounded by the very last particle. An object, go ahead.
Yes, we have a different definition, understanding about the universe. The universe considers space a three-dimensional space and time. So, right. Of course, in Terence's explanation, you have a boundary. I believe he was talking about the boundary, so he mentioned about the ether. The so-called the ether, I do believe light have nothing to do with a particle. Light is a wave. In order for wave to propagate, wave need a carrier, which is, if we do not use the ether, so I would say is electron, is a magnetic, it's a magnetic medium, electromagnetic medium. So now let's talk about, he said that the boundary. I said that the universe of three-dimensional space is infinite, and the time is infinite. However, I did not mention, say, hey, the medium, the light carrying electromagnetic, the medium has to be infinite. So for, let's say, for each solar system, we may have a concentrated medium, has a boundary. So either traveling to somewhere, coming back, you will see that one, right?
Yes.
Does not exclude, entire universe does not have a vacuum space without even medium. So what happens to that location? You will never see light.
No.
However, whenever we can see light from the Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago, since we can see the light, so we know there's a field with the medium throughout our visible universe.
I want to share something. One of the papers that I sent over to you guys, this was the abstract, and it was the necessity of a finite universe, a wave-based mathematical framework. This is what.
Which one is this?
This is the necessity of a finite universe.
Rob, do you have
right
that?
there?
I do.
Okay.
Right there. Let me read it. It says the abstract is, this paper rigorously demonstrates why the universe must be a finite system by employing a wave-based multiplication paradigm, the energy conservation principle, and the fundamental mathematical relation of 1 × 1 = 2. We present mathematical proofs illustrating how finite systems inherently how infinite systems inherently violate energy conservation. Furthermore, we derive equations from wave mechanics to show that the wave reflections and conjugations naturally confine energy within a closed harmonic structure, linking the universe to a hypothetical or hypothesis to observable cosmic wave fronts. Basically, proving ultimately that an infinite universe is mathematically impossible because of conservation of energy laws. Because if you have an infinite universe, then there's no such thing as having a finite amount of energy in a particular area. When you get to the small confined spaces, you end up with problems when you have an infinite universe. And that's one of the things I think's been holding people back, but you just said it correctly. The medium is finite. The potential reactions are infinite reactions, but the medium, the space we're in, is a finite space, I would think.
Rob, can we put that through OpenAI? Which, if you wanted us to put one through OpenAI, which would it be?
Either one.
Okay, put that one through OpenAI. See what
and
kind
ask
of,
what it says, considering the necessity. That's what I love. Let's get a.
Do you have it, Rob?
Yep, the necessity. Okay. And what would you like me to ask ChatGPT?
Just ask it to evaluate it. Is it right or wrong?
I wouldn't put my face on ChatGPT's answer.
Well, I couldn't get an evaluation from any of the, authorities out there, all the universities.
There we go. After evaluating the document, necessity of finding a universe, wave-based mathematics, here's a breakdown. Interesting idea presented. The paper introduced a wave-based mathematical framework to argue the universe must be finite. It builds on linchpin geometry, tetrahedron shapes, and Howard Coma ideas largely associated with tensor uses concepts like wave reflection, standing waves, and energy quantization to support those claims. Critical issue, scientific inconsistencies, core mathematical flaw, 1 × 1 = 2. This claim contradicts fundamental arithmetic and is not accepted in any legitimate mathematical system. Multiplication is defined such as 1 × 1 = 1. Redefining this without rigorously peer-reviewed mathematical framework makes the rest of the paper logic untenable. 2, unverified concept terms like Howard Coma, tetrahedron shapes, linchpin geometry are not recognized in mainstream mathematical or physics. These concepts do not appear in peer-reviewed journals. Misapplication of physical laws. The paper refers to wave mechanics, energy and quantum equations, but applies them in non-standard or speculative ways. For example, replacing Planck's content with Howard's Coma constant is unsubstantiated and lacks empirical validation. And last but not least, citation issues. The reference include real scientists Einstein, Planck, alongside fictional or pseudoscientific collaborators Howard, Seeley, Yi
et al.
Yeah, et al. There's no known peer-reviewed body of work by these authors. Verdict: not scientifically valid.
That's what it was. Now, if you put in, that's why the stuff that I sent you, I wanted to you have to put in the curvilinear thing into AI so it has the full basis in which to evaluate it. Because one of the things that the computers or the AI has been lacking, its foundation is all based off of the Cartesian space, off the 1 × 1 = 1, off of a redundancy inside of a system, instead of matching it to a universal conform system. So if you add in to that, let me see.
Doctor, question for you. Do you, from, working with NASA, the government, how often do you guys use, whether it's for papers, credibility, things that you question, how often do you guys use Grok or OpenAI GPT?
We are not allowed.
You're not allowed.
I believe that in use reliability in the integrity of them. Use this.
Not allowed to use AI.
Software. It's not really vested. Is the accuracy, and so I believe we have to write exactly, use our own research.
Wow. So academia says, the establishment side, you guys don't touch OpenAI.
Oh, let me rephrase this one.
Not OpenAI. They have their own AI.
Initially, we are not even allowed to install ChatGPT on our government computer.
Really?
Yes, but however,
why though? Why? What's the reasoning? Is it because they want you to do the work of what it's doing, or
because ChatGPT is based on the majority? Only is not really giving you scientific results. It's only based on somebody's results cited. It does not create. So far, it does not create anything new. In terms of solving the mystery in physics, it cannot do that.
Can you ask him to please upload all of the papers that I sent to you into the AI, so it'll have more than just that one paper?
Rob, could you do that?
I can do that. It only allows you to upload 10 at a time. That's the biggest problem. So
yeah, it's only like 10. How many we got there? Like 10 that we gave you?
I think you're more than 10.
Yeah, I'm at about 21 different documents.
Oh,
it's fine. Just do 10 at a twice.
Just let me finish the
please,
thoughts.
please.
But we after a year or two, and then we do have a new lead technologist. Do mention about it. Give us a training on use AI to write to improve the writing. So I believe now, so we do allow to use casually, but not in scientific writing or something. I believe it still has restrictions.
Amen. I've been
very interesting.
Yeah,
Very interesting,
all of the
Dan.
stuff that we've been doing, the reason that we were forced to go to the AI route was like I said, I brought all of the wave conjugations, I brought the actual geometry to people like Eric Weinstein, and they did nothing with it. Instead of evaluating it, I thought he would share it among his friends and talk about it. No, they just set it there, even though it was 4 grand supersymmetrical systems.
Let me ask a question from you, Dr. Yu. Because the argument was made that peer review, you're not a peer to review it, like you're not a qualified peer to review. Is that how it's seen in your world, where a peer review is another person that's a qualified doctor, schooling, and they've done the right thing to look there?
That's the common practice in established physics community. But I believe this is a gatekeeper to silence, to squash, to suppress different opinion. Yes. And this is a very convenient tool. Say, how many peer review you have, how many sightings you have. If you do not, they very hardly even get you to go through the publication. If you cannot be publicated, right? So how can you get cited, get it peer reviewed, right? The only peer review, you submit the paper, they send it to those, about several review board members. You know what they have? If you agree with their fundamental concept, you said entire quantum mechanics is not true, and even relativity is hypothetical, of course you will not get a daylight from their review.
But they want to keep their entire livelihood is based upon maintaining their current status quo. And they don't want to change that. Like he said, you get your PhDs based upon repeating what they've taught you before, not by challenging what's been in existence, but by confirming what's in existence. So they don't want to grow. They want to maintain the status quo. And in order for us to grow, we have to keep challenging the clothes we're in, the bed that we fit in, the physical shape we're in. We've got to keep pushing the boundaries, and they've taken that away because they've got profit margins associated with it, and they won't do the reviewing.
Do you think that's what's tied to it, Doctor? Do you agree with them that it's because of is it just the same old, this is how we always do it. You're an outsider. We don't want to give you the credibility. You're not one of us. Is that what do you think it is?
Perception is, but I have to give credit. There's many of non-conventional theory does have a lot of flaws, very obvious mistakes or typos or flaws, very easily to being picked up. So in that point, I believe we need to have a similar gatekeeper, similar standards, right?
Mm-hmm.
But not constrict called new ideas. So I wanted to make a further point. It's very important in physics community. If a quantum model is not correct, right, we throw out. So how can we resolve the four fundamental forces in quantum mechanics?
The weak force is off. The interpretation, the strong forces are off.
And
the electromagnetism and gravity they could have gotten rid of a long time ago. The gravity issue sits out there, and the electromagnetism that they've been trying to bond forever, instead of recognizing that they're already one system. But their approach is completely off with it. They see magnets, they don't even see magnetism properly. They don't see it as this expanding centrifugal force, and they don't see electricity as this contracting centripetal force. They don't see the motion of it. But I cut you off. I shouldn't have done that.
Very good. I wanted to make sure people understand that without quantum mechanics, we only need one single fundamental force, which is
magnetism.
Motion.
We're talking about now the force in the interaction, magnetic force. So now people are often talking about the electromagnetic force. So the people confuse about the electrical and magnetism. I remember you mentioned on your maybe on your show something, electro and magnetism. What is is your contrast?
That electricity is always spinning northeast, seeking a higher pressure condition, spinning to the right, trying to get to the apex and the center of something, centripetally spinning. Then as it gets to the center, it gets pushed out by another electrical part of the wave. And once it gets to the edge of the boundary and no longer has the potential of being trapped in there, now it gets devitalized. And as a result of being devitalized, it's no longer able to spin northeast anymore. Now it's spinning southwest because it's putting on these things. It becomes magnetism, and it's spinning southwesternly, centrifugally, expanding outward. It's expanding in sixes, whereas before it was contracting in 3 sets of fives, in 3/5. The contraction happens here. Electricity contracts, magnetism expands. It's the radiation compared to the so-called gravitative force. That's how I see it.
Let me give you my version. James Clerk Maxwell, they trade electricity and the magnetism completely separately. And what James Clerk Maxwell did is unify them as every connection. So it defined in one of his equations, defined electrical field are time varying of magnetic field. Let me explain in my own discovery.
Please.
So-called electrostatic electric field. This is a secret in my theory called the Yuan theory of everything. Static electric field is exactly magnetic field. And dynamic electric field, that means what time varying of magnetic field is when you have a magnet has a magnetic field, right? Magnet in motion. That's what they call the time varying. Whenever you have a moving magnetic field, that's called the electric field. That's generally the electricity.
And the thing with our universe is they measure things as if it's dead, but everything is in motion. Everything is alive and in motion. There's never anything that's still. And we keep measuring things as if they are dead and still and going to remain in this set place, when things are not just stuck here. They are always in motion, and the motion is always spherical. The motion is never in a straight line. It's always spherical. And if they make that one adjustment and start measuring things based upon the spherical or spiral nature of everything, then all of their measurements would equal up. Then they would have balance in their energy systems. But because they're using straight lines, I use this point again, like with a computer chip, you have these 90-degree angles with the computer chip. It keeps turning, going at the speed of light or just under the speed of light, hit this 90-degree wall. It has to stop, then build up its energy and go again. Well, that's heat that's built up in each one of these 90-degree turns. Each time that heat builds up, what does it do? It destroys the electrical signal, because electricity is balanced off by magnetism. Magnetism creates heat. The heat is those points. Now the signal breaks down. So they keep having to cool the system in comparison to how energy really moves in a circle. Now there's no interference being built up. Now the chip works a lot smoother, but the way they're doing everything, it has this entropy, this unnecessary resistance because of their ideas on straight lines.
Terrence, what's your outcome with this information? So in an ideal situation for you, what would you like to see happen?
Well, I wanted to see the world change. I wanted to see us get off of fossil fuels. I wanted to see us get off the planet using resonance and no longer burning chemicals. I want to see us using resonance to heal our bodies and no longer using chemicals or oil-based chemicals. What I want to see is the planet change. That was what I wanted to do. I'm not sure that's going to happen. I feel like now what we have to do is start our own breakaway society and use these technologies that they're refusing to use and just build a whole separate world, because they're not going to come along because they are attached to this dollar.
So the idea of you wanting peer review and others to review it, it's for what? That That prompts
That was
what?
happening before, because it would open the door for them now to accept it and to start using it. But in view of the fact that more than likely they're not going to review it, more than likely, and Eric Weinstein was right, we are not peers. I don't have the degrees he has. And guess what he doesn't have? He doesn't have an understanding of how the universe works.
You don't think Eric Weinstein
he has no understanding of how the universe works, because he has rejected the geometry that supports how the universe behaves. He didn't even evaluate the geometry. He did not. And then when I asked him about, does an action times an action have a reaction concerning the 1 times 1, he obfuscated. I hate that word. He ran away from it. He kept diverting. And guess what? We are not peers, because he doesn't have it. He hasn't invented a new form of flight. He hasn't discovered unlimited midair bonding. He hasn't done any of the things that I've done. He doesn't have any of the patents that I have. Now, whether they want to monetize them or not doesn't change the fact that these things are real. And like I said, if I have to go to China and allow China to now build if I go to DJI, I bet you they won't hesitate a moment to use linchpin. And then the US is unable to use them. And then what happens to it? If I give my energy system to another country,
Bam.
What happens to it? The same energy system that they're trying to squash here. What happens to this place if I do that? Which they're forcing. Do you know that they took away my passport out of the blue? Just took away my passport. First, they said my passport, argue that I had no passport issues with child support. Then there's like, oh, taxes. It's you owe taxes, so we're going to take away your passport. Why? So I couldn't go to Dubai. Why? So I couldn't go and get this stuff financed. It's all the suppression. And I'm like, okay. So after I'm done here today, when I get home, I'm going to put online the equations necessary to have a thing called unlimited energy, to be able to pull energy directly from the flux, just to say fuck you to the world. I'm going to show them how to pull energy directly from the flux.
Your thoughts when listening to him?
Yes, I have to be careful. Eric Weinstein, I consider my peers, right? I respect his intelligence, but I do believe his geometric unity theory is heading wrong direction.
It's wrong, because it should have been finite. He needs a finite space in order for it to work. His fiber bundles don't work. Its entire hop vibration disappears because gauge theory becomes redundant once you introduce Litchfield geometry into it. That was one of the things I tried to share with him that he refused to look at. At first, I sent him a paper on how the linchpin helped with the hop vibration. And I had to rewrite the paper and show him how bond. It's sitting there in this thing. He hasn't responded. That's the thing I told you to send over to Brian, because I'm like, let's go to war. Since you're going to call me an idiot, let's go to war. And I want all the papers. Now I want the war to take place through written white paper. So you're not just sitting there talking garbage anymore. Now you have valor. And if you say a thing, I will sue you now. That's the reality of it.
One of the scientists said it was quite jumbled, hard to follow, and quite frankly, grandiose at first glance. A true revolution, whether within string theory or supplanting string theory or replacing string theory, requires extremely abstruse mathematics well beyond the postgraduate level.
Well, tell them to evaluate it now. If they're just going to look at it, now evaluate. Put the math, put the equations in. You could say it's grandiose, but look at the equations and evaluate, is the equations, does it actually solve the problem? And if it solves the problem, and that was the whole point of doing the AI. Does it solve the problem? Is there a problem mathematically or with the formulas? No.
You're here. What suggestion would you give? You have, like, if you really want, if let's say his claims are real, how should he go about getting this information out?
So he has to be a buy-in from the public, from the physics in community through that basic principle.
Got to be shepherded in.
Correct. And then
What does that mean?
Come this way and we'll let you in. But you're going to have to let go of other principles that you're talking about.
Why is it like that? So it's another, is your world you're in, is there also an establishment and an anti-establishment in your world?
Oh, I believe this happened to many different disciplines too. But for me, buy-in by general public or by the physicists, the celebrities, or the board members control the part. I don't believe that's more important than tell the truth and discover the fundamental law of nature that's true to yourself and true to God. Yeah. I believe that's the most important. For me, I believe I do discover the fundamental truth. And so we just shared electron. That's the root cause of all physics, classical and modern physics. Yeah. If an electron is not a negative charged particle, we cannot have an atomic model with empty space and with nearly speed of light orbiting.
There's no such
electrons.
Thing as empty space. Everything is filled. Yeah. Everything is filled. And that's why what I brought with my model, just so that we wouldn't have any confusion. Because they can try and confuse the 1 times 1, even though the calculator will show one thing in comparison. That's why I solved the 3-body problem and put that out there. And I'm asking, and the thing with Saturn, and I'm asking everyone out there, since I'm not given the opportunity to have a true peer review by universities, all you have to do for the rebuilding of the planet Saturn, prove whether gravity is an effect of electricity and whether dark matter and dark energy is real things or not. All you have to do is put into Blender the same thing for rebuilding the planet Saturn. If we're able to rebuild the planet Saturn without gravity, without animation, without dark matter and dark energy, then we've proven that gravity is nothing but an effect of electricity. And I'm asking everyone out there with a blender to do that and post what you put up to show whether or not I prove gravity is nothing but an effect. Please take the 3-body problem that I've put out there and run that through your AI and see if there's a problem. For the scientists, please compare it. Have the conversations. Please tell me whether this is true or false. If it's wrong, you'll never hear from me again. I'll walk away. But if I'm right, that means I have a bigger conversation to have. And I put it to the 3-body problem. I stand behind everything we did in the 3-body problem. Examine that and tell me if it's false. I walk away for good.
He mentioned about he rebuilt the universe without dark matter, without dark energy, dark matter, dark energy, and
without gravity.
And without gravity. And this is a very important. I wanted to, before the ending, I wanted to make sure audience understand what that means. And also I want to add another thing before we end this one is without the quantum mechanics model, the fundamental force, only one fundamental force, and I will try to explain why we do not need strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, and gravity.
Please.
Okay, so remember, I said that there is no called a solar called a planetary model. So there is no orbiting electron. So all electron and the neutron and the proton, they're all made by magnetic particles. So they all have charge. Of course, the neutron would say, hey, cancellation, a positive and negative cancellation become a neutron. But that's not important. The most important thing is, since every particles are magnetic particles, they are not going to happen. The magnets contact will have called a like charge repel, because magnetic force is coupled north and the south. It's a couple. Whenever you 2 magnets in contact, what happens? If you see now we have a like charge repel, it rotates. Eventually, always in contact. That's the most stable structure. That's why we see all matters, all atoms are in one piece. They are are not separate.
Yeah.
So what that means, we do not need a strong force. The strong force is mentioned based on single charge particle. Single charge, nucleus made by protons and neutrons. They all like charged particles, or even no charge. But how they overcome magnetic called electrical repulsion? So that's why they create artificial force. So this
dark matter and dark energy.
So everything naturally in contact. So then we do not need a strong force, and we also do not need weak neuron. Weak force explain the radioactivity. So alpha, decay. So particle fly out from the nucleus. In current theory, nucleus does not have an electron, right? But in radiation, weak nucleus radiation, we have an electron ejected from a nucleus. Does that sound like
it does not happen.
So basically, the nucleus, the so-called ejection of particles from nucleus, the nucleus itself is a magnetic particles, and under external interaction, somehow suddenly turn the particle originally becomes the opposite pole attract, suddenly become a like pole repulsion. Under certain conditions, of course, it eject. So we can force explain the radioactivity can be easily interpreted by magnetic repulsion.
And radiation is more easily explained as being discharged electrical potential or devitalized electrical potential. The radiation on a football field is the players that just finished their turn and go and sit down on the bench and try and recharge. That's the radiation, when they're putting all that energy out and they go and sit down, and now you have the positive charge of people coming back in there that's been rested up and able to do it again, and then they go back into a radiative or magnetically discharging state. The energy breathes in, you breathe it back out. It's that simple. It always is breathing. Everything is breathing.
Sorry about me.
Yes.
I want to go back to the most important concept, gravity. So what is gravity? We said gravity does not exist.
Gravity is an effect of electrical discharge. It's the space. It's the draft that happens from electricity moving through a system. You get a small gap. That draft is what we call gravity, and then it's caught by the next wave. It's caught by the next wave.
No, it's okay. You got props.
Mm-hmm.
Easier for audience. I'm targeting college student or high school student. So I try to explain what gravity is now. Remember one thing: gravity force is different than all other three fundamental forces based on the quantum theory, right? Standard model of physics. Say gravity is a unilateral attraction only force. Does not have a repulsion, right? So we said, anti-gravity is not possible. That's all wrong. So what is gravity? Based on the current definition, gravity is unilateral attraction force. You know one thing. So gravity is not a fundamental force. Do you agree?
Grab your mic.
So gravity is not a fundamental force. Just based on that one.
No.
All fundamental forces
it's an emergent.
have binary.
It's an emergent force.
I like the term. It's an emergent property of a mass system. So emerging from what? We are talking about force. You have to emerging from a force.
It's resonance.
Resonance is still the vibration mode. It's still not force yet. I know you're almost there. Okay. Sometimes people say electromagnetic force. I would say simplify to magnetic force.
But that again is motion. All of these things happen as a result of their motion.
Motion requires force because of existence. So there's a natural bone of a magnetism in every single matter particles. And that one causes interaction, means whether combine them or repel them, right? Interaction. So what I try to say is let's reframe this called gravity is not a fundamental force. That's number one. Gravity is an emergent property of a particle system of magnetic force. So we can say gravity is a second effect of electron.
Which, like I said,
You
it's an
agree with
effect of electricity.
Another way to say it, I wanted to repeat a different way, called residual force
Draft.
of a magnetic body.
And the magnetic systems are trying to do one thing, rotate around each other. They're not trying to bump and stay like this. They come and they begin to rotate. Everything is about orbiting another system. And it ultimately, it will leave that orbit. But it's just a moment of orbiting.
Yes. Now I wanted to demonstrate one counter argument to say, hey, you said gravity is not a fundamental force, but gravity, the strength of gravity is dramatically different than electric force, magnetic force, or electromagnetic force, or strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force. How you square about that one? That's what I'm trying to demonstrate. So I have a line of square magnets, right? So if I put this one here, you would expect it to attract them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is a magnetic force. Nothing important until I folding them. Tell me how many of the balls
repulsive now, or
how many balls I can attract them?
Probably all of them.
He think about it because of center of gravity is lower, right? Magnet is lower, so we should attract all of them instead of two of them. Your take?
Well, to multiply electrical potential, like with wires, you wrap them around each other. So by wrapping those more on top of each other, we're multiplying its potential. So the electrical potential to pull things up or to attract should be greater now.
Greater now. You both agree until why? That gives the concept of gravity, the difference between gravity and the magnetic force. Magnetic force, when you fold it, what happens? Positive and negative. It's vector, right? Positive and negative vector cancel each other. So it becomes a neutral now. So that's why you cannot pick up.
With a magnet. But when talking about gravity, when speaking about how gravity behaves.
Gravity is a summation of this mass system. So if I fall for more, when you fold even more, the force even less. So
it's
that's why
containing itself. But
you can make gravity the magnitude
disappear.
It is basically disappear. It's a factor. Gravity is smaller than electromagnetic force, including by a factor of 10 to the 36 power. So basically, if you have a one charge of electron force, right? You know, gravity is one as a 0 point, you add 36 zeros, and then add 1. So that's the gravity. So basically, gravity is 0. That's why gravity never occurred in quantum mechanics. It cannot occur in quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics dealing with electromagnetic interaction. Gravity is 0, with 36 zeros behind it, so it's 0.
That's why I was saying gravity in the Planck model, and they use it in describing Planck or the speed of light. It disqualifies Planck from being a constant because gravity isn't a constant. Depending on where you are on the Earth, the gravity is different. If you place something at the equator in comparison to something at the pole, it weighs more. Is gravity the same as weight? You put something at 100,000 feet up in the air, it's going to weigh different than it does on the land. So gravity is now a conditional fact that changes depending on where something is. Or like I said, if you take a balloon and you rub it on your leg, and you put it on the ground. Now here the earth is attracting through gravity, so-called, all of the attracting everything to it. But you put that balloon with the static electricity over the ground, and the same dust, the particles that the earth is pulling to it, now this balloon, being so much smaller, is able to pull those particles up to it. Why? Because electricity is greater than gravity, almost 137 times stronger than the gravitational pull is the electrical pull. And that's why I say gravity is an effect of electricity, not the attractive thing.
Dr. Yu, let me ask you, watching him speak and he's doing what he's doing, and you say something, he answers it. You say something, he answers it. You say something, he answers it. As a self-taught guy like this, how impressive is that to you for him to have all these theories?
Number one, I'm not necessarily agree all the details with him, but in principle, I would think he did got the fundamental concept correct. Say, electron is not true. Is that you cannot have a monocharged particle exist. That's the foundation of my U-on theory of everything. And he did get it correct to say, hey, I can rebuild the universe without gravity, dark matter, dark energy. So now we can explain what the dark matter. So we know gravity is just called a summation or called a residual effect or called emergence.
I like the summation. I like it's summation of all
of the electromagnetic force of the system, right?
I like that.
You like that one. So so we got that grounded. So that means gravity is a manifestation of magnetic force. Okay, we know that one. So now we wanted to solving dark matter, dark energy. That's lots of people try to put a bet on their Nobel Prize.
They only threw that, but they threw that in there trying to solve it because they didn't have enough matter based upon the gravity, all the equations on gravity. They didn't have enough matter to have the spiral. So they just started adding things in there because they weren't using the magnetic returning waves to generate things, the same stuff that we did in the rebuilding of the planet Saturn. Instead of it being an internal attractor, we allow the returning waves, the magnetic returning waves, to be the thing that's causing the structure. Everything is made not by being pulled in, but by the weight of everything else pushing down on top of it. That was our approach in doing it and being able to rebuild Saturn literally without the animation, without gravity, without dark matter, without dark energy, having the hexagon at the top of it, being able to have all of the energy flows, that itself, that's why I put that out there. I'm like, hey, rebuild the planet Saturn in your blender and prove that gravity is nothing but an effect. That's what I'm asking. Please do that.
I want to share something with Patrick. I say, if you can understand that we are talking about dark matter, do we need a dark matter? Number one.
No.
Then how we come up the concept of dark matter? Terence mentioned about it, because we're missing gravity force
from mass.
Based on mass, gravity force is purely mass based, right? If we do not have enough gravity to hold a galaxy, a spiral galaxy together, we're missing something, right? Or we have to make up something. So we make up, say, okay, we do not some matter we cannot see. So dark matter, that means the matter existed, but we cannot see, we cannot feel, even cannot detect. We only know the effect, right? So this is what's wrong with them? They use the Newtonian gravitational equation. Model. That's wrong. I'm sorry, I don't want to offend anybody.
You're not. You did right.
You agree with that one? Newton's gravity equation is actually Newton defined as a universal, called universal. There's a universal gravitational constant.
And it was wrong.
There is no universal.
That's why I was saying constant. Gravity at different places it changes depending on the distance from something, all of those things. So it means it's a conditional fact.
Newton's law of universal gravitational states that every particle in the universe attracts every other particle with a force along a line joining them, and the force is direct proportional to the product of masses, inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. So you're saying that's incorrect.
That relationship, empirical relationship, we can use, and I already have rewrite this equation. Get rid of this singularity point. So right now, Newton has a divided by distance r. If r equals 0, So the gravity becomes infinite. So that's not exist in the universe, right? So I revised that one, got rid of singularity, but that's not important. The most important concept is the mass here. The mass in this, as in the gravity, is not actually constant. It is varies. It is actually derived from electromagnetic interaction.
That's listen to you guys. One, I realize I'm not a physicist. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. And the level of intellect needed for this, it's very impressive. Just listen to both of you guys. I love listening to this as well because the market's going to react, but they're going to tear apart some of the argument. And that's great. That's what you want. Mm-hmm. Where do people follow the things for them to run through? Are all of these public or no?
Go to Terry's Linchpins.
Okay, so all of that is
all of that is in Terry's Linchpins. The moment you pull it up, we've got an actual section, and it has about 10 of these papers in it, and we're going to add, there's about 60 papers altogether that we've done since we can't get publication anywhere else, and I'm asking them to please, depending on your curiosity, you want to talk about anti-gravity machines, then here we go. You want to talk about pulling energy directly from the flux, here we go. You want to talk about tangential flight, here's the papers on that. So everything is in there.
Terrence, question before we wrap up here, just a couple questions for you, the audience interest having nothing to do with this, so more on the acting side. So the movie you and I talked about, Fighting. Because to me, I've seen you in a lot of movies, but that role was my favorite one of yours. The way you did the voice, the way you walked, the way you moved. What was the character's name, Rob?
Harvey Borden.
Yeah, Harvey Borden. How did that come about? That specific character.
Dito Montiel, one of the best directors I've ever worked with. He directed that. He also directed A Guide to Recognizing Your Saints. I mean, it's a really beautiful director, but he took me through New York. The character was supposed to be like LL Cool J driving a Hummer, pant leg rolled up, it's supposed to be some money guy, and it did not fit what he was doing in the thing. So the director took me through New York. We're walking, and he was like, he tied a string to my leg to shorten my gait, so that about 6 inches. So I didn't have the stride that I wanted. And he put a briefcase in my hand. And he said, I want you to imagine yourself as a 65-year-old Jewish woman trying to express herself inside of an urban area.
65-year-old Jewish woman.
That was Harvey Borden. He was a 65. He had the statements and the intonations and the way he acted, the way he argued, everything was like a 65-year-old Jewish woman. That was the basis of my character.
Yeah, that movie was phenomenal. Channing. By the way, this is a year after Iron Man, right? Because that came out in 2009. So Iron Man, I read somewhere, I almost didn't believe it. So I'm going to verify it with you. Iron Man, it says you were the highest paid guy in that movie at $4.5 million, and they only paid Robert Downey Jr. $500,000. Is that accurate?
Maybe. I don't know what they paid him exactly, but they weren't giving him any grace, and he was phenomenal. He deserved to get higher pay later on. He really did, from the work he did.
Well, why was it? Did you guys ever talk about it? Like $500,000 for Robert Downey Jr.?
No, he was just coming in. They remember after we did the first one and it made $1 billion, they still came to all of us and was like, oh, I know we're supposed to pay you $8 million for the next one, but and we did a 3-picture deal. We're gonna let you come back for $1 million. For 1/8 of what even though we had a success with what we did, we're gonna let you come back for $1 million.
Let you come back.
They did that to all of the actors. Marvel came and did the shakedown on everybody.
Why would they do that though? Mark?
Because they can.
Yeah, but when you think about movies like that, don't you think like the main guys make 10, 20 million on per picture?
Later on they do. Once they get the lock in, Robert was smart, and because I'm the one, he got his 20 million. And I can't fault him. The shit that happened to me. That's just part of the business. It eats you alive. It's not mean. It's just the nature of the monster.
So you were only in one of the Iron Men.
Just on one.
And what caused it not to come back? Because you were.
They said they were going in a different direction. in the character, because my character was supposed to take over the franchise, but Robert did such a brilliant job that they were like, okay, that's why they hired me first, because my character was supposed to be Rhodes and was supposed to take over. So it was the most important part of it. But with the work that Robert did was so phenomenal. I mean, I became a fan of his for life, but he was so phenomenal that they allowed him, that he was able to continue that walk.
So on the second one, Rob, what does it say? That
$10 million upfront.
To who?
To Robert Downey Jr., as well as back-end deals tied to the film's performance. And then for the third one, a salary of $10 million with total earnings reportedly reaching $50 million after, which include profit participation.
Man,
I will say he earned it. I'm not mad at him. I should have watched my back door. I was so busy trying to help other people. I should have watched my own back door, and that's a lesson that you've got to learn. It's can't take it personal.
Terrence, you work with a lot of guys in the space. Who was one where you were enamored, where you're on set and you're just watching saying, what was this all about? Who shocked you a little bit?
Oh, wow. That's a big question. That made me just sit there and take notes. Nick Nolte was the only one. Every take he came in, we applauded him. We gave him a standing ovation. Every take, every single take, because he was so dynamic in what he was doing. I've never met a better actor in my life that just shuts me up. I'm like, okay.
Nick was in the movie Warrior with Tom Hardy and Gavin O'Connor, which I love that movie, but he was also in Blue Chip. Was he in Coach in Blue Chip?
Coach in Blue Chip.
He was in Coach in Blue Chip. Wow. Yeah, he was...
My favorite performance of him is what he did in The Hulk. That conversation that he was having with Eric Bana, the conversation, he channeled everything. He never holds anything back. So I love actors that just really pours it out. Like, I can't keep up with Joaquin Phoenix no more. Joaquin has taken off. He's in a place where the disbelief that I can't do anymore, because I've been rooted into trying.
So what's the first time you met him?
With who?
Joaquin.
Joaquin was when we were doing, he was nominated with me when we were doing, he was nominated for Walk the Line. I was nominated for Hustle and Flow. So we were in the whole circuit.
That's the first time.
That's the first time.
Did you guys ever do anything together?
Nope.
Never have.
Nope. It was me, him, Heath Ledger. He was in the run with us. It was Philip Seymour Hoffman running with us.
That's the same. What
and two of those people are dead now.
I know. Heath
out
and
of
Philip.
the five. Yeah.
Wow.
Out of the five, that was us. So, there's a short life in.
Why do you think that is with the creative side?
Well, because losing out money, you got to take drugs. You're going through so much shit to try and deal with life. You are literally, it's an unhealthy space. And so eventually you're going to go too far. Who knows what happened to Philip? Who knows what Heath had to do in order to get to where he was at? There's a lot of things that people do that end up sitting and they can't get over it. And they got to keep getting high, hoping to get it out of their head. But when you lose your man card, that's the only thing I can think of. You lose your damn man card.
What is that? What do you mean by that?
You give up your ability, your right to being a man. A man don't take it, a man gives it. So when you give up that man card, you don't get that back.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
No, I'm saying what I'm saying. You don't get that back. You come into this world as a man one time. You give up that right for anything, for fear of being hurt, fear of somebody doing something, for wanting to gain something. When you give up that man card right, you lose some spiritual energy that has always been pushing through. Like if a woman gives up her womanly right of being a mother and taking care of her family and do all those things, when you give up those things, but when you give up your manhood, I've never seen somebody recover from it. That was all the people that went to the puffy parties. That was all the people that did all those things thinking that there was never going to be a consequence for what they were doing. Got punked out and pimped out by some greater desire. You shouldn't have a greater desire than being a man. So I believe that's a big problem with a lot of the actors out there, because they get fluid. And next thing you know, once you go fluid, it's gone. You don't have any foundation to pull yourself back from. So maintain your man card, no matter what.
Man, I mean, you know, one of the things you're seeing, you went to a whole different place.
Sorry.
No, I get it. So you see some guys struggling with that. You see Bieber struggling with that. You see some of these guys struggling with that.
They can't get it out of their head. They can't get it out of their head. The things that they did, no matter how they did it, whether they were drunk or high or whatever, you gave up your man card. You need therapy. And that's the thing that hurts them the most. And so they end up on drugs, end up every way to try and get rid of any principles there are. And that's what the business does. And the women that trade their bodies to go and get the role, they get to the point where they have their Oscar, they have their money, but they don't have their dream. They don't have the soul that they started with. So it's like achieving don't mean anything. If I get all the Nobel Prizes from doing all of this, but in the process, I have to trade out all of my integrity to do it so that they can stay in place, what benefit is that if I lose my integrity? You got to go in as a principal. And what we were brought in here as men, we produce 1,500 sperm per heartbeat for a reason, because the aggression is necessary. You don't trade that in, no matter what.
Did you ever have the opportunity where you got invited and you said no to it?
Hell yeah.
What was the consequences when you said no?
Puffy invited me for weeks, asking me to come and teach him how to, wanted me to be his acting coach for a while. Go there and he's sitting around just looking. I'm like, okay, what's the material you want to work on? He's just looking at me. Then next thing you know, okay, hey, will you help me? I want to hear your music. So I come over there and I play the music. And he's sitting there just looking at me, like waiting. Okay. So then my assistant was like, he wants to hang out with you next week. And I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to fuck you. That's what my assistant said. And I was like, oh, okay. Now I get it. So now no more communication. Now you know to be hands off with somebody. A number of producers come in and make the approach, and you threaten to punch them in the mouth, or threaten to knock their head off for talking to you or looking at you like you're a woman. When you approach a real man about his masculinity, you're going to get a real reaction back. It's a difference when a guy walks in a room and when a man walks into a room. And a man don't take the same things that a guy will accept. So always be the man in the room. And that's always been my whole thing. And have lost businesses because I don't bend over in that way. I don't compromise. I don't play gay roles. I don't kiss a man. I don't do that shit because the man card means everything.
I had no idea we're going to go this direction with the podcast. This is absolute. But listen, we've talked about it. We've had a lot of the guys on to talk about this stuff. Are you done with Hollywood because of this specific reason?
I'm still working. I still. I haven't made the money necessary to do all of the other stuff. So I still have to go and do the Chitlin circuit. I still have to do the job that I need to. But eventually, I've done what I set out to do, which was to redefine the universe. I've proven what I've set out to do. And that's why I have all the patents. Whether they evaluate it or not, that's up to them. But I've done the work and finished it. Now I can go on and do whatever else we need to do. And I've appreciated you being here and talking to you in a big way. So thank you for coming and sharing your understanding and helping me and understanding how they see the universe. I really appreciate it.
You know what's the best part about this? That you guys don't know each other.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, I told you we may have somebody, but I never gave you a name.
Never did.
Until you came here, you guys met, so you did not know this was going to take place. I'm glad the connection was made. I'm sure you guys will exchange information and go. Yes. I mean, if there's somebody that's credible enough to help you in this journey as well, it's Dr. Yu. Dr. Yu, I appreciate you for coming out. Truly, this was fantastic. Now I know you're here, so we will invite you in the future as well, because we're going to need it as we're going through other conversations. And Terrence, we're going to keep you posted on things we hear, and anybody that wants to go and get in contact with Terrence as well. The website's been given. We're going to put the link to the website below as well. Any final thoughts you have, Terrence, before we wrap up?
No, I'm saying do a proper evaluation. Don't just talk shit. Do the evaluation, do the work, and then talk. After you've evaluated it.
Dr. Yu?
I just want to say the universe is actually not that complicated. If you understand the fundamental principle, starting from electron is a binary magnet, and you can solve, you can understand than the entire universe physical world.
I love it. Appreciate you guys for coming on. This was absolutely fantastic. Thank you for your time. Take care, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone. My name is Terrence Howard. I'm an actor, but in the field of science also. So if you would like to connect with me, you can connect with me on Connect. The QR code is down below, and let's have a great conversation.
What is the underlying function?
Oh, it auto-loaded. Next up,
okay.
We have
you wanted me to answer?
Dr. Yu and Ashton Forbes.
I guess I'll start. Sure. So, I mean, when we think about entanglement, that's where I think you have to have a medium. If you have one thing happening over here and super, super far away, you know, we have another thing happening as an equivalent. Like I move to the right here, I get equivalent movement. There must be a connection between those 2 points. So I'm not sure if the camera can see this, but we could imagine that our three-dimensional reality is actually a two-dimensional reality, and we're living on top of this table, and we can't see up. We can only see left or right. But we know there's more to our reality. We because we're higher dimensional beings, we can see that there's more to this space that's all around us. So what's entanglement then? Entanglement is just me taking my hand and putting 2 points between this two-dimensional space. We now can see there is a connection between these 2 points. But if I'm living on the surface, I can't see that. I can only see the physical manifestation in front of me.
So it's if there is a particle that's entangled, you could imagine it like we see this one electron here, miles and miles away, there's another electron here. When we apply a charge here, we see the same effect on both sides, actually connected.
And so this is where I wanted to talk to you, because I remember before I even wanted, the reason why I wanted to talk to you originally over a year ago is because you were talking about you seeing faster than light communication systems. And
I've not seen them.
You know,
but I've spoken with people who work in government who say that, well, I'll say this too. They were like, this is confidential. You can't repeat this.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been 3 or 4 years, so I'm repeating it now. But they said it's actually, I mean, come on, let's be real. We know about entanglement. This is mainstream science. This is not any kind of weird stuff. You go to any university, they'll talk about entanglement. Obviously, big corporations are trying to figure out how to instantaneously send data. You need only send 2 bits, just yes or no, over this entanglement to be able to transmit data. And then to upgrade your speed and data transmission, you just need more entanglement. Naturally, once a university says, oh, hey, entanglement, we can do it, any billionaire is going to be like, I need this. And so they've probably been researching and investing in this for decades.
Yeah, no, they've figured it out. And if you pull up, I had some slides that I presented for the Cosmic Summit last week. Slide number 25 talks about quantum entanglement and non-locality. This is one of the Defense Intelligence Reference documents. They're called the DIRDs. These were classified papers that were released around 2017. They were some of the most popular scientific papers on the Pentagon's private servers ever. This one is written by John Kramer. He's an experimental nuclear physicist out of University of Washington. And he explains exactly how they do what you just said, because we know quantum entanglement exists. What they say, though, is that there's no way to manipulate or transfer information, because if I were to try to measure the movement of the one electron, entangled electron, it breaks the coherence down. Coherence falls apart. So we can't just say, okay, I'm going to move this one to the right, and then this one will go to the right. We can't do it. It's not that simple. But they figured out a way to get around that problem. With entanglement, these EPR experiments, they call them, they're Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen experiments. They're basically like double slit experiments. What they do is they shoot one electron, or one particle goes this way, and we're going to just see what that does. That's our base. We send the other one down a different path, and this is where we manipulate the second path. We can change the distance of the path. What they did was they set up a switch. They basically say, okay, we're going to send this down this path, and we're going to have like a train track. We're going to say, you either go A or you go to B. And if you go this way, on the double slit experiment, you get the 2 slits. And if you go the left way, you don't get the 2 slits, you get the wave pattern. And so now what this means is if I'm looking at the right, I either see the wave pattern or I see the double slits. And you can see
that's your yes or no.
That's a yes or no. That's your yes or no. And it only takes a few photons for them to be able to tell exactly what pattern it is. And so so the amount of time it would take like a computer to be able to tell which shape it's showing you is like a fraction of a second.
Yeah.
So now you've created binary. And so now you can just flip your switch off or on. And as long as you have a two-way communication system, like walkie-talkie type stuff, you can send a communication. And now it doesn't matter.
And that is the core function of all computers.
Yep.
Just a whole bunch of yes and no.
Yep. And so what this would allow you to do is it's not going to potentially allow retrocausal communication. Like you're not potentially going to be able to transmit to the past, although more to come. But it would allow you to like control the Mars rover on Earth in real time, which we would consider to be impossible because it's super far away. But you could do that. Or for the gamers out there, no lag. The quantum internet, which is coming, will have no lag. You'll be able to play against those kids in South Korea, and it'll be all real time.
And that's when they can Neuralink you.
Yeah, well, that's a whole
real-time, lag-free universes, interplanetary. It's like that show Altered Carbon.
Yeah.
Where they don't actually travel from planet to planet because that would take too long. In the show, they established colonies on other planets that took hundreds of years to do and set up faster than light communications. And if you want to go from Earth to, say, Mars, you don't get on a rocket. You network your consciousness into a new body, and it transmits faster than light your consciousness into a new body on that planet. So you're there.
Okay, I wanted to give a physics explanation of this entanglement. Okay, I want to bring the audience on. Okay, so whenever we say two particles, normally just like you said, electrons, right, spin up, spin down. You find out that whenever you do experiment, right, you always spin up and spin down two electrons or photons, exactly opposite. And then to generate why when it has to spin up, when spin down, they are magnets, magnetic locking. They are created the same thing, the neutral and the send it out. So I try to say you can have as called entanglement, so magnetic locking without invoking extra dimension. Magnetic force itself locked them there. And you Ashton said is very important. A lot of experiments claim we discovered this that one. When you use instrument to measure them, you break the coherence.
Exactly.
That's the unwind of the conference. We find out a lot of measurements actually is because of the measurement equipment altered their orientation. So
and what they're saying,
magnetic locking would be sort of like a synaptic coupling where you get two electrons 100 billion light years apart are locked together. Looks like entanglement, but it's actually through the localized magnetic field of the galactic.
One thing, they have to generate it simultaneously, this particle, and then send it, spread it to billions of what is a light years away. So in order to, we're talking about the called the quantum entanglement. A distance away. No, that's not the case. But simultaneously generate twin photons or twin electrons. Now they started with opposite pole attract, right? They started locked. Now you send it far away. And they said, now you change when the other one will change. But a lot of measurement is due to change is due to error of measurement equipment will alter their orientation.
Yeah, measuring things is like poking and prodding them.
Exactly. Influence the measurement equipment, process influence the behavior.
I may be wrong on this, but I think they're trying to get around that too. I think they call it coincidence, something or other. So the idea is that right now with entanglement, we have to produce it right on demand. So you shoot out the laser and they're entangled from the point where they're created. But the next step would be, can I just produce entanglement from two existing things that are already out there?
So they try to do that now?
That's what I'm pretty sure they're doing. And I think they're doing it through Bose-Einstein condensates, which is basically cymatics using frequency to manipulate matter. And they can reverse engineer like a vortex motion. If you imagine there's this extra dimension, kind of like with your bathtub, if you pull the bathtub drain, you can have this vortex. We don't really see the water going down. We don't see the water in the drain, but we know it's going down that drain. And so what they can do is from our three-dimensional reality, they can say, oh, we see this entanglement process. We can reverse engineer the Schrodinger equation and figure out what is that actually doing through the medium, through the extra dimension, which would allow you then to produce entanglement anywhere you want at will. And I think that's essentially where they're at right now, which is essentially manipulating reality.
You're saying they're able to infer the dimensions of the matter that they want to entangle, or
so like we have this. So again, if we're on this flat two-dimensional surface, but we know there's this extra dimension up here, we could see the shape of that extra dimension interacting on our 2D surface. Like it might just look like a circle, right? If it was actually a vortex. But they can look at that and they go, okay, they can assume there's this extra dimension, and they can say, okay, well, based on what the shape we see, we can tell the tilt of the vortex in the extra dimension. And they go, okay, well then all we have to do, once we have our tilt, we can just find out what those vectors are. We can solve for the vectors, and now we can produce an exact opposite interaction that we want.
Oh,
yeah.
So you create the opposite of the particle to essentially instantiate a
Depending on what you want to do. If you want to produce something out of
entanglement.
nothing, you know exactly what kind of frequency you need to do to produce it. If you want to counteract something, then you could reverse engineer the interaction and correct that.
In regards to things having to be, you were saying in order for an entanglement to occur, two photons have to be created at the same spot and then sent apart.
And through the same medium.
And I wonder about the beginning of the universe, the Big Bang, they call it, but I see it sort of as like we're in a torus and we're constantly, the reason why you see a red shift in the further reaches of space, they think it's getting further away faster so that the wavelength is actually getting longer. But I'm like, well, maybe you're just seeing the wavelength from a different angle. So it looks very short, and then you see it from here. And now all of a sudden that same wavelength, it looks a little more red because it looks, so the universe is bending around and wrapping through this toroidal center, and where everything is coming together and re-entangling and then exploiting out. And now we're all entangled, but that's different than actual entanglement, apparently. As far as
exactly. So you just mentioned about basically the space-time something. I want to emphasize one thing is when we say something expand, right? The current explanation is space itself is expanding, right? So you said redshift is not because of things moving away. It's due to space expansion and the drag everything in it expanding. That's a fallacy. Space actually is space itself is not a geometry, which is so that's why we said, space, what they call the distort space-time create gravity. So we have another interpretation. So so-called space-time is just electromagnetic field. That's a real thing. And if you so-called distorted, you do not need a distorted. The electromagnetic field can generate attraction, so that's what gravity interaction is all through this electromagnetic field.
It's the same thing. If you think of the universe as a torus, I mean, magnetic fields are toruses, so it just tracks that we are in this rotating magnetic field.
And yeah, if you go to Tim, I don't know if you can pull up slide number, probably the first slide or second slides. So
number 1.
Like probably the one right after that. So the first scientist, the first scientist I found was
he knows the exact location is.
Yeah, Robert Forward was the first person that showed that we can actually extract this 0-point energy and turn it into charging a battery, and he found that out in 1984. So a lot of these physicists you'll talk to, they'll go, well, yeah, the 0-point energy is there, but there's no way to extract it, even if you have the plates. But yes, Robert Forward showed that, yes, the plates coming together can charge a battery. Now, perpetual extraction, we need something else. That's why they've been building these microchips. If you go to the next slide, Hal Puthoff is the world's leading expert on 0-point energy. And Hal Puthoff is also connected to this UFO topic. He was a CIA guy. He was naval intelligence. He was also a remote viewing guy with SRI, Stanford Research Institute, as well. And Hal Puthoff came up with this paper that says gravity is a 0-point fluctuation force. Gravity as a 0-point fluctuation force. That's essentially the same thing that Dr. Yu is saying here. And Hal Puthoff, this was posted in Physical Review, by the way, guys. So this is not a small paper. These are all peer-reviewed scientific papers. And what he says here is that we can actually, from first principles, we can get Einstein's equations for gravity, considering gravity to be this electromagnetic force produced by 0-point energy. So what that would mean is we're in this 0-point energy, then gravity is the ripples in that, the divots. So if I have this huge mass, like a planet, it's going to create this ripple in the 0-point energy. And then the second paper, I just want to address one more, is the ground state of the hydrogen atom. The ground state of the hydrogen atom, this was the first paper that Hal Puthoff wrote right before his gravity is a 0-point fluctuation force. And people wonder, why is this paper so important? Ground state of the hydrogen atom does not radiate energy at rest. And the main takeaway is Hal Puthoff says, every atom is constantly in an exchange of energy between the 0-point energy and our reality out there. It's energy has been released into our reality. It's being pulled in through this 0-point energy everywhere. Now, this opens the door to, manipulation of the ether, manipulation of matter, potentially, warp drives, wormholes, all of this stuff. And it also opens the door again to extracting that energy for use.
You know, Nassim Harriman has a paper called the Schwarzschild proton, where he's derived that every proton is actually 2 protons revolving around each other at the speed of light around a black hole, or that each one is a black hole revolving around each other. And that also makes sense with what you're saying, that atoms are actually just taking matter and spinning it. That is just these fluctuation points within the. So I mean, I guess it's just a sense of like twisting space-time.
Yeah, I think Nassim Haramein, I think he's accurate. I mean, if anybody can claim to be a 0-point influencer before me, it's probably him, because he's been on this bandwagon for a while. I haven't personally interacted with him, but I think really to take the next level is like, who are the people that have figured this out, and who are the ones that were hiding it and what have you. And that's where I'm looking directly at Hal Puthoff, and his right-hand man is Eric W. Davis. This guy's been in these UFO hearings sitting next to Anna Paulina Luna, and they're asking him about how many kinds of aliens exist. And I'm going, have you looked at his scientific papers? Teleportation physics study, traversable wormholes, warp drives. He's the world's leading expert on warp drives and wormholes and negative energy. And people are asking him about how many aliens exist. It's like Eric Davis helped the Air Force figure out working teleportation, and nobody seems to want to ask him about it. Just if you go to slide number, which slide number is this? Slide number 13, teleportation physics study. Eric W. Davis paper. Frank Mead of the Air Force Research Labs is the project manager. He's the project manager on like all these papers. And this paper shows there are different types of teleportation as we would think about them. We're not talking about sci-fi teleportation where we're dematerializing things down and then rebuilding it atom by atom. It's more of a polarizable vacuum model, the VM teleportation, which is essentially electrifying the vacuum, because the vacuum is electromagnetic in nature, the 0-point energy is. And that's how we can interact with this 0-point energy. I think that what they're able to do is push that 0-point energy aside, and then we go from our false vacuum to our true vacuum, our true nothingness. And that's where all points in space and time are connected. And that's how you can allow for a type of teleportation event. And last thing is, this would mean too that wormholes and warp drives are the same fundamental physics. The only difference would be how much we're pulling on that 0-point energy. If we pull a little bit on the 0-point energy, it'll pull us forward, according to negative mass theory. If we pull a lot on that 0-point energy, then we create a singularity, where at some point you just vanish.
I think about teleportation and apparition movement. Basically, we look at this 3-dimensional reality like we're moving through space, but realistically, we're appearing in place, and then as we think we're moving, we're appearing in place in a new position. We're constantly appearing in a new position. We are teleporting through space. We're not more apparating through further position than 3-dimensionally that seems very natural.
We should be thinking more in terms of waves than actual particles, and we shouldn't be thinking of everything as being like a real physical thing. We should be thinking of more of being like rendered in a specific location, which is weird for us to think about, because we think of everything as being physical stuff that we're interacting with. But when you really boil it all down, it all comes back to waves. And so, you know, even light, people say, oh, well, light's a particle. You know, they say Einstein was an absolute genius. General relativity is huge because it means that we're all in our own little bubble and we're all experiencing time at a different rate. It just seems like it's the same because we're all on the earth at the same time. So Einstein was absolutely right about that, but he couldn't be more wrong about the particle, light being a particle. So
you ever see this? This is how the video game Horizon Zero Dawn renders as you're playing it. The pyramid is your visual, it's the visual direction that you're looking. And so you can see that the world actually forms as you're about to see it.
Yeah. That's kind of how your body moves through space. You form in the new spot. Your body is the map that is constantly moving.
And this is how I imagine the teleportation, is that it's like rendering from one location and re-rendering into a new location, but it's not actually disassembling it. It's just that
the reality is we live in a simulation, and the U.S. government just got cheat codes with they're using trainers.
Let's talk about
admins are upset about it.
Let's go into wave particle duality, because when I look at wave particle duality, I think they say is light is photons, particles, rays. I think it's both. I think that what we're looking at is a bunch of beads, and we're seeing the outline of the beads. The 2-dimensional outline is the wave. We're seeing the above, but it's actually, it could be, just depends on how you look at it. But I'm open to interpret.
That's the part. That's part of which Ian mentioned so many parts. That's the double slit experiment. Measure, is that light as a wave or particle? So we have that special topic here, and also photoelectric effect. So, he just say, I believe that's one of the blunder by somebody win Nobel Prize on that one, right? I will explain that. Before that one, I want to emphasize one point. Ian just mentioned about the two black holes, right? Orbiting together. That's something they measure the gravitational wave from interact or orbiting two black holes. Eventually, they are smashed, impact. So I want to emphasize what LIGO. That's the facility who measured called the gravitational wave. What they are really measured. What they really measured is so-called gravitational wave is nothing more just electromagnetic wave of the medium, right? That's just a medium. So what they really measured is the medium, is the electromagnetic wave. However, they explained. The explanation is a mechanical vibration of space. So, vibration of space that's created this called a mechanical force. Make what is the Earth, what is called fluctuation. That interpretation is not correct.
Thanks for watching this clip from the Culture War podcast. We're live every Friday, 10 a.m. to noon. So subscribe and come hang out.
And there should be a couple more clips of that same podcast. There we go. Auto loading.
This theory that, like a boat in the ocean, you got the waves going up and down. Well, if the boat is
Figure can.
Yeah, so I've got this is the doctor's fly stick. It's a toy, generates static electricity.
That's all they do.
And I got my tech deck, and I held it next to it, and it pulls. Where was it?
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
You probably have a little bit upper. You turn around. Oh yeah. It started going.
Yeah.
Probably you have the table is not perfectly flat.
Yeah. So
or so it moved the skateboard.
Yeah, move a skateboard. you can easily move this one.
Yeah, the can's very easy.
I wonder if what it is it's similar to this Unra radiation, where if you have a boat, check this phenomenon out. If you have a wall and then you have a boat in the water, you have a wall, and then the boat's floating there. The waves coming in are being broken by the boat. So the waves on the other side of the boat, between the wall and the boat, are small. The radiation has been diminished. Therefore, the boat slowly gets rocked towards the wall. You might call that gravity or magnetism, but it's actually a diminishment of radiation because of the diffusive properties of the matter.
I'm trying to demonstrate that everything gravity can do, electromagnetic force can do.
Yeah.
How many times better? 10 to the 36 power. Billions, 4 billion power better than this one.
Do you think that it's possible that gravity is a resonating frequency of magnetism?
That's exactly the point. For gravity is just part of a magnetic force, attraction.
Yeah. And people will say, well, electromagnetic force can't account for gravity because gravity is too weak. And oh
my goodness, you made it work.
And so, yeah.
It's
by the way,
too bad. The camera cannot see it.
The camera can't see. But my fingerboard here, it's the Tim Pool Boonies Pro model, and this will use the static electricity pulls it.
Yep.
I can put it on the table.
Oh, okay. Well, I just explained this Unra radiation. I'll do it again really quick. So you've got a wall in the water and a boat floating in the water, all these waves coming in, but the boat is breaking the waves. So the waves between the wall and the boat are smaller than the waves in the ocean. Therefore, this boat that's hanging here just starts to get slowly rocked towards the wall because of the diminishment of what's called Unra radiation. And so you might consider that gravity or magnetism, that it's blocking its own substrate and therefore is getting pulled. It's almost like a vacuum is being created in the radiation.
Yeah, and so that's very analogous to the Casimir effect, right?
Camera can see that one.
Yeah, and what we're doing with the magnets here, this is just Eric Laithwaite's magnetic river, which is that like if you have a spinning object, it will actually flow opposite potentially of the direction of the flow of the magnetism in this case. So you can actually get it to go the opposite of flow of like a river. So normally a river would cause them to flow downstream, but it can actually cause things to flow upstream in this situation.
Oh, check this out. Tim's about to. That's just static electricity in action.
Yeah, it's hard.
You on the other side because it's not even.
It's working.
Okay. Yeah, it works once you put horizontal on the table. It works. Just goes.
What is that? Is it just like a battery and it's creating a static?
It's just a battery. Create something, a brush rotating. Yep.
Now, on the table it goes.
On table.
You could see it though, proof of concept on the.
Or you want me to try here because the camera can see it.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you do right here. You know where the foot.
I mean, it was working perfectly over there.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome.
Dude, that's happening with our
I
communication.
did not
too.
fake it, right?
That's why they say.
So
when they see people have magnetic personalities, I think they're talking about that.
So gravity is a 0-point fluctuation force. It is related to this ether, this energy that permeates space-time. And we know gravity waves exist. LIGO detected gravity waves in 2015, but people had already figured out high-frequency gravitational waves way before that. Lab produced gravity waves. LIGO is only detecting low-frequency gravity waves, things that come from astronomical bodies, not things that might be produced on a tabletop type setting. And one of the first things people say is, well, gravity, how can gravity be related to electromagnetism? Electromagnetism is so much more powerful than gravity is. But if you look at the forms, the equations for Coulomb's force and gravity, you'll find that the forms of the equations are exactly the same.
Identical.
Identical. You have just a constant, and then you have mass 1 or electric force 1 times mass 2 or electric force 2 divided by r squared, right? And it's the same for both of them. So then the question is, why are those constants different? And this is where I pass it over to Dr. Yu for his example, right?
Yes, that's exactly what's wrong with Newton's gravitational equation. It is assuming the higher mass, gravity was proportional to mass, to the mass. The higher mass, you will have a higher gravitational force. That's exactly what's wrong when you use Newton's law to look at what is a galaxy rotating, spiral galaxy rotating. You see, how could some galaxy on the edge of the universe, right? On the edge of a galaxy, rotate so fast? Newton's law just does not generate enough force to them because that interaction is not a Newtonian interaction. It's not based on the mass. It's based on what is called the electromagnetic attraction, which is a 10 to the 36 power, which means 10 times 36 zeros higher than gravity. So if you replace Newton's law, wrongly assuming force higher than mass, because at that time we do not know what mass is, okay? Just so that's why we have this called dark matter. Because we're missing matter, and we have a black hole at the center of the galaxy. We found that something rotates super fast, and we're missing mass. Exactly what's wrong with you're assuming something proportional to mass, so you do not have enough mass. It's a magnetic force.
So the reason they invented dark matter is to explain, well, if it has to be gravity that's making the galaxy spin, then there must be a form.
Must be more mass.
But they haven't ever detected it. They're just assuming, but it's actually magnetism, you're saying. Or
so if we're in a medium, then it solves the problem of dark energy and dark matter at the same time. Like dark energy is what we use to explain why the universe might expand faster than the speed of light. So if I just imagine pouring some paint all over the table right now, and we imagine that paint is the 0-point energy, it's going to spread all along throughout the table, right? In a thin layer. That's our space-time. And then dark matter, yeah, we just invented dark matter. We must have more mass in our galaxies because these stars at the edge of the galaxies are moving too fast. But if we're in a medium, that solves that problem too. Yes. In fact, it also solves the 3-body problem as well. So 3-body problem says any 3 orbiting bodies can't stay stable in the long run. Eventually, one of them will be expelled out. So if you look at our solar system, we have 9, or depending on how many you want to count. And why we have Jupiter on the outside of us, which is huge. So every time we get close to Jupiter, you would think it should pull us a little bit further away from the sun. And over billions of years, we should have been expelled out of the solar system already. Classic physics can't explain this. I was listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson try to say, well, it just cancels out. What the hell do you mean it cancels out? We're going near Jupiter every time. What cancels that out? Nothing cancels that out. And so they can't explain this. But 0-point energy explains it because there's more stickiness there than what we think because we're in a medium at that point.
Yeah. So that 3-body or millions of bodies right now, we're talking in the universe, that tell you how flawed Newtonian gravity theory. Okay.
So let's jump to. Oh, go ahead. Keep going. Sorry.
Yes. And I try to say, so what make everything's in play? The reason we cannot solve three bodies, Newton force is a center to center, mass center to mass center, does not have enough constraint to a free body in space. You each, assuming rigid body, need 6 degrees of freedom. Now you have 3 bodies. Newton force only one dimensional from the center to center. Does not have enough control. Of course, it's a chaotic universe, right? Yep. If you change Newton into electromagnetic force, everything just works the same way as we observe.
You say they move in six dimensions?
Oh, each, if you want to control, let's say a rigid body, every rigid body you have 6 degrees of freedom in order to
all the different directions.
Yeah, in order to able to describe its position and orientation.
Okay, so that's like left, right, up, down, forward,
and the rotation.
And
rotation on each axis.
And then in like chemistry, the hexagon is super stable. The 6 points creating like this inward pressure.
Yeah, you would see a stable chemical elements, right? Has a symmetry, some kind of distribution. Yes, something related to that one. I wanted to emphasize one thing about you talking about the global, I call the magnetic medium. This is so people questioning, how do you know there's a matter fill out of space? What's the evidence is? This is the same medium, magnetic medium, to transmit the signals from the Voyager 1. We have a Voyager 1, Voyager 2, both outside of solar system. We can still communicate, just longer hours, right? And through the same medium, electromagnetic medium. So we receive signals right now, right? And more importantly, that's the same electromagnetic medium transmit the human thoughts. Why people can call that what telepathy, can sense your feelings, sense your thoughts thousands of miles away.
It's called ephaptic coupling. It's where 2 neurons.
Exactly. This coupling, talking about it's a good term. However, mechanism is through this electromagnetic medium. I call the Yuan mediums. Okay.
That's a fun story because there's a famous quote by Ben Rich, or a story from Ben Rich. He was a Lockheed Martin Skunk Works director. And he said, we've got stuff in black projects that will never come out, but anything you could imagine that you've ever seen, we can already do. And somebody kind of confronted him about this and said, like, how is all this stuff you're talking about possible? Like, what's the physical mechanism? And he goes, how is ESP possible? The guy thinks about it and goes, that's a weird thing. He goes, all points in space and time are connected. And Ben Rich says, exactly. Right. So to your point, yes, there is this coupling that must be happening.
Connected.
It's connected.
Human thoughts connected.
Yeah. Through
human feeling connected. Through what? Same universal magnetic field.
Yeah. Localized magnetic fields. The Earth has one, the sun has one, the galaxy has one. And if you look at the fields, the line goes straight up. You'll see that the fields go like in this shape around the body, but then you'll see right in the middle, one line will go straight up. And that's going to like the galactic field, which is then going straight up to the universal field, which is going up to the universal 2 field or whatever. And within these greater fields, we're able to communicate.
So here's the thing that's important too, is that the 0-point energy is electromagnetic in nature. You can even listen to Leonard Susskind, famous astrophysicist, say that we know that even if you take out all the heat and all the light from a region of space, we still have this 0-point energy, the lowest ground state. But there's still something there. This electromagnetism is there, but there's no mass. They say that at least there's no mass, but maybe it's just made up of these neutrinos or relic neutrinos or what have you. But what does this mean then? You know, if we think about what are some of the scientific discoveries that have come out that could be implicated, there could be implications. The first one I think about is that EM drive, the impossible drive that they talked about a few years back. It was like 10 years ago or so, where they were testing this, basically just a cone.
Yeah.
It was a cone, and the idea was that it would produce asymmetric thrust. And the way that's possible is because we're in a medium. If you're in a medium, this is now just the same concept as like how a submarine works. Submarine is just displacing the water around it. So it's basically swimming through the medium of the water. This would be the same thing that the EM drive was doing. So this is where I want to ask Dr. Yu here, because NASA is the ones that actually tested the EM drive.
Oh, you're talking about the Eagle Lab.
Do you guys know who tested the EM drive?
Negative.
By chance?
Wait a minute.
Well, go ahead and we'll tell them, Dr. Yu.
We call it Sonny White.
It was Harold Sonny White. Harold Sonny White was just on Joe Rogan like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and he was having Joe Rogan hold a free energy microchip.
I saw that.
Yeah. He goes,
Yeah.
here's the prototypes. He goes, hold on to this. He's like, if we make an array of this on our wafer, these microchips, it can produce, I think he said like 3 watts or something like that, but enough where you could put it in your phone and your phone would never run out of battery ever again. And I'm just going, wait, the same guy that tested the EM drive for NASA, and by the way, found anomalous thrust with it, they just kind of covered up. He found anomalous thrust. He's on Joe Rogan handing out free energy microchips. And the best part was he shows him the free energy microchip and he goes, oh, and while we were testing this free energy microchip, we just decided to see if like the like energy pattern that it creates is consistent with a warp bubble. What you just tried, you just thought, oh, maybe this would also allow warp drives to happen, because what they're doing is they're saying, we are extracting this energy from the 0-point energy field. And that could represent negative energy density. The negative energy density is exactly what we need for a warp drive or a wormhole, according to Miguel Alcubierre's 1994 warp drive metric. So it's clear what Sonny White's really thinking. The message he's putting out there is going, we can produce negative energy. It's just not what we were thinking. It's essentially extracting this 0-point energy from space-time itself, produces this negative energy density. And we know this is true. It's proven to be true. We have the Casimir effect, proves it. Similar to what you were saying before, is we just take 2 uncharged metal plates, put them very close together, and just have them sit there. They'll come together all on their own. No external force whatsoever. Why? Because certain wavelengths of the 0-point energy can't fit between the plates. And if that's the case, that means there's less wavelengths on the inside than there is on the outside, which causes pressure to occur. This is what Harold Sonny White's saying. We can engineer this at the micro scale with microchips. And potentially we can scale that up. And if we could scale that up, then we could create all the stuff that you see in Star Trek all the time.
Yeah, I want to give a physical basis of where this 0-point energy comes from. Okay, so since we are, I try to replace the word called the 0-point energy, just like replace ether with called the universal magnetic fluids, which is a real substance, and we can also replace the 0-point energy. Use a word. This is called the universal magnetic fluid. That's the medium. And so now you're talking about where does this energy come from, right? So that's at the lower state. Did you see we have sunlight? Lots of lights traveling we see a lot of different lights, lots of different explosions happening in the star system and in the galaxy. These are the external energy make this medium vibrating. So that's where energy is infinite level of energy. As long as the universe exists, so you would have the vibration. That's the energy existing.
Is it because electrons I was wondering about electrons and fermions in general, that they can spin down in one area as another one spins up elsewhere? They don't just have to move through space. They can actually spin down and recreate elsewhere. And so you might see a star 100 billion light years away is actually creating energy here.
Entanglement. Yeah.
Thanks for watching this clip from the Culture War podcast. We're live every Friday, 10 a.m. to noon. So subscribe and come hang out.
Photoelectric effect. So what happened with the photoelectric effect? We take this piece of metal here, any piece of electrons, to rip off of it and fly off of it. And we can actually measure the kinetic energy of the electrons as they come off of it. So, okay, we see the electrons come off, we measure the kinetic energy, cool. So then we say, okay, let's increase the brightness. Let's increase the intensity of the light.
That means increase energy level.
Increase the energy level. What should happen? I would think that the electron should fly off with more energy. Just like if I were to punch this book, it's going to go flying off the table, right? But what happens? We shoot more energy at it, and there is no more kinetic energy. The electrons still have the exact same energy when they get released off of the metal. So we say, well, that's weird. How do you explain that? Well, so Feynman would probably say, well, if I were to light a cannon, me lighting the cannon is not equivalent to the force of the cannonball because this is a system that's being interacted with. So what is the answer then? How do we get the electrons to fly off with more kinetic energy?
Yes.
The answer is color. Color? Yes, color. The frequency is what determines how much kinetic energy comes off, not the intensity, the frequency. So what does that mean? So Einstein said, okay, the only way to reconcile this is I need to come up with this quantum of light. And I'm going to change the spoon size of this quantum of light. And that's how I'll rationalize how I can interact with the metal in different ways based on the frequency. But there's a better explanation. The better explanation is just resonance. If we imagine, Dr. Yu was talking about the 6 degrees of freedom and how 2 of them are spin, right? Imagine we have two spinning tops. Depending on how those spinning tops interact, you might have a very violent reaction. Like, what's that game people play where they do the spinning thing and they're battling?
Beyblade?
Beyblade, right? So you might have a violent reaction, or if they're oriented a certain way, it might be a very not very violent reaction. So that's the answer, is it's resonance, is that if everything is waves, then that metal, this piece of metal, is just standing waves in a resonance. And what that means is that if you hit it with another wave, depending on how those waves interact, you might have very little effect, or you might have a very, very powerful effect. And then the last bit I was going to say on the photoelectric effect is for photons in general. Like, if we imagine that light is actually particles, does that really make sense? Like, look at this giant room we're in, and look at all the lights around us. If that was the case, I could be anywhere in this room and I could see the light, which would mean that these light particles must be filling up this entire room all the time, bouncing around everywhere and hitting us and what have you. Now, if that makes sense to you, that's great. But that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, to think of like infinite amount of particles everywhere, bouncing around everywhere. Instead, what I think of it is we're just in a medium where we're just seeing the disturbance. Therefore, we're seeing a point disturbance here. It doesn't matter where you are in the room, because the point disturbance is coming from this point. It's not just bouncing around and hitting my eyes. So did I say that correctly, Dr. Yu, or how would you explain it?
You mentioned about 2 points. One is a photoelectrical effect, which is so important because this is a foundational experiment to justify wave-particle duality. So Ashton made a great job, but I want to give you my version of my explanation because this is so important. If I can label you, the gentleman, if you can show when the slide with photoelectrical effect, that slides. I wanted to make sure. And the second point is why he's bringing up, I would say the second point, Ashton tried to build, how did he know the light cannot be particle? I'm going to demonstrate this one after photoelectrical effect. I hope you guys, I try to make sure the audience bring out, you are talking about on level higher than general. I try to bring the general people out here. Photoelectric effect, foundational experiment to justify what is the called wave particle duality. Yeah, the one down. Yes, that's the picture. Yes. Are you able to make it bigger?
I'm trying. That's
okay. So why this is so important? Classical physics made 2 mistakes to explain this one. The first mistake is in order to have a photoelectrical effect, so you have to knock electron out, called release, make an electron escape, eject from a particle. That's first mistake. I found out there's never ever losing electron in anywhere. Okay, so that's first mistake. The second mistake is assuming this is this phenomenon only happen to the energy level instead of a frequency. That was actually just try to emphasize. Different current means have a different frequency. So this is so that's why classical explanation failed, and that's how Albert Einstein win Nobel Prize by solving one of the failed assumption. He's still assuming electron has to be knocked out as forming electricity effect. That's wrong. But anyway, what his improvement is, he said, hey, the electron does not only you have to knock that out, but in order to make an electron to out, energy is not exactly the reason. The reason is because they did a lot of experiment. They found different light.
That's I'm wondering about.
Different light can release that one. So that's why Einstein said, hey, I'm going to put say, depends on frequency. So he solved that problem with Nobel Prize. Okay.
The surface plasma, if you look at the way light interferes with plasma, you'll have a cloud of plasma, and at the center you got plasmon. They're called surface plasma, and they're very sensitive to light. And the light will refract off of it exactly like this angle. They'll come in and it'll bounce. So you get photons bounce off of the plasma, and then it looks like they transfer information to the plasma, because depending on how the light bounces off the plasma reacts differently.
That's exactly come to what's the mistake. They both theory made a mistake. They're assuming create electricity is not about a plasma or something. Actually, it is. If I were to explain that one, they assume you have to release electron, so certain energy. But what really happens is electricity have nothing to do with electron in motion. We right now we explain electricity, say flow of electrons, particle flow in the solid wire. Never made any sense to me or to anybody. Let me tell you, and what I found out, there's no electron, no particle traveling in any solid wire when you have electricity. So this is just false, because we do not understand what is electricity. Electricity is actually the particles on the surface, say solar panel. When you have sunlight, you create what resonance. When you resonance with frequency, what happens? You resonance with atomic natural frequency induced called resonance coupling. So then, what happens is all the particles on the surface of the solar system start vibrating, and that body. That's what electricity is. That's create the electricity flows along the surface body. I hope
crucial part.
If you want to explain, enforce this concept, is so important.
Yeah, well, I would say that, we're talking about the ether and that light is a wave here. And one of the things, too, that we can prove that this is potentially the case is, well, people say, well, what about the Michelson-Morley experiment? They'll say, oh, Michelson-Morley showed that we're not in this medium of energy. If Tim, if you could pull up my Twitter on the most recent retweet I just did right now, actually a guy named Martin Gruznik went ahead and he redid the Michelson-Morley experiment, which I think is very interesting and will connect to all of what we were talking about here. So we can share this video real quick, and we don't necessarily need the sound on, but you can kind of just show it, is that he first takes a standard Michelson-Morley experiment and spins it around horizontally. So this shows that, okay, well,
so
the Earth...
What is this experiment?
Oh, the Michelson-Morley experiment is a laser interferometer. So this actually kind of similar to double slit or to entanglement, where we split light down two different paths. So we split the light down two different paths, and we want to see, is there a change between one path or the other? If we see some kind of shift, that would mean we must be in some kind of medium because something's moving the light. Otherwise, if we're in an empty vacuum, there shouldn't be any shift of the light at all. So when we spin it around horizontally, we can see right there, there's no interference. There's no shift in the movement there. So you would say, okay, there must not be an ether because you're not seeing the light get manipulated at all. But look what happens when we turn it vertical. So we take the exact same experiment, turn it vertical, and now look what happens. Watch closely. Whoa, that's the interference pattern shifting for sure. So that we can see the interference.
And Ashton actually does a very good job of pointing out what's going on here. Kudos to him.
Pattern shifting, but why? The only thing that's happening here is either those light beams are closer to the ground or they're further up in the sky. That's what's happening when it's vertical. And it turns out you can see them shift to the right and you can see them shift to the left. The inflection point where that changes is actually where the mirrors that split the two light beams are perfectly perpendicular to the ground. So what could this possibly be that could account for this? To me, there's only one answer. There is a vertical ether. Well, what is there that changes when we go higher or lower up from the Earth?
Pressure?
Gravity. Gravity changes, right? The further up we are, the less gravity there is. The closer we are to the ground, to the center of the Earth, the more gravity there is. So there's a guy named Ishmael, I believe, out of, I'm going to forget, that's somewhere in the Middle East. They said the ether exists, but it's a vertical ether that's pushing down on us. And this would now connect to, remember, zero-point energy. Gravity is a zero-point energy force. So now what we're saying here is that, yes, mass is displacing space-time, but space-time is zero-point energy. And that's why we see the interference pattern shift here, is that we have a vertical ether. Wherever we get a gradient in our gravity, a gradient in the zero-point energy, you're seeing the ether happen. What do you think, Dr. Yu?
Yes, I want to emphasize this Marcus or Nicholson Morris experiment. This is so important, okay? So one thing is they try to do, they're assuming this rotational ether, they try to measure mechanical motion, mechanical ether. And if you realize what I try to say is this is a magnetic fluid. It's a magnetic nature. So that's why they cannot exactly measure mechanical motion. So you see the inference patterns changing, right? Switching, right? So you do detect something. They do have a mechanical motion there, but just tiny, not enough to justify their prediction. However, if you consider this is magnetic fluids, the magnetic influence, that's part of mechanical motion, does not reflect at all. Then you will tell it does have the ether we call the electromagnetic field, right? General ether, because that's carry the light, all electrical signals, receiving from the spacecraft, and also our thoughts propagation is all through this field.
I got questions about this Morley experiment, Michelson Morley. So, okay, so they spun it around horizontally, nothing changed. We know that. Now they spin it 180 degrees up. So what's happening? Why does it look like it's going to the left and to the right? Is it the angle away from the gravitational force?
It's further away from the ground. Yeah.
It's almost like a time-space Coriolis effect. When there's really funny videos where they'll be in Ecuador or anywhere on the equator, and they'll walk like 30 feet, and then there's a tub they fill with water, and they'll pull the plug, and the water will spin clockwise. Then they wheel the cart 30 feet south of the equator, fill it up, pull the plug, and it spins counterclockwise.
Well, so
due to the rotation of the Earth, they're getting a distortion in the.
What you end up seeing is it shifts left and right every time it reaches a certain plane.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, depending on which plane. So either one or two on the image that will determine whether or not it's either shifting to the left or the right as it continues going forward from there.
I kind of imagine it like we're in the three-dimensional space we exist is actually an infinite number of two-dimensional planes stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, that's exactly how you explain dimensions, actually. And that's, there's this like young kid that's like got this video out there. I think he's older now, but that's how explains it with stacking books on top of each other.
So with dimension, and you're moving, but when you start moving between an infinite number of planes, you'll start seeing the light start moving as you're going through different.
And explain the disturbance, and we're seeing how light can be a disturbance in the medium. And going back to the double slit experiment real quick, with the double slit experiment, one of the things that I wanted to point out is that John Kramer, the same guy we were talking about EPR experiments before, he's got a theory called the transactional interpretation. And this is important because they can do the double slit experiment. Double slit experiment, if you're not familiar, we have two slits. We shoot an electron at the slits. And
we have a picture if we can display that.
Oh, do we have a picture on your slide?
And then you explain.
Yeah.
And I will give you my.
Which one is it? The double slit.
Double slit experiment. That's so important. Yeah.
So we have this way. So we have this electron that we're shooting at these slits, and we would say, okay, if it's an electron, it's a particle, then I should get two slits on the back because it's going through either the left slit or the right slit. But when we do the experiment, we get a wave pattern. We get an interference pattern, which would indicate that the electron is actually a wave going through both slits.
Always different.
So then we say, okay, well, let's set up a measuring device that looks through at one of the slits to figure out where the electron's going through. And the weirdest thing happens. The moment we set up the measuring device, boom, now it becomes two slits, as if it just starts to act like a particle. Here's the craziest part about it. We can do this experiment with light from stars that are billions of light years away. So we can do that with these light, because we call this phenomenon non-locality. It's almost like the universe is reacting to what we're doing. But the weirdest part is, okay, we would say, that's cool. It seems to be some kind of faster than light interaction that's happening there to allow that to occur. But why does it work for light that's billions of light years away? Because if that's the case, then somehow it's like, am I going back in time and changing the way the light was released from the star a billion years ago? And this is where John Kramer says, only my theory can account for this, is that we have an advanced time forward wave moving forward. And that's being met by a reverse time wave. And they couple, and there's an exchange change information. It goes back to what Tim says. The answer has to be we live in a simulation, things in and out of existence without us being in some form of simulation.
Thanks for watching this clip from the Culture War podcast. We're live every Friday, 10 a.m. to noon. So subscribe and come hang out.
Welcome back to Demystify Sci. I'm Shiloh.
I'm Anastasia.
Today we have a real treat for you. We have the actor and alternative physicist Terrence Howard. I don't know, a couple of months ago when he appeared on the Joe Rogan podcast and discussed his unified theory of everything, which pissed off a lot of standard physicists, but we think there's some really interesting stuff going on there. And we want to sit down with Terrence and figure out what his model is all about, what fits with what we already understand, and what's left to be developed.
Terrence's ideas are a really good fit for the podcast because the entire goal of Demystify Sci is to be able to go out into the world and to collect the flakes of gold, the needle in the hay, whatever you want to call it, in people's theories so that we can assemble a vision of nature that's more complete than the one that we have right now. And we've had tons of conversations on the podcast about the problems in physics. About 100 years ago, physics abandoned the idea of the mediator, right? We used to have an ether. The ether was the mechanical thing that transmitted light and electricity and gravity even maybe. And then all of a sudden, we lost the ether because of a set of experiments at the turn of the century. And then very, very quickly afterwards, we emerged into this incredibly mathematical conception of nature where it's very immaterial. Like there isn't a mechanical foundation that we can point to. And Terrence is part of a relatively small group of people that are trying to figure that out. And so this is deeply in line with our show. We thought that he got treated really unfairly. I don't think I've seen anybody who really took the time to understand his ideas. And so
hopefully in this conversation, we're going to be able to translate some of his ideas. He's not a classically trained academic, so a lot of the phrasing that he uses is not familiar to people who are in those fields, but he is talking around a lot of central concepts that we're already familiar with. And so we want to dig into those.
And so we really hope that you enjoy the conversation. It's our first on-location shoot. We've got a guy, Matthew.
First one was Brian Keating.
Our first one, well, that wasn't our house.
This isn't our house either. But
well, it's somebody's house, and that we are occupying. We've got a guy with us, Matthew, who found us a long time ago and is in our Discord server, and happens to live in LA. And so when we found out that we were coming down here, he told us that he could help us out with getting everything set together. And so it has been a much smoother experience because we have Matthew with us.
Matthew can help us with booking too, by the way, in the future. So we're super grateful for him.
Indeed.
Also, we're grateful to our patrons, amazing patrons. We get together and hang out every week on Sundays. I would love to see you there. It is a good opportunity to chop it up about all of our favorite theories of nature and figure out which ones should come next on this program. If you don't have any money, that's totally cool too. You can support the podcast by liking, reviewing, subscribing. You can share the podcast with somebody who you think would like it. That's probably the best thing you can do. Otherwise, I think you're going to love this conversation, and we'll see you guys next time.
The scientific revolution starts now.
Let us see in the dark.
Yeah, so where do we even start this thing? So I think we start
with a prayer.
All right, I could get into that.
Great heavens, great universe, great spirits, please give us the line towards truth so that we can remain in the I am and the truth be spoken and the truth be the last thing heard.
Word.
Amen.
So I think what I really hope to accomplish today is to focus on what it is that is missing from physics and from cosmology, which doesn't necessarily have to be physics. It wasn't physics until about 1920. What's missing that motivates us for looking for different answers? That might be a cool place to begin.
I would think, just throwing it out there, clarity. Transparency. I mean, they've done the same thing with physics and science that they've done with music. You know, instead instead of having just one chart that, you know, you do from right hand and left hand, they have a whole different set of notes for the right hand, a whole different set of notes scaled out for the left hand with 13 spaces in between it. And your mind have to do all this extra work, you know, or pronouncing everything in Latin terms to confuse it. And that's what I love about your show, Demystifying Science. You know, science is supposed to be the description of the physical and the understanding of physical structures.
Understanding for sure. Yeah. That the physical structures, I think, is what's missing.
Yes.
Right. If I wanted to put it in one word, in the physics that we learn in the academy and everything that people are doing, there is this descriptive element that involves mathematics, statistical mechanics, field equations. But when you try to ask, what is it that's doing all these dynamics, people look at you like you're crazy. And that seems to have happened at some point, maybe 100 years ago, where people all of a sudden stopped looking for answers to those questions, to the point that it's become completely absurd to even ask those questions.
Don't ask about the fundamentals. That's what Marie, what is her name?
Curry?
Curry.
Okay.
That's what Marie was talking about. She said, oh, let's discuss things, but no one wants to discuss the fundamentals. No one wants to discuss where it came from. No one wants to discuss what happened before the Big Bang. Let's just give us that, like Rupert Sheldrake says, give us that one miracle and we can explain everything else. But then they need a miracle to explain everything else instead of getting back to the fundamentals. And that's what we were just discussing. Did we make a wrong turn 100 years ago in quantum electrodynamics, where all the renormalization and all of the confusion has come from, and all of these imaginary particles, you know, when they left the idea of the ether, which was the quintessence which Mendeleev had in his periodic table when he first laid out the periodic table.
Everybody was on board with it, right? Yeah, everybody was into the ether prior to that moment.
So what happened to the ether?
Right, for thousands of years.
Okay, kind of. So the ether was assumed, but the idea that everybody was into the ether is a little bit tricky on some level, because I think that they were always trying to get away from the idea of there being a physical body that needed to be defined.
How so? Like the point atoms?
So when we're writing this book, and we're trying to write a book about a physical interpretation of the mathematics of quantum mechanics. Do you think that's a fair description?
Sure. Yeah.
And so as part of that, we had this question of, well, when did they stop caring about there being stuff down there? Because it seems like a question that you have to answer in order to be able to motivate somebody to read a book about the fact that there is something physical down there.
And I think that's what Terence means by fundamentals. He's like, the fundamental of physics should be that there's something doing something.
What's the foundation that all of this is built on?
Right.
But I think that the moment where they were preoccupied by the foundation was so tiny. Like, it's easy to bin it to the turn of the century, because there's the Michelson-Morley experiment, there's the birth of quantum, and quantum is this very fast acceleration in the direction of, we can do math, and that's enough. But even when Newton was writing the Principia, he was still kind of like, we can't really explain this. I can't explain gravity. I can't tell you what it's made out of.
Hypothesis non-fingo.
Hypothesis non-fingo. And so he abandons it and says, somebody else, it's not for the experimental philosopher. The experimental philosopher's job is simply to catalog nature and to find the relationships of nature. And then, that becomes the foundation for calculus. Calculus is incredibly powerful. And so you have this math that now can describe things in motion, whereas before you only had math that described things that were still or did like very simple things.
But the motion that calculus describes is not, it's not hyperbolic motion. It's still rigid motion, and they use these rigid terms, which is not really defining motion. It's still averaging.
It's like figuring out a mathematical way to deal with continuous mechanics by blocking it up into a piece that you're like, this is small enough that it'll work.
Series of
sums, exactly.
Yeah.
But so even when they were trying to deal with electricity and magnetism, they were still completely struck by the fact that they couldn't come up with a model for what the atoms were doing, which is why Faraday went with the field. He was a chemist, and his model of the atom was not a like proton and electron model where there was like a hard nucleus. He used there was a mathematician named Boscovich. And so they used Boscovich's atom, which has this point from which force is emanated. It's a mathematical point. It's not an object. And so there's force fields around atoms.
A mathematical point and not an object.
Yeah.
That's confusing.
It is really confusing.
That's an imaginary point that has physical consequences to it. That's the boogeyman.
And that's how they went with it. They were like, this is enough, and we can describe fields and areas of influence.
Well, it's crazy because, like, I was talking with Matthew last night about this, that the word particle, which to most people on the street, when they think of a particle, they think of like a piece of dust or something like that. But when you really push on mathematical physicists, a particle is not a thing. It's actually some sort of dynamic measurement. It has motion inherent in it. So they're talking about an event, essentially. And the event has no actors, which gets really, really confusing. But because they call it a particle, right, the language informs how people think about these things. They feel like it's a problem that's already been solved. So they just treat these events as if they're entities, and they start moving them around and interacting these events with one another. And it's very easily obscured by the type of language that's been adopted to describe these events.
But that's the quantum electrodynamic world. Particle. It used to be, what did they call it? A
corpuscle?
Corpuscle. When it meant something as a corpuscle, because that was just a part of a wave. And then, but that's what I thought wouldn't be the most appealing stuff about the work that we've been doing, is because they've always had that wave particle duality thing, because a particle is a part of something, whatever the coal means, but it sounds like it's a part of something else. So they could never define the light or beyond it behaving as a wave, but also as a particle. But my work showed that these things by themselves, they look like a particle, but whenever two or more of them are aligned, they become perfect waveforms, and they carry out the waveform. So it defined the wave particle duality circumstance. And I was like, wow, where's the resistance? Because they don't have a model that describes that. All of their models are either a field, or it's either little bitty dots that they are connecting, that they say have no mass to them and things of that nature. They're describing an imaginary world where Porky Pig lives, and they're not describing the reality that we exist in.
It seems to me like it comes down to, how do you possibly have a wave without something waving? Like, wave is essentially a verb. It's what some ensemble of something does. A wave in a stadium is a bunch of people. A wave in the ocean is a bunch of water molecules. Like, to start with waves without acknowledging that something must be waving, you're just going to get lost in your own language at some point. And it's like, what are we even talking about, right? It's like you're starting in the middle of a story and you don't know who the players are.
The story is really functional, though. And I think
it's very technologically
functional. And it
functional.
allows you to talk in the language that mathematicians and engineers require, which is this quantitative description of nature. And I think that there is a natural philosophy tradition of science which seeks to understand these more basic layers and seeks to understand, let's say, the ether. And then there's the scientific engineering side of things, which seeks to just build stuff. And math is what you need to build stuff, because it allows you to parameterize a system, predict it accurately, and then say the system will always behave in this way. And so it makes sense on a functional level why you would do that.
But it has to be the math, there has to be a rigor associated to the math. You cannot have the multitude of contradictions associated to the math. And with what Charlotte was saying, the wave, it has to be in motion, but the term wave sounds like it came from way, something in motion, and how it was on its way to the motion. It wavered along the way, meandered, and I'm not an etymologist, but I'm just
looking at the words.
You're right, actually.
But
Germanic waver.
Yeah, a wave. It's a way toward something. So it's definitely in motion. So their idea of things not being in motion, them trying to define the universe by static structures that are not in motion.
And they're isolated too. That's the other very bizarre thing.
Doesn't exist.
Well, so actually, this is what's really interesting is because field measurements and field descriptions are dynamic.
Right.
They're dynamic by nature. And so what they're actually doing, I think, is they're looking at the motions that their detectors can detect and then saying that the motion is all that there is. They're not going one step farther to ask what is moving. And I think that that's the natural philosophy question. What moves?
What's being
what
displaced?
You first asked me. What is in motion? And like when I think about putting cold water and hot water next to each other and the steam that's generated from them interacting, those change of pressure, there's still water. It's still water, but it seems like there is a neutralization or an attempt to balance, and that balance breaks it into a more fluid substance.
Like it gives it structure, it gives it some kind of order.
You get bubbles, actually.
Yeah, it's little bubbles. It's bubbles. Everything, the things that we're seeing in motion are the bubbles. These little corpuscles, that are forming their way out. Now, the question is, we see that in the magnetic or the radiative and expansive side. We see the corpuscles, the bubbles out there. But now let's see, are there contractive bubbles? And what does those contractive bubbles look like? And I believe the contractive condensation is what we call what the wave conjugations are. I think those are the things that describe that electric flow that is responsible for the great contraction that they might call dark matter, which they've never been able to define or detect. But the pieces that I've discovered or been granted to see seems to define that electric field or gravitational field in perfection. And then the points where the vortices, where the points, because I'm sure people don't understand when I say that, the points on the edges of these things, when they connect with another side, they predict harmonic nodes. And every harmonic node is where a vortice, a tornado is going to occur, and with consistency. And now that's going to create this draft and draw more of those bubbles together. And some will be pushed out depending on their vitality. If they're closer to the higher pressure condition, if they can stay in the center, they get to a higher pressure. But even at the very center, they get squeezed out and are still forced out. So eventually, every male is going to become female. And I'm saying electricity is always going to become magnetism, and magnetism is going to be converted back into electricity. It's the same substance, just under different motion and pressure conditions.
And that's that. So before we get into the specifics of electricity and magnetism, which we definitely need to get to, we want to make sure that people understand that what we're talking about here is some very fine-grained substance, right? There's subunits to this ether. They're in some kind of motion, and the particular states of motion of each one of those, what do we want to call them, fibers or little pieces of ether, those motions are responding to the particular pressure conditions in the environment, for lack of a better word. And the result of these pressure conditions, much like the bubbles in water, is that you have higher density in some regions. You have obviously standing wave structures that emerge from that. And so these geometries that we're going to be talking about are the outline or the shape of the voids that result and the high density regions in that. We're going to just assume that there's some sort of either heterogeneous or homogeneous ether, some sort of particle system. I hate that word particle, fiber system, because for me, fiber implies that it has a structure to it.
Viscous fluid.
Yeah, something. I don't even want to call it a fluid necessarily, but like some sea of fiber of some sort.
Before we get deeper into this, do you guys think that we've sufficiently justified the need for an ether? Like, have we covered... Because like if you go and you talk to people, they're like, no, we don't need an ether.
Well,
we have
that's
all this
what we
other
had.
stuff.
I think we should discuss some of the problems associated with quantum electrodynamics that are requiring a greater explanation. The reason why Thunderbolt's project or the electric universe has come out in complete attack against the standard model, based upon the standard model's inability to make proper predictions, and its inability to describe natural phenomenon without having to keep changing their ideas and stretching their model out to where now even the patchwork doesn't work. The renormalization doesn't work. Even the people that were involved in it didn't think it would work. And like Dyson and people like that said, I thought that this hopscotch thing that we put together,
it was going to be a temporary thing. Like we're going to use it as a crutch for a minute.
And then it will
figure out
find
the
it,
best
and
path.
70 years later, the structure is still standing. I find that absurd. Feynman felt the same thing. So all the people that were involved in it, invested in it, said that it did not satisfy the problem. Even Albert Einstein no longer was able, he never even got any recognition for, he didn't get a Nobel Prize for his theory of relativity. He got a Nobel Prize for the photoelectric effect, verifying Max Planck's work. He didn't get anything based on the general relativity, but yet there's been a number of Nobel Prizes awarded in the field of general relativity, for people trying to do his work, but it has not led to any verifiable things. They just keep spending more money.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say even people who are at the top of these quantum universes, they seem these castles of quantum understanding, they seem very dissatisfied at the end of the day. You got guys like Feynman saying, this doesn't make sense. And if you think it makes sense, you don't understand it. And that's kind of bizarre. And I think that there are paradoxes that pile up, right? Whether it's entanglement or the wave particle duality, there's just people all the time point to the quantum world like it's an excuse for why the things don't have to make sense.
The void. And what they did, Rupert Sheldrake mentioned it, but I think Alan Watts said it great. He said they have invented the world. They've created that the world is an artifact, as if it's something that was made and we don't really exist. And the worst thing I think they did when they came up with how planets were coalescing and everything just happened by chance and bombardment, there was now no purpose to existence and life just happened by accident. So we don't have any responsibility towards anything except, doing whatever we want. And since everything is by chance, there is no purpose.
That's really attractive to a lot of people, unfortunately.
Yes, because they don't want consciousness. They don't want responsibility.
People hate being told, we were just talking about before you came over, people just hate being moralized to, we were talking about that Ozempic drug,
Yes.
And it's like, it's interesting because like it does seem to help people get their weight under control, but at the same time, it takes the hard work out of getting your weight under control, which is like good for you in a way too.
But what's the consequences?
Yeah, what do you lose? What are you missing out on too?
Like you can take Viagra, you can take Cialis to, deal with a temporary problem, but they're going to ultimately cause greater constriction inside the blood vessels and ultimately will give you a heart attack. So it will lead to greater problems with ED. You have to find another way of dealing with opening up your arteries, like maybe cucumbers, maybe bananas, maybe some olive oil, maybe the natural things that get you into the right places. And therefore you can exercise your manhood without the fears and the threats. But what they've done is they've provided a great deal of Viagra and Cialis into the physics model, that gives everybody these erections, but the erections are not sustainable. And the moment that initial impulse is gone, now they're left with a flat bat and no balls. To hit anything out of the park. You're not going anywhere. So we need to let go of the placebo and let's get to the real cause of it. So the question I really want to ask, I believe that quantum electrodynamic world is a farce. I believe because it has not produced the models that it said it was supposed to, it has not made the predictions that it was supposed to, and it has not benefited the world the way it was supposed to. It has not simplified the conversation like physics is supposed to. So,
well, simplification is a real monster, though, right? Because you can oversimplify things too, and you can run into sand traps that way.
But that's if you oversimplify in the wrong direction. If you are going in the proper direction, you get back to the source. And that's never a problem, simplifying back to the creator or the space that makes us reflect the creator. That's why we're sitting here, because we want to understand how this great creation came about and what were the dynamics and fundamentals associated with it so we can manipulate it and use it better. That's what we're missing.
And so that's really interesting, because I think that what you said earlier about the project of the quantum world as being a project that creates a universe that doesn't have meaning in it is the only motivation that we have ever been able to come up with for trying to figure out what lies at the bottom.
Who cares about all this? Why should you care about this?
Why should you care about it? And also, yeah, exactly. So the question is why should you care about it? And the answer is you should care about it because if everything is truly mathematical, if the math is at the bottom of the universe, I can imagine nothing except for that being a simulation hypothesis. We live in a video game. We live in some kind of simulation that's programmed by aliens or whatever else. And I think you can choose to believe that. There's some people that will forever, no matter what evidence you put in front of them, no matter what philosophical argument you make, that's their preference. That's the basis for their metaphysics. They want to live in that universe, and you can't convince them out of it because so many of their beliefs are entrenched in that. And other people will say, well, no, I think I live in a universe of physical bodies that come together in these weird ways. And we can talk about the math of the ways that they come together. But we must always remember that we're talking about a thing because we are embodied creatures and we live in an embodied world. And you can't do away with the substance. There is deep meaning and intention in that, in a way that you can't have in a simulation world. And I think that's why it's important.
Well, I feel like the math has now become more like a forensic pathologist that wants to define what has happened or quantify what has happened by taking everything apart and stopping the happening instead of observing things in motion and getting in the flow of everything and moving with the natural forces. They want to stop and observe, and you cannot stop universal flow. And therefore, when you attempt to do that in explaining universal dynamic interaction, what you do is you are taking a nap. Taking another nap, and you wake up and something else has happened, and these breaks don't make sense, and another field jumps up and another field jumps up. String theory was running the world for a while, and then it didn't work, and then they came up with another theory and all of these new particles that they keep inventing to describe and fill up the theory that they have built before, but that has to stop. We've done that enough because we are about to die. Right now, we have to deal with the phthalates and the plastics in our body. That's why science is important, because in 1970, there was a healthy ejaculation had anywhere from 250 to 500 million sperm in it. They did the same test in 2020, a healthy ejaculation had 10 to 15 million sperm in it. So that's a 2.64% drop per year. So you follow that up to that chart out by 1945, there won't be a male left on the planet.
2045.
By 2045, there will not, thank you, there will not be a male left on the planet of any species able to produce sperm because of so that's an extinction event that's happening less than 30 years from now.
PSA, don't carry your cell phones in your front pockets.
Oh, never.
Like, it was really funny.
Never. Don't fry the testes.
Well, I went down this rabbit hole the other day with my brother. I know that this is like a total tangent, but I think it's funny because my brother, he carries 2 cell phones for work and 1 in each front pocket. And I was like, dude, you cannot do that. And he didn't believe me. And so I just went through the literature on PubMed. And it's like paper after paper after paper is like, that shit is frying your balls.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
And it's going to give him testicular cancer, and it's taking his away. He has children yet?
No, he doesn't.
Okay, he may never have any. He needs to. That's why you don't put those ear pods in your ear. You have to, if you're going to use it, you keep the phone on speaker and use even those are a little dangerous, but that's what I attempt to use. But that's why I'm saying there's a necessity, because our world is dying from the fossil fuels and the nuclear waste, and our inability to utilize the universal gifts
just
in a
food
proper
too,
way.
right?
You're dying.
You go to the grocery store and you pull a thing off the shelf and it's like got 100 chemicals in it. And you're like, what the hell I can't even pronounce this stuff. And most of the food is like that. I mean, I don't think it has to just be any one of these things, but I agree with you that something bizarre is happening on the planet right now.
But science is the base of those.
No,
they did. Where did the plastics come from?
That's true.
Where did the plastic come from? They were trying to deal with the unrefined
It's
oil.
engineering, though. It's engineering.
That is engineering.
It's engineering, but the scientists get in there. What about all of the fluoride in our food? Well, how did the fluoride get into our toothpaste when we know that fluorine is something that causes, it's an acid. It kills. It causes holes in the teeth. Sorry.
I think it's really important to be generous. There are scientists and their engineering and engineers, and it gets totally confused in the world. Like, there are very few real basic scientists who are just trying to understand how nature works. Most scientists have to pay their bills by contributing to some technology, some product, some sort of food implementation, medicine. Like, these are all engineering. Whenever you take a piece of knowledge and you start to make something for people out of it, this is an engineering endeavor. You're not really trying to just understand nature to understand it. You're trying to take that knowledge and put it towards
manipulate so you can get some gold.
But there are real, like, Nastia in grad school worked in a lab and they didn't have any engineering. One of your labs was basically just trying to understand how these bacteria used electricity to talk to each other.
And then the other lab was building like brain shunts for rats to be able to control their brains. Yeah. So it's like, it's definitely the two sides of it. But I think that it's so interesting what you said earlier about the idea of looking at the whole. Because you can break something up. You can chunk the body of the universe up into smaller and smaller pieces, and then look at that individual thing in a cloud chamber or particle detector or anywhere else, and you'll get some piece of knowledge off of that. It's a mathematical description that you get, or it's some weird interaction that you see, and so you've gained something from it. But the question always remains, what have you learned about the whole? Because the project of science, I think, is to understand the whole. And so as you get smaller and smaller and more abstract, I think you begin to abandon the endeavor of trying to understand everything. And that's where I think mysticism comes in. Because I think that the mystical and the spiritual is, in some ways, the framework for that understanding. Science can't do it. Science can't explain everything. You cannot come up with a theory of everything.
No, but what they've done, they've taken 4% of the universe, and they really do follow and understand that you need an unseen and invisible base, because 96% of their model, of the standard model, is unseen, undetectable, unmeasurable, intangible, and never have been recorded in any way. And that's the dark matter and the dark energy that they use to describe most of. So that most people would call the God, the spirit, the source. So they're still balancing, or like most of us, we live our faith on, okay, 4% of I'm going to do the best I can, but the rest is in God's hands, or in Jesus's hands, or in Moses's hands, or, we are all still part of that spiritual world, and we know that we're rooted in it. And that was the problem with the ether. That became this mystical, etherical, occult-like thing that nobody could touch, intangible. But it really was necessary because even Newton, like you said earlier, Newton recognized that the same way that light, that air was the necessary element and the motion of air in order to propagate sound, that there had to be a propagation, a necessary medium in order to propagate light or electromagnetism. The waveforms that it moved on,
you have two choices. It's either there is a medium or it's magic. Like,
or it's
that's
magic.
That's it. It's like, it's either science or it's not.
They made it magic.
They did. And that's what's so bizarre is that in, having worked in research for many, many years, there's only one field that's allowed to have magic in it, and it's quantum physics. If you tried to you're trying to explain some cancer biology or something, and you introduce some magic thing that's unobservable, that does impossible things, and that doesn't have a physical definition, people laugh you out. Like, you can't talk about that stuff in any field of science except for quantum physics and maybe cosmology.
I think that it goes even one worse, because in science, if you do try to talk about, in medicine, if you try to talk about the spiritual, the ineffable, the field of consciousness or whatever else, you are actually laughed out of the room. Those are probably the lowest.
Even though they're obviously important, like the well-being of the patients, if a person has their friends with them in the hospital,
and the mindset affects their healing,
right? Obviously, it's so obvious.
And that's the thing that makes it really hard to parse all of this, because on one hand, we recognize that there is something immaterial that affects the biological realm,
the physical realm,
and so it's easy for us to live with this idea of there being something immaterial, because for as long as humans have been trying to explain stuff, we've had to acknowledge that there's something that's unseen. And so it's really easy to just plug the unseen in at the foundation, because we're like, well, we're working with the weirdest, smallest, most distant pieces of the universe. So obviously there's something weird there, because it doesn't seem to behave the way that we expect it
But
to.
are they working with the weirdest, smallest pieces of the universe, or are they working with some imaginary thing that they've made up in their mind?
But don't you have to? Just to cut them a little slack, like, the hypothesis is a thing. Like, any theory is going to have some foundation on it that you can't see necessarily, right? Like, look, people had this idea of atoms for thousands of years before, and by atom they just meant like corpuscles, like little bits of stuff. And sure enough, we can see them now with different spectroscopic means or touching microscopes, stuff like that. AFMs, whatever. But they had to imagine them first. Right. And so there is this imaginary element to the hypothesis.
But that's what I'm saying with science. The imagination, where the spiritual takes place, that's a necessary thing, because you picture our mind as an ocean still. The first thought that generates there starts as a whirlpool. It's just one little vortex that generates more. And now more, and then next thing you know, it becomes an action. So our consciousness affects the physical world. It starts as a plain and simple, like nothing happening, but ultimately it gains energy, and then it passes out through the skull and goes into the world by our functions, because these hands now are working out that little small thought and that vortex, that spiritual imagination. So imagination is the God particle.
Is the swirling like honing in on the idea? Like,
yes, you circle it. It starts as a little bitty thought. You think a little more of it, and then a little more, and then next thing you know, you've got all these other things that's adding to it, and now it becomes a hypothesis. Next thing you know, it becomes an experiment. Now it becomes a thesis and a reality.
And this is why it's so easy for physics to have supernatural actors in it, because we already know from our own lived experience, our interior experience, is that there's something weird that happens when you have a thought, when you have an idea. Like, it doesn't.
I love asking scientists where thoughts come from.
Right? Like, nobody knows. There's no answer to it. And so we're kind of in our interior worlds, we're comfortable with the fact that there's weird stuff that happens. And so it's totally reasonable that the people that are studying things that are as impossible to see as the interior life of the mind are having the same sort of frameworks for talking about the physical world. It's just a question of rules. Like, what are the rules by which you have to talk about the physical world? And I think that Shiloh and I have stumbled onto the idea that there's probably something other than just the physical.
Of course.
But if you're doing physics, you can't bring it in. Like, you have to.
It's not physics anymore. It's more like biology at that point. And I often ponder how strange it is that we've decided as a scientific, movement, that when we look up at the stars at night, we should only see the physical. In other words, we shouldn't see beings. We shouldn't see biology, right? Like, why is it that the physicists are in charge of cosmology and not the biologists? It seems like a somewhat arbitrary decision to me.
I figured this out this morning.
Hell yeah.
I was reading Schrodinger's What is Life? So he wrote this book trying to take a physics perspective on life. And right in the first chapter, he's like, we can't do biology like we do physics and chemistry because we don't have the math for it. And that's it.
Too complex.
He's like, it's too complex. Like, you can't put an equation on biology.
Why? Because what happened? They created imaginary numbers instead of staying with trying to work out, all right, what are the real fundamentals? Maybe we've made a mistake along the way and need to readdress our understanding. They're like, no, well, okay, we'll go down this road. No, I know I need to get my grandmother's house and it should be this way. So I'm going to create an imaginary road and I'm going to go down here and know that my grandmother's going to be here. And then someone else creates another imaginary road. And ultimately,
and nobody's getting to grandma's house.
Nobody's getting to grandma's house because you've gone in the wrong direction. Maybe it's time to stop, take a look at, all right, my surroundings. This is not what I expected. Like, their predictions are not showing up what they expected. So maybe we need to rethink this and go in the opposite direction.
So hard to do once Nobel Prizes are handed out.
Yes, because it makes them.
How do you walk back on that stuff? That's something I haven't figured out in all my time looking at these broken pieces of our foundations. Is how in the world do we as a civilization, as a human race, have the humility to be like, well, we fucked up, sorry. And that guy, he was really smart, and we gave him a Nobel Prize, but we're going to have to, have a new way of going about this.
It's their authority that becomes questioned and challenged. Because remember, the presidents, prime ministers, people in the cabinet and parliament, Congress, all of them come from those established universities that have received those Nobel Prizes, that have these accreditations. So when you challenge their fundamentals of what they've established their understanding on, and you're able to prove that it's obsolete or that it's in error, they're afraid to challenge or to bring that to the light, because that the trickle-down effect means that maybe the prime minister shouldn't have the job that he has. Maybe the person at the head of Fermi Lab shouldn't have the job that they have. Maybe the police officer. So our entire civilization begins to crumble. But if our civilization don't crumble, it will die going in the wrong direction. Then you have people that are coming up with reasonable solutions with an enormous amount of proof. Like I said, 100 patents, of geometry that shows a grand universal symmetry.
Efficiency, really.
That explains every aspect of every potential motion and reaction, and has predictions that are reliable and 100% better than the model that exists. Like Chris has told you, I don't know if he's ever shown you, we've put together a weather prediction model, and we've been able to predict every earthquake that's happened over the last 3 years, at least 24 hours before it occurs.
That sounds valuable.
A 500-mile radius. We've done that consistently.
We don't have any coming today, do we?
No, but I asked Chris, if he wanted, and we can jump on and he can show you that model. But we also have a model where we're able to predict every star on the galactic plane, on the celestial plane, and the ecliptic plane by the linchpin in there and groups of linchpins. So when they've never been able to do that. A sexton is not able to do that. When you're able to do that, and then you have the pushback or the amount of resistance, it's not even pushback. Now they're like, oh, it's bullshit. Everything he's talking about is bullshit. And it's like, okay, show me where I've made a mistake.
I mean, Chris actually said, can I just read this quote? This is kind of awesome. So this is from Machiavelli from 500 years ago, 1513. Machiavelli, he's this political theorist who's trying to understand how civilizations work, sometimes in the darkest ways. And he writes, there's nothing more difficult to plan, more doubtful of success, more dangerous to manage than the creation of a new system. The innovator has the enmity of all who profit by the preservation of the old system, and only lukewarm defenders by those who would gain by the new system. So you're always up against this behemoth of essentially what amounts to a bureaucracy, right? People who are perfectly happy and comfy with the old way of doing things. I had this buddy in grad school. I would be discussing the things we're discussing today. Physics needs physical mediators, right? And he was a mathematical physicist. And I would just always be trying to explain to him why it's important. And I was, I wasn't as good at it back then as I am now. But at the end of the day, he was always just like, nah, like, I think that the field equations are fine. I don't see it. It's nice. And he's really good at them, by the way. Right. So it's like, well, if I've learned all this, I've taken all these years to master this one way of doing things. I'm not really interested in changing how I'm doing this.
So the last part of that quote, the lukewarm support of those who would benefit from the new system, I think is also telling, because you lose a lot reputationally if you support something that is considered to be crazy or out there or whatever other negative thing you can use to describe it. And so even the people who would prefer to see a new system in place tend to demonstrate outwardly their loyalty to the existing system because it supports them in some way. And they know that they can get a piece of the behemoth by just going along with what the story already is.
Well, if we think about the behemoths and the power structures that exist, they're not as powerful as we consider them to be. The only power they have is the power that we give them by subscribing to their authority. But when you come up with a system that challenges their authority, then that power goes back into the people, and the people, no matter, they may call it lukewarm, but it's a burning hot ember inside of them because they want the freedom that comes with being able to manipulate the periodic table according to your own will. They want the freedom of being able to utilize new forms of energy.
They want to live good lives.
So they are like, please, like I've heard so many people come up to me and say, no matter what they did and trying to tell you, stop teaching, don't share these things, it's worthless. They're like, no, we need it. I wanted it. I've been looking for this. I'm going to pass this on to my kids. Please keep sharing. Please keep teaching. That's why I did a long wait after the last interview and was a little resistant on doing this because was attacked by so much. But hearing all of those comments, I'm like, no, I'm not doing this for me. I'm like Ezekiel's bones. If he's going to I'm not going to speak God's word. I'm not going to speak God's word. I'm going to stay up here. And it was burning up within him to where he had to go and speak the word. So I'm at this point now where this is why I was put on the planet, and I'm going to share this. And I believe that so much was given to me in this light so that it would be overwhelming evidence. It wasn't like just this one thing, which would have been more than enough as being able to define the electromagnetic field and its interactions. This would have been enough for Da Vinci, for anyone, but to be given that and all of the other things at one point, and I clearly say it did not come from me. I clearly say that I'm not the person that devised this, that I was just following my hands, that I was awakened in this. I believe all of this extra stuff, this is more than walking on water to define the dark matter, or what some would call the dark matter, if these wave conjugations describe those. It's more than walking on water to prove that the platonic solids are averages and approximations, and to have other things that replace the platonic solids that actually have a better prediction and has a grand unified supersymmetry. That's more than raising the dead to do that, to be able to say, okay, your math is wrong, and this is why it's wrong because of these contradictions. That has never occurred in the history of mankind. This moment right here, where this overwhelming evidence with all the overwhelming proof has been here, so they should recognize what's before them. They should recognize the time that's before them, and if they fail to do so, it just means that they won't be a part of the future, because this is the future. This is happening. This isn't going away. The old system is dying. The standard model is dead. And everyone that's still trying to hide underneath it is just going to be crushed underneath the mounds of dirt that's going to cover it, and they will be erased in history. But those individuals that care about the truth and the wave and the way, those are the ones that are going to be a part of the future. And this stuff right here, like Ed Franco said when he was talking to me about Neil deGrasse, and he respects Neil. He was like, Neil, he said, don't worry about Neil. He's done a good thing. But he said, but you're going to be remembered for this.
I think it's really hard on people, though, because it might be 100 years, 1,000 years before these any of these revolutionary ideas. Like, we have a real good friend who's been on the show a bunch, who has a really beautiful reconception of some fundamental problems with the sun. And shout out to Pierre Marie. And I think it really tortures him that he knows he's right about some of this stuff, but he's never going to get that Nobel Prize. There's no way he ever. And actually, our friend Jim calculated he should probably get something like 8 or 9 Nobel Prizes for all the things he's done. And it's really sad, I think, because people who are outside of this system often, they realize that they're not going to get that,
Why do they want it?
That's a good question. I think because look, in science, not talking engineering, but in science, the only thing you get is praise, right? Everybody's motivated by different stuff, like the love languages or whatever you want to call it. Everybody has something that pulls them out of bed in the morning. And for a lot of theoreticians, the only thing they have is acknowledgement by their peers, the community, the world being like, that's cool.
What about being able to make an actual difference? And like the unseen spiritual forces, the so-called 4 angels holding back the winds of the earth, or the angel that when he came to help someone, and it was like, please tell me your name so that I can go and and say thank you. And the angel was like, why do you need to know my name? It's a beautiful one. What about just being able to do the work of the creator and being satisfied with that? Because I was here 1,000 years ago, the same way you were, and you'll be here 1,000 years from now. And that inventor will still be here to benefit from the good things. We may not be in this crystallized form, but this energy, it just undulates, goes up and down. And this isn't my first life, and I'm no longer stuck to the idea of being left in here. And maybe that's why the illumination has happened, because I've let go of this, and now I remember the source, and now I am a part of that. That's my motivation now. I don't care.
I think it's whether you identify as yourself, or if yourself is large enough to encompass the time expanded version of the whole human project and the whole Gaian project, and at some scale, the cosmological project of being a being. Like, do you identify with beings and the whole project, or do you just identify with, your sort of mundane existence of getting out of bed and brushing your teeth and, your 401k or whatever?
But even if you identify with the longer term project, there's still the idea that there is a time when the world is ready for whatever concept is on the table. And so if you come up with something that's hundreds of years too early and no one knows about it, and then 200-300 years from now people come back around to it and they rediscover it anew, it can feel really crazy, because you devote your entire life to trying to get somewhere, to trying to accomplish some shift in the way that people think about the world. And if you fail at that, I think that can be devastating, even if you have a very cosmic picture of the world, because I mean, who is fully, truly, completely enlightened to not let it get under their skin when everybody that they know and respect is like, you're an idiot? Like,
well, I'm there. Everybody, I've been called an idiot on so many platforms.
but there's so many people who love the ideas that you bring to the table as well, right?
Because I know that it's not true. But like the idea of something maybe taking hundreds of years to germinate. Nothing happens in the universe unless it's supposed to take place. In order for one thing to take place, every other atom in the universe has to co-sign that taking place, because it will be affected by the change in motion and pressure that has taken place. You put your finger in the ocean, the entire ocean has to register the change of motion and pressure condition from that one finger. So all of that collected together, you put your seed into the ground, and it may take 100 years for the orchard to grow, that your family, your future children will go through and pick from those. We have to stop thinking about the immediacy of this moment and know that we are just part of a moving system. Stop trying to control. You didn't put yourself in the womb. You didn't make your body grow. You trusted the process. We got here. Keep trusting the process. Follow it. And that's what the truth is. And that's where science is at now. They're not trusting the process. They're trusting a formula. They're trusting an idea. And they want to propagate and push their own idea in this mechanistic world instead of allowing the good that is and the truth that's there to shine. And they silence. But people like you two are out here making sure that these obscure little conversations about the creator and about truth are being heard. So thank you guys. You guys came all the way from San Francisco 4 days ago, and have been posted up here collecting my things and working with the things that, Chris and my team has worked with. And you didn't put just an afternoon into it. You guys have really, y'all are sincere and earnest.
Well, the thing that I think we're really committed to, and as we move into looking at your actual model itself here in a little bit, one thing that I saw happen, because I listened to those Rogan interviews that he did, and one thing, and I saw the backlash too, right? Because I feel like first of all, congratulations in the whole world getting either pissed off or excited. That means, like Patti Smith said something. Patti Smith, she's this punk rock poet from the 70s. She when she played her first show, she's badass. But when she played her first show, like half the audience walked out, and she said, I took that as a good thing because it means we made people feel something. And they didn't like she made people uncomfortable because she was talking about a lot of the chaos of the world and a lot of the dark underbelly. But I feel like that's actually really important. But the one thing that I think that people got pissed off about is that your language is often not the language that they're comfortable with. So when you use certain phrases, when I was listening to those interviews, I had a sense that I think I know what he's talking about here. But when a physicist who's been steeped in this one linguistic system hears some of those words, their immune system goes off. They're like, wait, that's not what a wave conjugation is, or that's not what a supersymmetry means. And so instead of trying to actually understand what it is that you're getting at, which I think there is some actual profundity, like there's something really deep that we're going to get into about what you're saying with this model that's really important. They get completely distracted because you're not using the same words that they're comfortable with in the same way. And so that was like a huge part of why I wanted to do this interview with you, is so that we could try to translate some of that language so that more people can be brought into this discussion and start to actually use those ideas, maybe even in the mainstream standard space, to actually start thinking about things a little bit differently.
Well, let's not use words. That's the whole point of having the geometry. The geometry is self-explanatory. It's its own proof. You can have an equation that only a couple people will understand that could be fudged. But geometry, even though we see 0.005%, less than 0.5% of the total visual spectrum, that less than 1% can tell you if the symmetry is right, then it's probably right, because that's how we go by biology. Our entire biology is based upon
structure.
Smell.
Yeah.
If it smells good, then it is good. If it's if it has a genetic coincidence of symmetry, then it's healthy. All of those things. So when you have a grand unified symmetry, whatever idea they had for symmetry before, it wasn't real symmetry. It's like talking to the Son of God.
It's like apples. It's an apples oranges thing.
Yeah,
right?
Somebody else, a Pharisee or a Sadducee or a scribe can talk about God, but when the Son of God talks about God, because the Son of God has seen the Creator and is there in front of it, then the words, the definition of from the child of God should be carry more weight than that from the Pharisees or the Sadducees who have misused and misinterpreted the ideas associated with it. Like I said, with symmetry, they've never experienced or observed supersymmetry because the Platonic solids, their fundamentals, the closest things that they have to symmetry, they have a discrete symmetry. You can only put the blocks together, the cubes together to have a supersymmetry. You can only put.
But they're not even talking about structures is the funny thing. When they say supersymmetry, they're talking about being able to swap the force equations for the matter equations.
That's
right?
a bullshit. The force equation doesn't exist because it doesn't really define physical things.
It's not structural.
It's imaginary things. They're basically talking about potential energy. Potential energy isn't measured in motion. Well, potential energy is imaginary energy. It hasn't happened yet. That's like potential children. I'm going to have some potential children, that's going to do
all my potential money that's in my bank account.
That doesn't exist. That's why with Eric Weinstein, I was telling him, I was like, no, all energy is expressed in motion. All motion is expressed in waves. All waves are curved. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. The greater the action, the greater the reaction. The greater the reaction, the greater the resistance. The greater resistance, the greater the curvature. Since the universe is built on equanimity, everything has a balance. So there are no straight lines. Therefore, if there's no straight lines, there's no flat planes. If there's no flat planes, then there is no Platonic solids that to make any of these things up. So these, even though they are averages and have worked to give you some idea, they are not accurate. And when someone has something that's a better model that proves what they're saying, that is what should be accepted. So the words of the Son of God should come before the words of a Pharisee.
I wanted to point out one thing Eric got completely wrong when he was interviewing you, was he said that your shapes weren't hyperbolic, and they actually are hyperbolic. And he seemed to kind of like browbeat you out of it in the interview.
He didn't browbeat me out of it. I just looked at him like, okay, do you understand what hyperbolic is?
It's just not the terminal. They don't think structurally is the problem. That's really what it comes down to. It's like, if you think entirely in terms of symbolic representations of the abstract, which is what equations are, you're not thinking about structural elements. And so when you're talking about symmetry, you're talking about structural,
physical
structure. Like the word physical relates to bodies that have a form to them, right? They have a structure, and the symmetry can be defined structurally in that case, but that's not the way that mathematical physicists think. Or, I mean, Eric's more of a mathematician even than a physicist at the end of it. Actually, most of these people are. I know people are gonna freak out about that, but it's true. I mean, they're comparing abstractions. It's not so much a material structural.
They're not defining the physical universe. They're not describing universal phenomenon. They're not thinking about observable natural phenomenon. They're thinking about things that they hope to occur, but they don't know if they've occurred. And they seem to be desperately trying to hold together and to venerate the gods of old. They want Einstein to be the greatest mind that ever existed. They want Max Planck. They want these individuals, but they don't want the truth.
What is that? What is that need for? Why do we need to deify people like that? Why do we need somebody to worship? Like,
because they're going to monetize it. They're going to monetize it.
It's just
we
wild,
also
like,
need a main character. Like, we need people to believe in, that we can point to and say that they have ideas that we like. And especially when they're as long ago as Einstein or Planck or any of the other greats, there's not a real person that's complicated and comes with baggage and has all of the issues that a real live person does. They're figureheads. They stand in for.
And Einstein hated it, by the way. If you read his personal correspondences, he realized he was being turned into a mascot, and they kind of pushed him into a corner at Princeton eventually. And it's really sad, actually.
Yeah, we had the Einstein dog over there. Go say hi to him. Hey, Einstein. That was.
And so it's like there's actually a phenomenon when you build a system where it becomes circularly dependent. Like I was talking to somebody who works at Google, and they're like, if the search stack for Google goes out, we can't rebuild it from the ground up as it is right now because it's built in multiple layers, where the upper layers are referencing the lower layers, and then the lower layer gets rewritten to reference the upper layers. And so the entire thing has evolved as this feed forward and feedback structure. And so if you destroy
structure in quotes,
like informational structure or programmatic structure, whatever you want to call it. And so if you destroy the relationships as they are right now, there's no way to recreate Google search from scratch. You'd have to literally go back to the very beginning and start from zero again, because you couldn't rebuild the thing as it is right now.
Will that happen to physics?
And I think that's what we're trying to point to. Is
the death of physics literally happened with the Michelson-Morley experiment. That experiment in itself, and them trying to disprove the ether, or so-called proving the ether. And then 20 years later, they actually were able to prove it, but it was not taken seriously because everyone was on Einstein's rubber stamp model by then, because then it allowed a void and you can have all these other monies put into it.
Einstein actually, so there's this really lecture that I always reference. He gave a lecture.
I've got a quote from it right here, actually.
Do you? Read it. It's Leyden, 1920.
I believe this is from Leyden, but he says physical objects are not in space, but these objects are spatially extended. In this way, the concept of empty space loses its meaning. I think what he's trying to get at is that it's a continuum mechanics system, but he's proud because relativity doesn't have to worry about all of that complexity. We can just ignore it and put it off to the side and move on as a result.
And see, that's the problem. You're supposed to be trying to complete a system. That's the desire. It's to get to the truth and to the very center of what's taking place, to the source. You shouldn't be satisfied with getting to the Z of it when all of the things that are going to allow you to have prowess over it is in the A, B's, and C's of it. But everyone wants the Nobel Prize for describing the W's and the M's and all that, because there's no consequence associated with it. But nobody wants to get to the A, B's, and C's of it. And when they see the A, B's, and C's, now their self-referencing system, now it causes their whole, this doesn't work with my model. This doesn't work with the other thing. Oh, God, no.
But can you imagine you call someone to fix your bathroom and they're like, I'm going to have to tear this house down to the studs. Like, they're just like, yeah, we got to rebuild the whole house. You're just like, oh, man, I don't know if I got the budget for that.
Well, when you tell them, like, hey, you see that foundation crack right there? That's going to cause a falter in all of these things. And your bedroom over there, where your children are at, they're going to die.
Yeah.
That's going to fall over. And then you're like, okay, well, let's rebuild this. If you know that the outcome is there's an immediate danger associated, and the immediate danger is 2045. The immediate danger is the nuclear waste that Japan had to pour into its ocean because it didn't have any place left on land to put it. And now they can't even fish in the seas around Japan. They have to get their fish from Korea now because they were forced to put their nuclear waste in there. And Jeff Yee and I, we just wrote a paper on a neutrino gun that's able to reduce or increase the amount of radioactive decay so that things can get back to a normal state. But I've got another state that makes it much easier that another patent that Chris and I have done, where you can actually refold that nuclear waste back into its natural state in a simple way, just with pressure. Because remember,
if you guys could demonstrate that, because nuclear is a fantastic option if you can deal with the junk that comes out the other side.
well, think about everything. What happens with radiation? Radiation is about temperature. It gets hotter and hotter, but temperature is what? About a tempo. Maintaining a tempo,
speed,
a particular speed of incidence that causes interaction. So since everything is unfolding through heat and through low pressure, everything unfolds. Nothing unfolds into a high pressure system. Radiation is unfolding in in low pressure systems. So why not create a high pressure system to refold it back?
That's what they say is going on in stars, I suppose. That's what fusion is to some extent, right?
And if you could do it,
can we make some stars?
We can do it. We can do it. That's what the patents are for. And that's why I'm looking at the resistance like, oh, you guys don't want to be a part of the future. Okay, then we'll build our own breakaway society and we will use this technology and become the new Atlanteans, or Numerians, because it has happened before. There were particular villages that were still using stones and rocks, and there were other civilizations that had 200,000 years ago that had, greater technology than we have today. And I think that's what's about to take place. I'm done trying to convince the world because the evidence is there.
What's it going to take to build some of these technologies?
Just a group of collectives of people, we're doing it ourselves, starting it with the linchpin and the other applications and just slowly build. And, I'm going to trust that the creator is bringing the proper people to allow this to happen. I'm just going to stay busy doing the work that I'm supposed to be doing. And people are now coming and joining. And the proof is getting out there. The truth is getting out there. We're going to turn a lot of these things into toys so that children can play with. We're writing books. I'm no longer trying to teach the adults you cannot fill a glass that's already full, but the children.
I saw some kid built a nuclear or a fusion reactor in his garage when he was in high school, right? Who was that? I don't remember the guy's name.
He's a nuclear kid.
It's available. He used parts he bought off Amazon or something. It was just insane.
Well, not like Sam Zaloof is building an atomic fab. He basically built a semiconductor fab in his garage, and now they're trying to scale it up into a tabletop fabricator for computer chips that every company could run locally as opposed to having to contract all the way out to Taiwan or whatever, TSMC. But it's like the ability to build something, to have a technology that reflects the ideas is the way that people come around to things. And I think that the success of the physics project in mid-century, if you can call the atom bomb a success, and I mean, you can call nuclear power a success, they figured something out and then they were able to build technology off the back of it. And I think that that's why it went so far to entrenching the model as it was, because the proof is in the pudding. You have a technology that works and you can't really argue with the technology.
No. But like I said, now we have millions of gallons of pudding. We have the pudding and the patents and all of that stuff that's there. Everything that I speak about has held up. There's not one thing. That was the whole thing with the people are like, yeah, Eric finally put him in his place regarding he didn't, in what way?
What was up with that? I remember him saying, I don't want to talk about the patents.
I don't want to, yeah.
What was
he said, what does the patents have? Because the patents prove that, because the patents have to be granted. In order for them to be granted, they have to be viable. You have to prove them out. Like our neutrino gun patent it's just an application until we're able to go and get an accelerator and point that at some radioactive material and prove it. If once we do that, we have 11 months to do that. Once we're able to do that, then the patent is granted.
Oh, so you make the application and then you make the theoretical case, and then the next stage of it is that you build some kind of proof of concept.
And so all of the patents that's been granted is because it's been proven. Like the thing with the linchpin by the International Journal of Aerospace Engineers, peer reviewing that I have invented a new form of flight with a new geometry that has unlimited midair bonding. And
What do you mean unlimited mid-air bonding?
They, most things, they've never been able to bond two things in the air.
If they can dock with each other.
Docking in the air. The linchpins are able to, whether it's 108 of them, or whether it's 4 of them, or whether it's 5, or 54 of them. They're able to bond, and how they're bonding is based upon, they're basically rebuilding the periodic table. And the engines that should be arguing against each other, these vortices, because of their natural angles of incidence, which Chris sent over to you too, Shiloh, some of their interactions, they all continually
They just kind of
work
click
together.
into place.
Yeah, it's like, they're being drawn into their place once they're oriented in the proper arrangement. So for that international journal to do a special thing and put that out there. So for Eric not to want to talk about the patents or those papers and all of that thing, I was like, oh, that's telling. Maybe they don't want the proof out there. Maybe it's because Eric's a sincere guy. Eric, he comes from a really beautiful place. And I think half of what he was trying to do was say, hey, Terrence, I need to warn you, stop teaching. Be careful. They'll try and hurt you if you keep doing this. And it's like, dude, you don't know. This will hurt me if I don't do it, because I'm sure I was supposed to do it in a previous time and I didn't do it. And now I'm forced to sit here trying to do this. Now I want to finish whatever job I was given and get this out there. And Eric has the responsibility also of sharing truth.
Well, it's really funny because he comes from a position of being shut down too. I don't know him personally or anything, but from what I've heard him talking about, he seems very, very wounded by something that happened to him inside of the institution as well.
Well, he had his theory of everything, and they attacked it. And one of the things that he was lacking, though, was the models. He did not have structure and model. It was still hypothesis and theory. And that's what troubles me, or not. It doesn't trouble me because it's just par for the course. It's happened to everyone that's been in my position. And they talk about being peer reviewed. He's right. I don't have a peer. There are no peers regarding me because there's no one in the history of the annals of time. And I'm not saying this to pump myself up. I'm isolating myself. That have been able to come and challenge the math and the number theory with a reasonable and logical challenge that they've been unable to resolve, that they now are call it the Howard comma, this contradiction with the square root of 2, cubing it and multiplying it by 2 and having the same value in that loop. Eric was like this Howard comma thing, but that they're calling a fixed point. That is a lie. If you turned in a paper as a mathematician trying to get your doctorate and you had this obvious contradiction, this loop there, they would tell you to go start over. But here, all of our math is based on that. Never before has someone come and challenged the Platonic solids.
I think you do have peers, man.
Hold on. No, I'm saying with the Platonic solids, when have somebody come and challenged them and able to prove that they were obsolete and unable to hold up and have a new system that's able to do a better prediction of it? When has that occurred in the last 6,000 years that someone has been able to overturn the apple cart to such an extent with proof and have the platform for it? So no.
Maybe you can explain to people why the Platonic solids are so fundamental to our conception of nature.
Well, Euler's number came off of the tetrahedron and all of those interactions. Pythagorean theorem came off of the cube, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. And that's where that problem of 1 times 1 equaling 1 first showed its head, because if one length was 1 and the other length was 1, well, 1 squared is 1 and 1 squared is 1, then that side was 2. So they could not use if it's a 1 on either side of the A and the B, they have to turn that into 12 inches or other things because it is because the multiplication doesn't work out for it when you have the 1 squared and the 1 squared, which both equals 1, then you don't have an answer for it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Well, we'll take the Pythagorean theorem. And take each side, A, B, and C. And if A squared plus B squared equals C squared, how do you have, if you have the value of the length A as 1, like if length A is 2, and the length B is 2, then 2 squared is 4, and 2 squared is 4, and now you're able to do the hypotenuse. But if if the length of A is 1 and the length of B is 1, how do you solve that?
Well,
how do you get the hypotenuse?
Well, isn't it just the square root of 2?
Is it the square root of 2? So what's the square root of 2? What's the square root of 2? If they say it's 1.414213562373095.
You seem like you've looked into this.
Yes, but if you add that together, if you add 1.414213562373095 to 1.414213562373095, you get 2.828427121746190. That is the square root of 8. That right there is the square root of 8, but that also is the square root of 2 cubed, and it's the square root of 2 times 2.
So the last time that I was looking at the square root of 2 thing and the Pythagorean stuff, the way that I thought about it was geometric in nature, right? So if you have a square with that's length side 1. So let's say you have a chessboard, and on the chessboard you only have 4 cubes, right? And so then you have unit side 1, 1 times 1 gives you 1, right? And then if you have a length of 2 on each side, then you do 2 times 2 and you get 4. And so that's
So look at the difference of it. You just did 1 times 1, an area times a length equals an area.
Sure.
But there was no area generated when you said 1 times 1 equals 1.
Well, why? I mean, imagine that this
What's the area of 1 when you had 2 times 2 equaling 4? There was a change, so now you get an area, but when you have the 1 times 1 equaling 1, there's no area generated for the length times the length.
Well, I think that the idea is that it's a unit area, right? So like a square that is 1 by 1 by 1 by 1 on all 4 sides is the unit square. And so as you double the length of the unit square, what you end up getting is you're not getting out a length, you're getting out an area. And so the area quadruples as you double the length of the sides. And so in this sense, in this like 2-dimensional representation of it, it makes sense that like the fact that you get 1 as the area and it doesn't increase is because the 1 is reflective of moving to a new dimension.
A new concept.
But how is it that the 2 creates an area and increases in it? And the 2 is just 1 doubled. And if A is equal to B and B is equal to C, then A is equal to C. Why is 1 given a special relationship when the number 1 is the father of all the other numbers? So if 1 behaves this way, then all of the other numbers should behave that way. Why is 1 giving this special attention? And that's where the identity property,
I see what you're saying.
The problem.
Do you see what he's saying?
Not yet, because I'm like,
his point is that if you have a square of length 1, the area isn't larger than the length. But if you have a square of length 2, the area is larger than the length. And that is pretty bizarre if you think about it.
Well, no, because we're moving up in dimensions.
No,
it's just for a square, just for a 2-dimensional square.
It still should have an area.
I mean, I don't know what it means.
You don't get an area when 1 times 1 equals 1. And then again, here we go off of the physics. Let's separate math from the physics. We're in action. times an action doesn't have a reaction. Oh, we're in the imaginary world. We're in the imaginary world where an action times an action doesn't have a reaction. And so what they'll do is they create this contradiction where, okay, well, 1 times 1 should equal 2 based on the associative and the commutative laws. If A and B are both positive integers, then A should be added to itself as many times as there are units indicated in B. Therefore, if it's 2 times 3, 2 should be added to itself 3 times.
No, hold on. Like, what? This is like, I hear what you're saying. Where you're like, if you're multiplying these two things together, then why don't you get a larger number from the multiplication? But it's like, if I have 1 pen once, I just have one.
It's not just, it's 1 pen times 1 pen.
Yeah, you didn't do 1 pen once. You got 1 pen here, and you've got 1 pen here. That should create an area here. You have this pen 1 times 1 that should have this area, and now this area has no definition because of their square root of 2 issue. And then the square root of 2, if it added up, it would be fine. But because there's a contradiction where the square root of 2 cubed has the same value as the square root of 2 times 2, that's a problem.
Wait, the square root of 2 times the square root of 2 is...
Here, take this. Okay, no,
right.
we go. My wife, you can. I'll call you back, baby. I love my wife. But here, let's do it here. And so you can see. Here.
Okay, perfect.
Boom. Here's 2. And take the square root. 1.414-213-562-373-095. Now I'm going to do times 2 equal 2.828-4271-2174-6190. Now I'm going to divide by 2 equal. I'm back to the square root.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm going to hit cube, x to the 3rd. 2.828-4271-2174-6190. Watch this. Divide by 2 equal. I'm going to cube it again. 2.828-4271-2174-6190. I'm going to divide by 2. I'm going to cube it again.
Tim, this feels like a card trick.
It's a loop. So picture this. I'm multiplying 1.414 times 1.414 times 1.414, and I'm saying that's equal to 1.414 times 2.
That's pretty fucking weird.
And then it loops itself back up because of the Pythagorean theorem, because there are no straight lines, and because to multiply means to make more, to increase in number. It does not mean to make less. Multiply and become many was not to become less. It's to become more. So those are the things I'm talking about. And when we were on the show and I'm talking to Eric about it, he said that's a fixed point. I said, no, that's a bullshit point. That's a lie. That shows you that your math is off. Let me show you something else. Let's take the number 1. I'm going to divide it by 2. You know, it's a 5, so I'll times 2. Now, if I try and square it, nothing happens. If I try and do the cube root of it, nothing happens. But now let me take the number 2, and now I'll go back. I just went up to the cube root of it.
I think a little bit more towards you, by the way, so people can see it.
Good.
Yeah.
All right, now I'm going to cube root it 33 times. And watch, you're going to generate an entirely new 1. This is their math. This is their 1. Now watch, I'm going to divide it by 2, so you know it's the same 0.05. I'm going to times 2, so we'll be right back there. Now watch when I cube it.
Whoa.
Okay, hold on. No, we're not done. Now we're going to cube it. Is that a cube of 1? No, let's cube it again. It's a 5. Now watch what they're doing. They're going to multiply it by 3. They're not cubing it, they're multiplying by 3. They're multiplying by 3.
That's really interesting.
And then they add a 1 to it. What in the fuck is this? What in the fuck is this whole nother set of 1 that will come up here and watch? I'm going to get it right back to its life. Now we can the square root of it,
or the cube root?
the cube root of that, and now watch, we're back to the same number. How do you have those separate operations taking place within a calculator? I've just shown you that it's bullshit. Their square root of 2 is bullshit. Their cubing is bullshit. Their values of 1 is bullshit. And here I show them the proper thing and they get mad about it because it messes up their system of profits and gains. And now how do you argue that and say, oh, well, no, we need to go down this road? That's a false road. That's a false road. This has been programmed into every computer, every calculator. They have deliberately put this in here.
It's probably an artifact of how they're running the calculations. I mean, like, right? Because if you think about it, like, what does it mean to get a cube root of a number or the natural log of a number or Euler's number or anything else? Like, these are...
There's roundings and
there's roundings and there's
it's arbitrary.
It's, I mean, I hate to say
formalized.
arbitrary. It's formalized.
It's made up.
It's formalized.
It's normalized.
Okay, well, so hold on. I think that if we put down the idea that there is a physical relationship that must underlie all of the mathematics, then you can say a mathematics that doesn't go back to some kind of geometric or some kind of physical relationship, ergo must be made up, because what is made up if not corresponding to something you can point to and observe and hold in your hand or whatever else?
What are numbers? Numbers is a part of something
Magic.
to measure quantities. So quantities are a physical thing, whether you're imagining them or not, they're taking place and building structures inside your mind. So they should have place and they should have responsibility to the other laws of the universe. So that's where I'm saying, when you can do this, when you can sit there and show that this, you can't give me no calculation and tell me that I'm going to trust this, because I can show you where this doesn't work. So your math isn't mathing.
Let's, can we take a break? I have to pee really bad.
Okay,
Sorry.
and yeah.
I mean, one thing I think that we could really use the back half of this conversation for is to actually lay out your model, because I was personally, and I know a lot of people that we've talked to were really disappointed that you didn't get a chance to actually present the big, like the picture to people, right? You guys, I mean, the conversation quickly went to what was wrong with this or that idea, but we didn't actually see the model in and of itself at any given point in time. So I want to make sure that we save time for that. You had a point though before we get there.
Okay, so I think before we took the break, we were talking about the idea that, you know, numbers are abstract representations of something unless they're related to some sort of physical geometry. And we were also talking about the fact that the math of the square root of 2 doesn't totally make sense, because if you take the square root of 2 and you square that, you end up back at 2. But if you multiply it by 2, you don't end up back at 2. And Shiloh and I were talking, and it's like, it's almost as if the unit square, when you multiply 1 by 1 and you get this thing that we also call 1, should be called something different. It should be called like theta or something. Or like it should have a symbol standing for it, because it's an abstract representation of this new, instead of having just length, now you have 2 dimensions of length times width. And so that 1 doesn't represent the same thing as the unit length of the sides. It represents this new emergent quantity that then you can tile to produce larger and larger squares. But the 1 by 1 itself isn't the same as 1. And so if you call it 1, that's where the confusion comes from. Like, it should have a distinct number for it that is set as, like, when you multiply 1 by itself,
it's usually like 1 centimeter squared or something, right?
Sure, that's true. And it is, but because of the fact that the square root of 2, which is the diagonal of that, has this weird property to it, clearly it's representing some kind of different thing, because it should be equal to 2. Everybody on the internet seems very comfortable with this. They're like, it's high school math, you idiots. Don't you understand? And I'm like, that's kind of weird.
It's indoctrination. And they're accepting it because it's just been pushed upon them, pushed upon them, pushed upon them. And to challenge it means to now unpack all number theory. No one wants to do that, because all of the rest of the foundations of math has been built off of this number theory that has faults within it.
So what's the alternative?
The alternative is now, it's because we're attempting to multiply linearly, and we know that nothing in the universe expands linearly. To multiply means to expand, to make more, to increase. So we have to follow universal protocol and multiply volumetrically.
Okay.
And the volumetric that we understand is there are these 6 planes of interaction.
Is there degrees of freedom?
Well, based upon the angles of incidence that occur with the proton and linchpin, with the proton as itself, you end up with 6 planes.
Forward, backward, right, left, up, down.
1, 2, or these individual 6 planes occur from these 4 bubbles meeting. That's the simplest thing that they can come down to, and everyone has accepted that this is the simplest model. But these planes of incidence, they are not accounting for. They're continually trying to multiply as if this is on a flat plane. And that's not how the universe multiplies. That's not how biology multiplies. And we have to think, then we need a new term. If you're going to multiply 1 times 1, you can't call it multiplying if it's going to equal 1. You cannot call that multiplication, because to multiply means to make more. Plain, simple, close the door.
So the
Makes sense to me.
The weird aspect of the square roots is consistent. Anytime that you take the square root of anything that isn't the product of 2 integers, you get the same problem. So if you take the square root of 1.3 and then you multiply the square root of 1.3 by 1.3, you don't get 1.3.
Mm-hmm.
You get something that's slightly larger than 1.3. And so this is just a problem with trying to multiply things that aren't whose roots are not actually integers. And so there's like a set of numbers that are perfect, where you can do like 2 times 2 is 4, and the square root of 4 is 2, and you multiply that by 2 and you get back to 4. But anything that's irrational, is it an irrational number?
They call it irrational. And what's irrational?
It never ends.
That which makes no sense.
That's kind of true. Well, it's funny because if I think about an irrational physics theory, for me, it's one that doesn't terminate in physical actors because it doesn't have an ending. You're never getting to any kind of ground, any floor, any foundation.
Because rational is sane.
It's
rational makes sense. Rational is predictable. Irrational is crazy.
Yeah, it's like a physical theory without structures is irrational, because what are we talking about?
And they are moving along with the irrational as if that is a proper foundation for doing physics that are or math that is supposed to be rigid. So there's a contradiction in there.
I mean, the only argument could be that, yes, there's fractures in this formalism, but it is a formalism, and as long as it's applied consistently, that it can be used quite productive. I mean, obviously, the math that we have has been used productively for various technological implementations, architecture, rates, statistics, right? It's not completely useless.
No.
Nope.
No, it's great. It's great.
Okay.
It's great. Okay. The platonic solids are great if you are trying to define an area that is immediate in your space. If you're doing agriculture, the platonic solids are great for that. But when you're trying to deal with the universe, when you're trying to deal with space travel, when you're trying to go to places that are based upon curved realities, the platonic solids are never going to get you. You're never going to get there in a straight line. Even rockets, they don't sit up and say, okay, we're going to go just straight from here to the moon. They get up and they know that they have to deal with the curvature.
You know, it's the problem in informational space too. We were hanging out with a bunch of AI researchers the other day. And do you know how these large language models work? They essentially create vectors of relationalness between related words and concepts, but they're in multiple dimensions. So they do the Pythagorean theorem, not with a squared plus b squared equals c squared, but it's like a squared plus b squared plus c squared plus d squared. Like they have these huge arrays, which are no longer in flat space anymore. They're in some hyperdimensional, hyperbolic reality, essentially.
But the moment they say square, they're going back to an imaginary structure that does not exist, because the square we know is an average of the space that actually is in motion. So anytime they talk about doing the square root of something, they're talking about a two-dimensional imaginary structure. It is imaginary. It's not real, because in order for something to be real, it has to be measurable. And in order for it to be measurable, it has to have 4 dimensions. It has to have the height, width, and depth, but we need our observational point to observe it. The 4th dimension is us, our time in looking at it and getting close to it. The observer is the 4th dimension, because the height, width, and depth don't mean nothing. 3 things don't hold up. You have to have 4 in order for it to have a contained center and an expandable outside. 3 sides will never provide a whole space. You need 4, and that's what Walter Russell led me to, because I was thinking 3 is the magic number. 3 is the magic number. And no, 3 doesn't get anywhere. It's 4. You need 4 things in order to measure something. So anytime they have 2-dimensional things or talking about squaring something, they're still talking about imaginary things. And since nothing is squared and nothing is straight lines, everything is curved, and we're defining curved space, we need curved dimensional structures to define the curved space, because straight lines are irrational in curved space, and curved space is irrational in orthogonal or Cartesian space, in Euclidean space that is based on straight lines. So how are they using irrational things to define
infinite series usually, right? They'll do these infinite series of smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller bits in order to approximate the curvature.
So they take a
This
circle.
is, by the way, the renormalization problem for people who are listening. This is what we were talking about earlier.
They take a circle and they take an equilateral triangle, and they keep breaking down the circle into the equilateral triangle, and keep using smaller and smaller units, and go up a little bit and come down a little bit, go up a little bit and come down a little bit. And it's just an approximation.
Which seems to more or less work for most of the technological applications that people are using it for. And so I think that that's the reason that everybody's like, why would we change this? We can program computers with this. We can make computers think with this. We can do whatever we want with this.
But we can't get to Alpha Centauri with it.
And that's also the thing that Shiloh and I have come to, or when we're trying to justify the way that this book is being written, it's like, we've gotten to this point with the technology that we have and the knowledge that we have. But how much farther can we get unless we actually go back and look at these things and see if there's a better way?
It's like, we're really good at electricity and magnetism for the things we use it for. We can make computers and stuff, but can we manipulate gravity yet?
Yeah. Are they efficient?
Are they efficient even? Yeah. Have we maxed out the potentials available there? But gravity is a really interesting one too, because it's like, if you try to travel light years inside of an inertial system, you're screwed. Like, you're going to be waiting generations to get to these star systems. The only hope we have is very sci-fi idea, but we have to be able to manipulate how these atoms are attracted to each other. You got to be able to disconnect from the gravitational web.
Well, let's look at gravity again. Another thing I presented on Joe Rogan was the simulator with the same physics simulator that they use at Princeton, at Cambridge, at Oxford, same simulator they use at MIT. And we were able to rebuild the planet Saturn without gravity, without dark matter, without dark energy, just using linchpins and the vortices associated with them without any animation. And we were able to rebuild the planet Saturn, and showing that gravity is nothing but an effect of the electric force, and that planets are not built inside out. They are built from the expanding waves returning back. It's the universe that's creating all of these other shapes. It's the returning magnetic waves that are creating the pressure conditions that make us up. Because if everything expands out as a pebble, as a ripple, and as a circle, as a sphere, then once the waves hit the edge of the system or the edge of the universe, they start bouncing back. But as they come back, they're greeted by more expanding waves. And when they get greeted by those expanding waves, that becomes the first contraction. And those contractions make up the physical form.
This, by the way, was essentially the wave theory of push gravity that was presented by Lorentz, from what I can understand. He also tried to use this model to, and I think to some degree of success. The problem came down to thermodynamics with these push gravities. They were concerned with how much heat would be generated if we're constantly being bombarded by these waves of pressure. They figured that the Earth would, I think they actually have the number here. The calculation shows the Earth's temperature would rise by 10 to the 26 degrees per second. And I don't know how to check the math on that personally, but the arguments against it were ultimately thermodynamic, because yeah, as a mechanism, it makes perfect sense. And I didn't get a chance to see the, oh, bless you.
I was trying to fight it.
The Saturn rebuild that you're talking about. I guess before we get to that, it might be useful to talk about the fundamental kernel of this model, which is the linchpin and the terion, right?
Tetrion. It's called the tetratarian, but I just called it tetrion now.
Tetrion. All right, so the tetrion and the linchpin, and I feel like those didn't get defined well enough on.
You want to bring those other ones that we've already put together on?
Can you just explain to people the difference between the two? Because I feel like there's a lot of confusion about that.
Between what? The tetrion
and the linchpin.
The linchpin. Well, yeah, let me grab. So the linchpin ultimately is the common factor. Like I use the term, the constitution. It's an average. The linchpin is, and I'll call that clearly, the linchpin is an average, an averaging of what takes place in the expansive and in the contractive. But the averaging is taking place according to consistent ratios. So this is a linchpin.
So we have 5 pentagons?
6 pentagons.
6 pentagons.
This is the linchpin, 6 pentagons, and it still represents the place where 4 bubbles are meeting.
These are bubbles of pressure in the ether.
Of interaction.
Of interaction.
Of expansion. These expanding bubbles.
Hold it up a little bit closer, yeah. And then closer to your face a little bit.
So this is a linchpin that becomes an average, but what's happening here in the center, if you were to look at that little center point right there, that is the same exact space right here.
And also,
which is the tetrion.
With this one as well, right?
Yep. So the tetrion being the contractive aspect of the universe.
Like the void, the low pressure.
The highest pressure system.
High pressure.
Because this is the highest pressure system, because it's the first element that we can devise or can measure from what happens when those 4 bubbles meet. Then the expanded aspect of this from the low, this is a high pressure system. In its lowest pressure, the linchpin, the tetrion, now begins to take on 6 magnetic fields. So it's going from a masculine structure being completely contractive to now it is completely feminine as its basis. And the linchpin literally is the constitution between the macro of the magnetic field, of the feminine side, and the micro of the electric side, because this is the very small contractive, this is the expansive, And this becomes the communicator between the two. So it allows for interaction or change of particles between the small and the great. And it just keeps it's the tax collector. It's the money chain.
It's like the interface between these.
It's the money chain. And that's why I say it predicts all distribution of matter in how it aligns itself. So
if I can like try to clarify this a little bit, because I talked with Chris a bunch to try to understand exactly, because you use Walter Russell's language, the expansive and contractive. And when I'm thinking about something like electricity and magnetism, it helps for me to start with an atom. And we haven't started with an atom here. We've started with an even smaller unit, and we should talk about that too. But he basically explained to me that if you start with something like hydrogen, you actually have, I believe, 4 of these bubbles. Is that correct? So if you have 4 of these bubbles, then there's a flow of that those interfaces. We would call them in normal physics or chemistry, the electron shell. There's a flow of that etheric material across it. The directionality of that tells us the polar orientation of those bubbles. It has a pole to it, and we would call that the electric field in mainstream physics. The magnetism follows is the equatorial motion of that same etheric fiber around the equators. And so I want to make sure that I can translate between these, because that's what we're referring to when we talk about the expansive versus the contractive elements.
Well, the expansive is taking place here. You see these fields
equatorial
taking place on these planes. And that's what I was saying about being able to decouple or be able to travel. All of these planes have...
Oh, sorry, the expansion is electric field for you. So that's the pole.
Expansion is the magnetic field.
Oh, it is. Okay,
because if magnetism... And let's clarify that. They use the term magnet as an attractor, the magnet. But if we look at the etymology of the word, to magnify means to make greater. To magnify means to multiply, to increase, to rarefy. It's rarefying, expanding things out. That's the work of radiation. That's not the work of gravitation. That's not the work of something attracting. It's pushing away. Magnetism is always pushing away. It's always repulsive. It's never an attractive thing, because the equator, the solar wind coming off the sun never is an attractor. It's always pushing everything far away from it. The equator off
except at the poles, right?
At the poles, but that's not the equator. That's at the poles. That's where the electricity comes into the sun from the top and from the bottom, and it gets compressed in the center, and then it's forced. Now it can't go northeast. It can't be spinning to the right. Now, when it gets to pushing off itself, it's forced to spin to the left, and it gets pushed out of the equator, from the earth, from the sun, from ourselves. Everything is expanding in that. So whereas electricity, it's the electricity between you and your husband that brings you all together. It's the alike nature. It's the positive things that are attractive. Positive things are attracted to each other.
That's the polar interactions, actually. Yeah, and in the way that
like the pole of the atom.
In mainstream, yeah, it's a polar interaction, right? Because when you're talking about electric field, you're talking about the polarity of the atom. Ultimately, at the end of the day. Although I'm not sure that everybody thinks about it that way.
But when they talk about, they say opposites attract. Where? Where in nature? You take water, you take hot water, and you take cold water. Which do they move in the same direction towards each other, or do they move in opposite directions from each other? You take hot air and you take cold air. Cold air drops down, hot air goes up. They are in opposition. They move away from each other. It's the positive. It's when two things are on the same plane, spinning in the same orientation, that they are attracted to each other.
Like two wires, for instance, the equatorial element, right? The magnetic field, as you would call it. I would just say that material that's in motion at the surface of those atoms is synergizing, because it is rotating in the same direction, and those wires will be brought together with some attractive force.
And so that our entire understanding about, and this is what Walter Russell was stressing, the terminology is wrong. It's confusing. It's like calling something black that's white. You know, or like when you look at our lights when we're driving on the street. I'll digress just for a second. You see the red light. The red light says stop. Well, that's not the way nature works. Red actually goes faster. Red is like, it speeds things up. It's expanding out. Blue or green, they say green is to go, but green or blue is more of a contractive and be still kind of moment.
You know who Mitch Hedberg is?
No.
He was this comedian back in the 90s, but he was like, bananas are the opposite of stoplights. He's like, yellow banana means go. He's like, green banana means hold on, wait a second, because it's not ripe yet. And he's like, red banana means where the fuck did you get that banana?
Don't eat it. So I'm saying a lot of our stuff, it's like we are living in bizarro world because they call a magnet an attractor when all of the work that a magnet does is expands out. A magnetism, magnetism, it expands it and makes greater.
Well, I think that you have to look at it on the level of the atoms and the things that they're doing inside of the bar magnet in order to make sense of that, right? Because if you just look at the bar magnet, I mean, you take two bar magnets and they stick together. And so
in one direction.
In one direction, and they pull apart in the other direction. So clearly there's something different going on. But if you look at the atoms that are within the magnet, then you start to realize that it, again, is this equatorial motion, which is this outward, I mean, to use your language, expansion. So scale matters.
And the thing that makes magnets stick together is the fact that they'll take the positive side and then the negative side comes over here, which allows for the flow to come in here. If you have two holes, if you have two water holes and you stick them together, they're going to resist each other. So that's what that becomes their whole idea of, oh no, positive things are resistant to each other. They don't. But when they are aligned properly, then they move forward. And that's what happens with a bar magnet. One end has the positive charge, and then it has this feminine. The feminine is the negative.
It's the north-south by conventional.
Let the north be the male. Let the feminine be let the north or be the positive. Let the feminine be the negative. And guess what? Now, when the positive comes into there, the male side come into there. Now it's a proper flow. But it still gets back to the mating aspect of it, and it's not. Opposites are attracting each other because they do not attract. It's being aligned properly. It's the alignment, the flow of the electrical energy.
It's actually, I like to think of it, if you have a single atom and it's got its surface motion is turning in some way. If you define the orientation of that as the electric field, then you have a plus side and a minus side. And it makes sense that if you have two that are end on end, then all of a sudden, if there's turning in the same direction, the minus is facing the plus, and you have transmission of electric
But that
current.
becomes the male and the female.
Sure, yeah.
It's still a mating thing that we're looking at, and it's not opposites. That even their idea of a negatively charged system. How can something be negatively charged? To charge means to fill up.
It's just oriented
to
differently.
Discharge means to pour out. So how can something be negatively charged when to charge is to fill and and how can you negatively charge something?
You just point all the atoms in one direction opposite your
and pour it
reference.
out. You're basically discharging. And I believe electricity, magnetism is just devitalized electricity that because it's trying to get to a higher pressure condition. It's trying to get here, but there's other waves of other electrical potential trying to get here. So yeah, I use this. So as it gets here, now the next wave comes and it's pushing it out to where now it doesn't have the strength or the pressure to maintain here because this system is less. And so now when it comes out here, it begins to spin centrifugally, whereas before it was spinning centripetally. We watch that with every kind of vorticular interaction, but
you got to really imagine the bubbles when you think about this stuff. You got to just picture in your brain the swirls, right, that are happening.
There's 4 big bubbles
to understand this model.
Which is why I like this model a lot, because it's the cross section of the spheres that would make it, and so you can see it a little bit more easily.
And it makes sense with that because now you can clearly see the 3 5s contracting, and they ultimately create a 6, which expands out. And that's what I was showing with those other pieces. With the when you put the 10 Arbrians together, you show the contraction, that everything contracts in 5ths and expands in 6s. It's such a simple little walkthrough, but you have to rewrite all of physics to make application for it. And that's a tall order, but it's not a tall order if all mankind died today. Somebody would have to start over again. And I would rather they would start over with a truth instead of with an approximation.
Well, I think certainly starting with the assumption that some sort of physical actors are in motion are responsible for the things we call atoms, so that all of the physical phenomena would be a good step in the right direction.
And the idea that something like magnetism and electricity, which are clearly related to each other, because light is an electromagnetic wave, that it's two different motions of some similar substance.
Exactly.
And all of a sudden, instead of having all of these different phenomena, all these different waves that are reacting to each other or interacting with one another, you have at least a single substance that you begin with and try to model as best you can. I think that it's worth also mentioning that, I mean, one of the reasons that we departed from the ether was because the old models of the ether had atoms as being distinct from the ether.
Like little peas bobbing in a soup as opposed to being part of it.
Yeah, exactly. And that doesn't work out. But if you can reimagine the atoms as being like you said, a whirlpool or some kind of vortex or a motion of this substance, like it even
higher
fits
density, some sort of
some structure. Like we've been talking about this idea of the mixing the cold and the hot water, and you get a structure from the interaction of these two different types of motions. An interface. That's exactly right. And so if you can imagine that the ether has some sort of crystalline motion to it.
What do you mean crystalline?
Just in the sense that it's organized.
Like it's predictable.
But it has to be crystalline. Like, remember, if A is equal to B and B is equal to C, then A is equal to C. And since everything in the universe works together and fit together, there is a commonality to it. And there's a common factor that it works with. Otherwise, it wouldn't. So what's taking place in a higher realm is actually taking place in the lower realm because it all fits together. It's unlike what the standard model says, that at the Planck level, everything breaks down. No, it's even more organized because all of this is a result of those things. But their model is based on chaos. Their model is based on a dead system. Their model is based upon a purposeless system in comparison to where our model is based on a living system, a cooperative system, a collective, natural system. They, like we were talking earlier, they can't define, they say, oh, well, noble gases don't behave the same way as, they won't interact with regular matter. And they've never been able to say why. What's the geometry of it? Have they ever defined the geometry of the elements in comparison to the geometry of a noble gas? And
this is something that's really tricky, right? Because I think that the chemists in general tend to understand that geometry is important. Like you talk all the time in biology about the stereo organization. Lock and key stuff, and also just does something fit somewhere? Are these
Shout out to the chemists. They're the most rational of all of the scientists.
Absolutely. And so we clearly know.
Until they start moving those electron bowling balls around.
But that is overlapping with physics, right? Because they go back to physics and they're like, okay, what is this thing? And the physicists are like, well, here's the equation that we have for it. This is how it acts. And then they're like, okay, fine. And honestly, like, this isn't a theoretical prediction that the chemists make. They're generally measuring the conduction of a chemical. They're studying chemical reactions and they're putting together tables of how easy they are or how difficult they are, and the various like electrical potentials that are inside of the molecules that lead a reaction to take place. They're experimentalists by nature. And yet there is this question of well, why does this delta G fall out of this reaction? Like, why is there such a propensity for this reaction to happen that requires us to think about shapes and interactions? Because without that, it can't come down to anything except for magic, I think. So basically, if you don't have some kind of shape, if you don't have some kind of structure to the atom, then how can you possibly explain why one atom does one thing and another atom does another thing? You have to just depend on the fact of like, well, it's just that way.
Yeah.
And so if you can have an explanation that's like, well, no, the noble gases don't bond because of the way that they're shaped.
Which is crazy because the standard explanation is because they have fully paired orbitals. And you're like, well, what does that mean? What does the Pauli exclusion principle actually mean? And it has no physical significance at the end of the day. There's these bowling ball things that are in opposite spin configurations. And you're like, well, what is spin? And they're like, well, it's just a quantity that has no physical significance. And you're like, but it seems to dictate how these things behave. So there must be something going on here.
And so the reason that they can't have spin be related to charge, I think, is because of the angular momentum of the electron.
Well, they haven't defined charge.
Well, they haven't defined,
physically.
But the reason that they can't say that spin is the motion of the electron is because the electron is a cloud, but it's a cloud of a point particle. And
of nothing.
Well, no, I think that it's like, this is where it gets really weird because they're like, okay, so the electron's not really a bowling ball. It's an area of probability. But when they're talking about the relationship between spin and negative charge, they're taking the diameter of the electron and saying that it can't have so much angular momentum because it's so small, it would be going several orders of magnitude faster than the speed of light.
And Einstein says that's not loud.
Exactly. But if instead of looking at the diameter of some hypothetical point particle, you were to say that, let's say the entire outer diameter of a hydrogen atom, the electron shell, is what's spinning, then I think that your angular momentum problem disappears, and you can say that the motion of that electron shell on the outside of the atom actually could be charge because you're no longer violating the idea that the shell is spinning faster than the speed of light.
See, now here they're trying to define spin from all these spinners and all these other interactions when the basic, when Newton basically, when he said that every action has an equal and opposite reaction, that is the cause of spin. When I was saying the greater the action, the greater the reaction, the greater the reaction, the greater resistance, the greater resistance, the greater the curvature, because everything has to spin off of that curvature. It all depends on the relationship of the action and the reaction. That's going to cause the change. That is the thing that results in spin. It's not some other emergent properties popping out that saying, oh, I'm going to be a spinner over here. That's made up shit.
It's like the dissipation of pressure in some sense.
Again, they're making up things, but like here, I'm going to try and explain why noble gases, again, will not interact with matter or regular matter. It comes down to their geometry. In my model, let's say this is the regular model. This is the regular atom. This is the atom. The linchpin would represent the proton.
Where all the bubbles converge.
Yeah, where those four bubbles meet. You put four of these together, they create, and this would be a magnetic effect because it's expanding in the center and causes a feminine. It has, because feminine expands. This has a more of a magnetic interaction, and therefore, like I can bond this with other linchpin, with other things that's made like it because it's similar. But if I were to take, in my model, oops, yep, go ahead, pop that back up. In my model, in our model, whereas the linchpin, you get back together.
Destroying the universe.
You put it back together.
Oh,
We have the one right here still too. But if this is the normal matter in comparison to a noble gas having two caps, because all this is missing is a cap, a stem, and this has another cap, where this just has one cap and one stem. This is Like what was the explanation of why it wouldn't move? Why it wouldn't
bond?
Bond because it had a completed. It had a
spin matched electrons, filled outer shell. Yeah.
Well, this orbital down here has been filled in a sense because that is an orbital. But now if I put 3 of these together, where it takes 4 linchpins to come together to make one solid, one of these structures. It takes 4 linchpins to make that. Oops, I'm doing the same thing you did now.
This is a delicate operation, let me tell you.
Yeah, that's the only problem with using the magnetic ones because they don't hold themselves as well as the other side of it will do. The difference between these, hold on, let's get this back into its linchpin form. 1, 2.
I think at the heart of this is you're talking about destructive motions at the end of the day versus constructive motions at the surfaces where these interactions occur.
Whereas here, I'm going to have to change and use some of these more similar pieces right here. I'll use these as a base, so it'll keep. I'm going to create some stems now.
What did you say, Shad? Say that one more time.
I mean, I think at the heart of this, what we're talking about is the motion of that etheric fiber at these surfaces of these atoms is either constructive or destructive. And you get bonding when it can constructively work together, just like in the magnetism example, where these flows are in the same direction. And when you don't have that, you actually have a disruption, some sort of turbulent effect that means that you can't actually have that shared stream in one place.
Yes, 1, 2, 3. Here. This
Yeah.
will be the last one. And then I'll be able to make that point regarding the noble gases and why they're unable to interact. And I would love to, I love this idea of it. Oh, I needed a cap.
This takes me back to Legos as a kid.
I feel fully absorbed in this activity.
This is what we're all supposed to be doing. This is what makes us happy. But let me do this last one. So now, whereas before I took 4 of the linchpins like this to make this, took 4 of these to make this. With the noble gases, it only takes 3 of these structures, and they will also complete. I don't know. I did that on the wrong angle. I need to overlap them so that they're there. 1, 2, and then once the third one comes in, so now this structure. If you can look at the vortices, can you see this? If you look at these vortices on this.
The vortices are the axes of
these points that's sticking out. I'll say the
protrusions.
Protrusions. Yeah, let me use your linchpin since I just crashed mine. If you look at those in comparison to the normal matter, these having the 3.
The reactive matter.
Yeah, the reactive matter.
A little bit higher if you can.
Yeah, the reactive matter. Now you see why they can be around each other, but they cannot bond because of the edges of them. The geometry of them does not allow them to interact because these things are capped, whereas the linchpin, it does not have.
Linchpin is enclosed. Like the linchpin is actually a bonding structure.
It's a bonding structure, whereas the noble gases are permanent structures. And like in my model and what I was trying to explain on, and what Walter Russell explained, and me taking Walter Russell's model, Walter Russell explained that the noble gases sit on the edges of as the edges of a system. And when the noble gases are squeezing on each other between neon and helium, they're twisting on each other. They maximize into carbon. There's a that's the maximum point of pressure in carbon. Then the secondary point is the boron and the beryllium. The other point is the No.
You brought a periodic table with you.
Yeah, no, it was the boron. It's the boron and the nitrogen becomes a secondary bond. The beryllium and the oxygen is the third, and the fourth one is the lithium and the fluorine. Those are just iterations of pressure conditions between neon and helium squeezing on each other. These things squeezing and pushing on each other generate these smaller bubbles that we call the normal matter. But it doesn't have, like we said with the water, the smaller bubbles that don't have the same structure as it.
One thing that I think might confuse people too is that you're working under the impression that there are elements, there are, in the Greek sense, atoms that are smaller than hydrogen as well, right? So the fundamental of this harmonic system that you're proposing starts before the actual.
Yeah, there's like the alphanon, the gammanon, the other
alphanon,
pieces.
alphanon, betanon, gammanon, then helium, but
then hydrogen?
Hydrogen behaves and sits in the same position as carbon. It's a plus and minus 4, the same way that carbon is a plus and minus 4, and carbon sits in the middle of the octave, the same way that silicon sits in the middle of the octave. They sit perfectly between the two noble gases. So therefore, there must be a noble gas if hydrogen has the same spectral lines as carbon and behaves in the same way as carbon and silicon and cobalt, and all of them have a noble gas in front of it and noble gas before it. Then hydrogen should also, if it has the same spectral lines or same tone as carbon, then if A is equal to B and B is equal to C, then A is equal to C. So hydrogen needs a noble gas that it's pushing up against. So that's what Walter was talking about, even though we can't perceive it.
So we looked into this tonal relationship. We pulled up the NIST data for all of the spectral lines. There, by the way, are dozens of them for each one of these elements.
So theoretically, if you take something like hydrogen, it has an infinite number of spectral lines that are possible depending on how much energy you put into it. So the reason that it's difficult to look into a statement that says that these substances are harmonic versions of one another is because you can't figure out where to start. And so
in order to propose a harmonic relationship, you have to understand the fundamental. And if we don't know what the fundamental is, it's a difficult claim to evaluate.
Yeah, so basically
perhaps impossible.
What we both did is we went through, we collected the spectral lines for hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen off of NIST. And you get this table and you can pick, persistent lines, strong lines, whatever lines. And we picked the same ones from each kind, turned them, and you get them as angstroms off of NIST. Divided by 10, you get nanometers. And so nanometers, in order to get to frequency space, you have to divide the speed of light by the wavelength of your light. And then you get a frequency out of it. And then, if you're talking about harmonic relationships, those frequencies of the light spectra should be multiples of one another, right?
Integer
multiples, right? So an octave relationship is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like up to whatever.
Well,
1 technically isn't an octave, it's the identity. But yes.
Well, I was going to say you get the fifth and you get all these other intervals that emerge.
You do from the overtones.
Yeah.
But the thing is that I couldn't really find that relationship. There's definitely some lines that are multiples, like whole number multiples of other lines. But it wasn't like every single line in hydrogen is a whole number or gives a whole number multiple of that frequency in carbon. And I don't think that means that there is not a harmonic relationship.
What's the tone of carbon and what's the tone of hydrogen?
Well, so I can pull it up.
It has technically infinite number of tones depending on how much energy.
But the base color,
the strong lines,
the base color that's generated on the spectral lines for hydrogen. What's the color of that in comparison?
I can tell you actually there's 15 lines that you look at, and when you look at these 15 or 16 different lines, you get just a collection of.
Yeah, read a couple of them if you got it open.
Yeah, hold on one second.
We made a little spreadsheet yesterday.
We did. All right, good little scientists put together a spreadsheet.
Yay.
Okay.
We actually called up this lady who studies this at Skidmore, and we found she hadn't. We needed to go one step further, so we put together this table.
So basically, this is over here on the left is you have hydrogen. And NIST gives you a bunch of data. So you have intensity, you have wavelength, you have the atom that it is the spectrum of, and where they pulled that.
Did they give you the prime resonant frequency off of it?
No, that's the
Nobody
thing. Like they don't
knows.
have
No,
one.
they do know. They do know. I actually,
Is that the ground state?
when I started this process, what made me go into trying to figure out, okay, I was like, well, let me define the prime resonant frequency of elements. I called up UCLA, I called up UC Berkeley, and I was like, hey, I wanted to talk to the people in the chemistry lab. And I asked them, I was like, I'm trying to find what's the prime resonant frequency of the elements. They wouldn't give them to me.
Well, I don't think they know them. Like I think that
they have to know them.
Well, that's
the lowest energy state is the fundamental, right?
But what is the slowest vibration of hydrogen that's possible? Like
Well,
theoretically.
it's whatever would make hydrogen bond or break its bonds. That's those
Like the
are
ionization
states.
line?
Yes, that's the point. That's the prime resonant frequency, whatever is going to make it bond or break its bonds. They know what those are. They know those for all of the individual elements, but they're not sharing that information because I think they don't want you to be able to use frequency to generate and create any system because you don't need the element itself. All you need to do is create the condition.
I've wondered about that, and this is my most far out idea. But I'm like, if all of this is true, so this is prediction time. If this is so, I hate to use the word true because like whatever, but if this is so, if this is an accurate representation of nature, if there is truly an ether that's where it's vibrational or it's rotational or it's angular momentum is somehow the thing that gives rise to an element, as opposed to there being a thing that is the element. Like if it's an organizational structure, then you should be able to just take sound waves and create the thing.
You can.
Like
I don't think sound is the right word. But you should be able to vibrate the substance.
Electromagnetic.
No, sound waves, frequency. God said, let there be light, and there came to be light. And the first thing was the word. The word.
The vibration.
Light.
Vibrations. I'll go with vibes.
Vibrations.
Vibes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Vibration
I go with
creates light.
So what does that mean though? Like for you? Because Shiloh I'm sure that Shiloh has.
Well, I just think that sound for all of the nerds out there, like sound is a particular kind of vibration that atoms do with one another.
Okay.
It requires a concert of atoms, essentially. Whereas light is some subatomic structure.
That only requires a concert of two atoms.
Yeah. And there's other, like heat is a different kind of vibration of the atom, right? There's all these different vibes. Like I'm down with saying everything is vibes for sure. That makes perfect sense to me. But they're different kinds of vibes.
It's all temperature. It's all tempo. It's all repetitive and according to a frequency. How often does this repetition take place? Everything comes back down to how often this change or this impulse takes place. How often is this wave created and what that does in moving something.
That's right.
That's what Tesla said. If you want to understand the universe, you got to think in terms of energy, waves, and frequency. Energy, waves, and frequency. And he didn't have the wave conjugations. He actually believed in the idea of straight lines. That was the thing where him and Walter Russell would fall out with because they were very good friends. And Nikola Tesla was like, you need to take all of your work and put it into a capsule, a time capsule, and keep it there for 1,000 years, and then bring it out. And in 1,000 years, they'll be ready to understand what you're saying to them.
If only the FBI hadn't burned all his notes or whatever.
No, they didn't burn it.
No.
Donald Trump's uncle took all of that stuff. He took all of his stuff, and that was the mistake that
So it's sitting in a closet
they've
somewhere.
been working it out all these years, but that was the mistake Tesla made. He
It's
should
gotta
have
be his,
created a
like-
separate language. I created a separate, I was given a separate language in which I've written all of this stuff down. So you can take my stuff, but you're not going to know how it works because you don't know the language. And I keep all of my notes inside of that. So when are we going to, oh.
We lost camera 4.
Camera 4's dead. It's dead. It's done.
Oh.
No, we don't need
Is it?
camera 4.
You know, don't have no more charger. You just,
That's fine. It's like our wide shot. Don't worry about it.
you know, so we should,
Yeah, we've been
We
at
should-
this for a while now. It's
Let's-
almost 5.
oh yeah, let's get into examining some of the pieces. I mean, are we going to look at them here, or are we going to?
Yeah, how do we want to close this down? We want to actually build some of these
You should be
structures
able
out.
to look at them. I think we should like put.
We've already filmed a bunch of them, so we can overlay them too.
Did y'all?
We Matthew went through and he laid every piece out and he filmed it. And
Did
so,
you lay them out and build them?
No,
showing
they were
the
they were
symmetry.
They were
Some of
static.
them.
Some
Or
of
you did? Okay, well let's do. I think we should just so they understand what I was talking about, the grand unified supersymmetry associated.
Yeah,
with
let's
it,
show some.
which they're not able, what they don't have with the platonic solid. Everything starts with the tetryon. This tetryon decays. The first decay that happens with the tetryon is now it puts on 2 magnetic fields. But those magnetic fields, they begin to align themselves and connect. Now, if you really look at this, this is the same flow that causes the twist behind a rudder. It's the same flow that causes a twist when you're urinating. When a man is urinating, you know, it's coming out and then you see it braids out and then it comes back in and it rolls. This is
The golden braid.
This is the golden braid. This is what's generated from the first decay of the tetryon. The second decay of the tetryon, it puts on now, it has 4 magnetic fields. And these fields begin to align themselves like this and arrange and creates this natural twist. And when they interact, again, they start re-putting things back together according to, I'll come up a little bit more, roll it out. This alignment, but also if I take 4 of these, I can build them into this. And this state of these 4, and this is what I was explaining about on Rogan, that if you look at this like this, these look like straight lines and it looks like a square based on that interaction. But if you really look at it, it's all curved. All of these things are curved spaces, but these overlap. And as you can see in this model, you'll see that these are 4 tetryons with the decay taking place. And what happens is these 4 tetryons combine with another 4 tetryons, and they generate the conditional space that creates the nature of this Huntian that will have only 6 magnetic fields and 6 magnetic poles, but 8 electric poles, which means that it has a greater electrical potential. So as these waves are overlapping each other, continuing out, then the next wave come in. But then what's interesting, the final decay is it decays down into 6 magnetic fields. And these 6 magnetic fields, now it's completely, it has a masculine center, but it's predominantly feminine. These things begin to align themselves in a similar pattern, 4 and 4. They can come together and create a magnetic or a feminine expression because it's expanding in the center, or they can be contractive and have, they're collapsing now the center, but what they end up creating, what these end up now creating are these structures, all a magnetic field that's building the lattice work that makes up what we would call the dark energy or the expansive part of the universe. But now here's the grand unified supersymmetry associated with it. You cannot put all of the platonic solids together and have them make any kind of sense, but all of these different pressure conditions, I can now take this system, I can align the other sides to it. Let's bring it all the way up here and roll it one more time. I can now take what the first stage of decay, the Tyronians.
Why do you call these decay, by the way?
I say decay because it's devitalization. They lose their electrical potential and they lose their electrical potential and then they become more feminine. So it's devitalized in the sense of not having the same strength of spinning to the right as tightly as it would like to.
Like there's less pressure that's
Less
holding
pressure
it in
to
place.
it.
And
But-
as you release the pressure, it becomes larger and occupies more space and so moves slower.
But all of these now create a grand unified supersymmetry that you do not get with any of the platonic solids or any of the models that they have. So when I call supersymmetry, I'm sorry, I should call it a grand unified supersymmetry because that's what this does. And it ends up defining everything. Now, that's just the first step from there. Now,
So do you think that this is like the structure of the ether then?
This is
like
the
this
etheric
flat
structure.
plane? Okay, so basically the etheric substance is organized.
that makes these up.
And so there's the original tetryon is at the interface of these four bubbles of the ether.
Yep.
And then as you press them together, the fluid gets either squeezed out or somehow modified in order to create this grid that you've made of the hyperbolic objects. What do we
Yep, the
say?
petals come out.
The petals.
Remember what takes place here with how a Huntian is generated.
In the hollow space.
In that
between
hollow
eight
space from the four
tetraons.
pressures, the 8 pressures of the 8 sitting there, they create this negative space. So therefore, when this pressure condition changes, this thing disappears. So it seems like a massless particle. But as these things, another pressure condition, these now, if 2 tetraons join to the electric sides, these are all electric poles because they're concave. It's higher pressure. So now you'll have 2 tetraons on either side of the Huntian. I may want to get a different. Now we see how it behaves as a particle by itself, but when together it creates an entire waveform. And 5 of these will come, 20 of these will come together and make a natural dodecahedron, which I showed on Joe Rogan, or an entirely other field. But when these come together, now you got a crystalline structure. So if I bring 5 of them together, I'll show you what that looks like. Then 20 of them come together. And this is what I was saying before. This is where I was saying everything contracts in fifths because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 petals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 sets of 5s contracting. but you have 6 petals expanding from the center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So everything contracts in 3 sets of 5s, and then they expand in 6s. Expansion comes from the center. But then I put 2 of these together, they make a natural icosahedron. So now when you have 10 of them together, they began to predict every potential wave field. And every one of these points is called a harmonic node. All of these harmonic nodes is where matter occurs. So it's able to predict all distribution of matter and tell any interaction that's going to happen. Or I can take 4 of these, and now they create this standing wave. And all of these are things that we've seen in nature. We've seen galaxies and everything behave according to these. We've seen things in the universe that behave like this. The platonic solids don't generate this. The standard model doesn't explain this without having to create unnecessary pieces, unnecessary things. So it's hands down, and this is just me defining the electric field. This becomes part of the magnetic field, which I would believe would be the dark energy causing the expansion of it. It's just happening at a higher pace, at a higher pressure condition that we can't perceive to a point. And so this is what I wanted them to evaluate. This looks like what we consider a photon to be. It's the aerodynamics associated with it. It's not something that should be ignored, but then these also decay. And their decay becomes like this. Everything slows down, everything goes through its transition. Now, if the standard model has a better description of all of these things than what we're doing, then I'm all for it. But as far as I understand, the standard model, the string theory, none of those things define what we've been able to do right here. None of them get to the linchpin where you can have 4 linchpins come together here, and then these 4 will bond here, but they're still creating the same tetrahedral structure. Same tetrahedral structure, or 5 linchpins together. Like this is the feminine side, like I said, because the feminine is always expanding. Whereas this is the contractive side. This is the masculine side. It's still a tetrahedron, but you see the dodecahedron has now been collapsed. So that's why we call it electricity, because electricity is now giving off energy. It's higher pressure, but these will come together and keep bonding and making these predictable crystalline structures that will keep growing. Will you bring me the 5 plane that's the same grade like that? So this is an electric field, an electric system right now, but a higher contractive electric system, like at the center of the earth or at the center of the sun, it will get to a point where it will plane out. But these planes, look at what they generate. And these structures just keep growing and expanding. But they will also continue to make the same bonds and keep growing. The crystallization never, ever stops as long as you follow the geometry and follow the patterns. That's what I'm talking about. That's the prowess that if they have a better model than what I have, then hey, I will gladly put these things and retire them. But as far as I know, it's game over. It's drop the mic and, give me my Nobel Prizes or get out the business.
I thought we established that Nobel Prizes don't matter.
I know. They don't. But if people are getting Nobel Prizes for nothing, it is $1 million. Yeah, but I make $1 million in 2 days, so that don't mean jack to me.
We're in the wrong.
That's my rate.
We're in the wrong business.
But that's what I'm saying. So I don't want anything from it but to be able to benefit the world. And now we can utilize these things to predict all energy. We can utilize these things to re-engineer or the materials engineering. Because before, now that we can model what hydrogen does or how hydrogen bonds and interacts, now we can manipulate that. Whereas before, they've never been able to do that.
And ultimately, that's the goal, right? Like a theory that unseats the one that we have right now is one that can account for that and actually make a prediction for what technology we can achieve.
I call this the mirror all shapes, because I call the tetrarian the alpha tetratarian, the masculine. And since my wife is the feminine, I call these the mirror all shapes. So she represents that side of it. But if I collapse these, I'm able to now stack them. And they generate this space. But what's fascinating about this space, if I now take 6 of these, watch what they're able to do. 1 second. 1, 2, 3, and we have our 4th system come on, and you can see this looks like what takes place with a star and all of these opposing vortices that makes sense and continues to grow out from it. This is what the magnetism or the magnetic or the feminine side is able to do and grow out. They don't have this in the standard model. This we call this the world engine. Me and my wife, we call this the world engine. But this is the dynamics of what's taking place on a star. Yeah, go on ahead, you guys. Look at it yourself.
And what's the seed for that?
That's the all shape. And I make 6 of them into like a turbine. And this would work like a wonderful turbine because it's smaller here, keeps falling, grabbing. How do you argue against this or just walk out or just piss off on it? Or if I take 5 of the linchpins, 5 of the mirrored all shapes and put them together, they start creating these structures that here's 3 sets of 5 that behaves the same way that 3 sets of 5, 1, 2, 3. It always repeats itself. This system is self-referencing and it's self-repetitive. So I don't get the resistance.
We've just gone through and looked at the way that all of these structures fit together. And I think
some of them, it's not all of them. It's just, I've tried to bring just enough so that it wouldn't overwhelm and confuse.
But basically what we've come down to is that there is most likely an etheric substance that fills the universe. The etheric structure or the etheric substance must have a structure. And you have proposed a structure for said etheric substance, which can tile and combine in various ways due to expansive and contractive properties that allow it to change shape in order to create these different
composite entities.
I like that. And so I think that somebody who's watching this or somebody who studies conventional physics can look at it and dismiss it out of hand just because it doesn't follow the language that one would use for a conventional physics presentation, or it's not within the frame that they're used to thinking about the universe. But I think that there's something really, really valuable about A, the project of trying to understand what the structure is, and B, a presentation that lays it out and forces you to think about whether or not that presentation makes sense or is the right one. Because as long as we don't have people in the world that are working on this project, we will forever be stuck in a place where at the basement of reality is mathematics. And I do not understand the intricate details of the project well enough to say this is 100% so or this is not 100% so. But I think that the value is that it gives us a starting point for thinking.
When you examine the coincidence of this grand unified supersymmetry, because it doesn't just tile horizontally, it tiles vertically, it tiles volumetrically, and
twist tiling, chirality.
It all has chirality, all of these things. So when you are faced with all of hundreds of coincidences that seem to tell a story, then it should push someone to do a greater dive in, a greater evaluation of these things, because it hits a lot of marks. It marks off a lot of the checkpoints. So that's all I'm looking for, is to hopefully, get a university that cares about the future, that cares about, what we're learning in engineering, and would like to examine these things so we can put it to bed once and for all. And that university that would work with me, I would give them an exclusive license to work with me, to where that any other university that wanted to come and discuss these things, because all of these things are patented, those universities are going to have to come and get a license from that university. So I'm proposing, and the amount of technology that we can build from it, the relationship that Hewlett-Packard had with Stanford, that's nothing compared to what an entirely new set of fundamentals have proven to be true and put into application, along with all of the other patents that I've worked on, or the other innovations I've done regarding the, flight, regarding lighting, regarding nuclear waste, regarding, all of the things that I've done. I would be willing to work with that university and make that the wealthiest university on the planet, and the smartest university. That's what I would propose for even a small university or a large one. But first come, serve. First come, first serve. Everybody else is going to have to come and get a license from that university afterwards.
And in some way, I like this because it's a very broad prediction. But basically what you're saying is that understanding the universe starting from this geometry gives you the ability to create technologies that nobody else has made yet.
Yes.
And if that's the case, then there's nothing to argue with.
No. And it's like I said, we have our prediction models that work, and that's worked consistently, and would be more than willing to explore some of those things, and willing to share in what comes from that. So it's, take off the resistance and let's grow.
I love that.
There's a guy who has a YouTube channel named Alexander Unzicker. Do you know who he is by any chance?
No.
He did a really fascinating series about dislocations in lattices being used to show particle symmetry. And I think that one of the reasons that he wasn't totally satisfied with that kind of theorizing was because the unit that he was using was a cube, and he was trying to tessellate the cubes into these different arrangements. And so I wonder if some of your ideas wouldn't find a home in that lattice defect idea, because this was something that was studied back in the 19th and 20th centuries when they were trying to make sense of the ether and the structure of it. But they didn't course, again, they were trying to use the straight line cubes to make these different chiralities happen, and it was problematic for that reason. But it's some really compelling stuff, and he's got a cool series over on YouTube about it, and I think he's written some papers as well.
You guys reach out to him, talk to him if you guys know him or anything. I'm kind of done with doing podcasts. I wanted to do this because I wanted to give the audience an opportunity to actually see the pieces and all of that. But after this, I'm done on going out and trying to propagate and talk about it. Now it's just getting into the lab, working and building the linchpins out, building on the propulsion system, building on the neutrino system. It's time for to do the work. You know, it's enough talking. Whoever was going to listen is going to listen. And if you have ears, you know, hear. If you got eyes, see. But if you don't, you know, then you won't hear this anyway. But you will not be a part of the future.
How do you imagine, if people are interested in these ideas, how can they contribute or collaborate? Is there a space that you can imagine that happening in?
Yeah, I mean, you can easily, my whole thing is like I said, this didn't come from me. It came through me, and I'm supposed to share it. I've written a book, 1 × 1 = 2. It's under tcotlc.com, so anyone can look that up, or you can go to Terry's Lynchpins, and that's TERRYS Lynchpins LYNCHPINS.com, and you can go and have our site that has a lot of this information, a knowledge base, and you can do a really big deep dive. You want to leave a message and a comment, you know, I will, you know, my team will be glad to reach out and, you know, and hear and talk about it. And anyone that really wants to be a part of the future, you know, come along and let's do something.
Yeah, and we're of course on Discord, Facebook. Chris, one of your collaborators, is always hanging around. He's happy to answer people's questions.
Yes,
too.
Chris Seeley.
Yep. So I don't know. Thanks for making this happen, man. It's been wild exploring your mind for
the
brother. Last few days.
Exploring your minds and your hearts. You guys are genuine and earnest, and you care about this stuff. You know, the real scientists.
Trying to make sense of things, you know. That's
Demystify science.
Indeed. Yeah, it's been really good. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you, brother.
You crazy mother. Yeah.
Weekend at Bernie's.
Hour in. So this is a good time where we'll play here a little bit of the Terrence Howard interview with the Demystifying Science crew, and they're awesome. Need to do another episode with them. Shiloh and I don't want to get the names wrong, but great people and great interview they did with Terrence here. And there's a couple parts I wanted to try to cover here. They actually get some real science out of them. So let's see. Oops, what the heck? There we go. Let's see if this works.
Of pressure conditions between and helium squeezing on each other. These things, this is what makes us happy. But let me do this last one. Go on. So now, whereas before I took 4 of the linchpins like this to make this. It took 4 of these to make this. With the noble gases, it only takes 3 of these structures, and they will also complete. I don't know. I did that on the wrong angle. I need to overlap them so that they're there. 1, 2. And then once the third one comes in, so now this structure, if you can look at the vortices, can you see this? If you look at these vortices on this,
The vortices are the axes of
these
the
points
linchpins.
that's sticking out. I'll say the
Protrusions.
Protrusions. Yeah, let me use your linchpin since I just crashed mine. If you look at those in comparison to the normal matter, these having the 3.
The reactive matter.
Yeah, the reactive
A
matter.
little bit higher if you can.
Yeah, the reactive matter. Now you see why they can be around each other, but they cannot bond because of the edges of them, the geometry of them doesn't.
So what he's actually saying right there, I believe, is crucial and valid and explains a couple of the different states of, well, the reactive red hydride states and the blue oxide non-reactive states of the materials that I'm making, potentially. But yeah, I'm just interjecting that little point there. Should be more explanation coming up here to make it all make sense.
Not allow them to interact because these things are capped, whereas the linchpin, it does not have.
Linchpin isn't closed. Like the linchpin is actually a bonding structure.
It's a bonding structure, whereas the noble gases are permanent structures. And like in my model and what I was trying to explain on, and what Walter Russell explained, in me taking Walter Russell's model, Walter Russell explained that the noble gases sit on the edges of, as the edges of a system. And when the noble gases are squeezing on each other between neon and helium, they're twisting on each other. They maximize into carbon. There's that's the maximum point of pressure in carbon. Then the secondary point is the boron and the beryllium. The other point is the no.
You brought a periodic table with you.
Yeah, no, it was the boron. It's the boron and the nitrogen becomes a secondary bond. The beryllium and the oxygen is the third, and the fourth one is the lithium and the fluorine. Those are.
All right, pause that again there so that we can, there we go, show reference to what he's talking about. What he's talking about is referencing Walter Russell's periodic table, and that, oh man, why do I have to load the crappy quality one? Sorry, bad pixelation on this, but basically that one of these sections has the metals and the salts that he's talking about, the elements, or maybe it's the gases up top, but that they're on these alternating positions of balance of scale, and that's what gives them their properties and characteristics in the different subgroups of them, and that Walter Russell's harmonic octave geometric system makes chemistry make more sense, makes the reactions make more sense, and that from this geometries he was able to come up with his other geometries. My apologies. trying to find. Right. Oh, we're going way off. We're going way off what I was trying to find. Never mind. Back to Terrence Howard here for a minute.
Iterations of pressure conditions between neon and helium squeezing on each other. These things squeezing and pushing on each other generate these smaller bubbles that we call the normal matter. But it doesn't have, like we said with the water, the smaller bubbles that don't have the same structure as it.
One thing that I think might confuse people too is that you're working under the impression that there are elements, there are, in the Greek sense, atoms that are smaller than hydrogen as well, right? So the fundamental of this harmonic system that you're proposing starts before the actual.
Okay, there we go. And that's a great place to pause it. So now I can actually show the proper reference of. Now, here we go. They were talking about the specific elements in their areas, and now Shiloh brings up that there's these particles that are below hydrogen and that must exist according to this theory, the scale, and Walter Russell, below the visual or comprehensible solid particle states that we see in our dimension, and that they do exist, they must exist, and he explains coming up a bit of it. And I do suspect this is most likely the correct model. And I do also love that they're speaking in terms of bubbles and fields interactions with all of this.
Sure.
Yeah, there's like the alphanon, the gammanon, the the other
alphanon, betanon, gammanon, then helium. But
then hydrogen?
Hydrogen behaves and sits in the same position as carbon. It's a plus and minus 4, the same way that carbon is a plus and minus 4, and carbon sits in the middle of the octave, the same way that silicon sits in the.
All right, we're going to bring back, show what he's talking about again. Here we go. So what did he say? He said, so there's helium right here, right? He's saying it's the first hydrogen has to sit on the negative 4 plus 4 negative 4 scale, just like carbon does here, and just like silicon does here. And because of that, it gives them a whole bunch of other characteristics and explains why carbon can turn into diamonds and silicon into quartz and everything else about them, and that they are essentially larger building blocks in the structural harmonic geometry of matter. So with that, here's his explanation.
It perfectly between the two noble gases. So therefore, there must be a noble gas if hydrogen has the same spectral lines as carbon and behaves in the same way as carbon and silicon and cobalt, and all of them have a noble gas in front of it and noble gas before it. Then hydrogen should also, if it has the same spectral lines or same tone as carbon, then if A is equal to B and B is equal to C, then A is equal to C. So hydrogen needs a noble gas that it's pushing up against. So that's what Walter was talking about, even though we can't perceive it.
So we looked into this tonal relationship. We pulled up the NIST data for all of the spectral lines. There, by the way, are dozens of them for each one of these elements.
So theoretically, if you take something like hydrogen it has an infinite number of spectral lines that are possible depending on how much energy you put into it. So there's the reason that it's difficult to look into a statement that says that these substances are harmonic versions of one another is because you can't figure out where to start. And so
in order to propose a harmonic relationship, you have to understand the fundamental. And if we don't know what the fundamental is, it's a difficult claim to evaluate.
Yeah, so basically, like,
perhaps impossible.
What we both did is we went through, we collected the spectral lines for hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen off of NIST, and you get this table, and you can pick, persistent lines, strong lines, whatever lines. And we picked the same ones from each kind, turned them, and you get them as angstroms off of NIST. Divided by 10, you get nanometers. And so nanometers, in order to get to frequency space, you have to divide the speed of light by the wavelength of your light. And then you get a frequency out of it. And then if you're talking about harmonic relationships, those frequencies of the light spectra should be multiples of one another, right?
Integer multiples.
Integer multiples, right? So an octave relationship is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like up to whatever.
Well,
1 technically isn't an octave, it's the identity. But yes.
Well, I was going to say you get the fifth, and you get all these other intervals that emerge.
You do from the overtones.
Yeah.
But the thing is that I couldn't really find that relationship. There's definitely some lines that are multiples, like whole number multiples of other lines. But it wasn't like every single line in hydrogen is a whole number or gives a whole number multiple of that frequency in carbon. And I don't think that means that there is not a harmonic relationship.
What's the tone of carbon, and then what's the tone of hydrogen?
Well, so I can pull it up.
It has technically infinite number of tones depending on how much energy.
But the base color,
the strong lines.
The base color that's generated on the spectral lines for hydrogen. What's the color of that in comparison?
I can tell you actually there's like 15 lines that you look at, and when you look at these like 15 or 16 different lines, you get just a collection of.
Yeah, read a couple of them if you got it open.
Yeah, hold on one second.
We made a little spreadsheet yesterday.
We did.
So in here, Terrence is about to call out the falsity of academia in the information that's provided in regards to this, and that they hide the actual resonant frequencies and true color charts of the elements. So just another minute or two for him to get to that point.
All right, good little scientists put together a spreadsheet.
Yay.
Okay.
We actually called up this lady who studies this at Skidmore, and we found she hadn't. We needed to go one step further, so we put together this table.
So basically, this is over here on the left is you have hydrogen, and NIST gives you a bunch of data. So you have intensity, you have wavelength, you have the atom that it is the spectrum of, and where they pulled that.
Did they give you a time resonant frequency off of it?
No, that's the
Nobody
thing. Like they don't
knows.
have one.
They do know.
Oh, frozen. All right, there we go. Yes. No, they do know, and it's a key part of this technology. It blows open this cold fusion technology and harmonic scaling, and it's that it's hidden intentionally. They won't give it, and they most likely know it. And we'll just finish off the last little clip here, or portion of it, and I fully agree with Terrence on it.
what made me go into trying to figure out, okay, I was like, well, let me define the prime resonant frequency of elements. I called up UCLA, I called up UC Berkeley, and I was like, hey, I wanted to talk to the people in the chemistry lab. And I asked them, I was like, I'm trying to find what's the prime resonant frequency of the element. They wouldn't give them to me.
Well, I don't think they know them. Like, I think that
they have to know them.
Well, that's
the lowest energy state is fundamental, right?
But what is the slowest vibration of hydrogen that's possible? Like,
Yeah, well,
theoretically.
it's whatever would make hydrogen bond or break its bonds. That's those
like the
are the
ionization
states.
one?
Yes, that's the point. That's the prime resonant frequency, whatever is going to make it bond or break its bonds. They know what those are. They know those for all.
Boom, right there. That's the key. That's the resonant frequency, the tonal resonant frequency of any element is where it will break the bonds, the ionic threshold. Is that what Milo just said there? I think. And it's crucial. It's everything to it. And shout out to John and Nancy Hutchinson. They actually, I have to go back into one of my interviews with them where I asked them how they were measuring and recording these specific resonant frequencies, and they disclosed their method with it. Hey, shout out Mike, appreciate you, brother. And like Terrence said right there, and the key part is it's what breaks down the tonal resonant frequency, just like with glass. Everyone's seen the video where you hit that certain note and glass shatters, right? It's breaking the bonds of the molecules, and that is exactly what you need to break the covalent bonds, and that gives you the over unity specifically with hydrogen production through electrolysis and putting in that harmonic tone, that resonant frequency tone of hydrogen, which will break its bonds with water with the smallest amount of energy input needed and give you unlimited free fuel from water. And that is potentially exactly what Stanley Meyer figured out, as well as many others. And yeah, shout out to Terrence Howard. He's on it. He knows about it. And it's definitely a thing. And it's something I am working on as well. And we'll be releasing more information on at a later date. Oops, sorry. Shout out Chris Zazula. There you go. Oops. Oh, there we go. Add that as a moderator. Everyone becomes a moderator. Now done that. Play the last minute here. And probably wrap this up.
All of the individual elements, but they're not sharing that information because I think they don't want you to be able to use frequency to generate and create any system, because you don't need the element itself. All you need to do is create the condition.
I've wondered about that, and this is my most far out idea. But I'm like, if all of this is true, so this is prediction time. If this is so, I hate to use the word true because like whatever. But if this is so, if this is an accurate representation of nature, if there is truly an ether that's where it's vibrational or it's rotational or it's angular momentum is somehow the thing that gives rise to an element, as opposed to there being a thing that is the element. Like if it's an organizational structure, then you should be able to just take sound waves and create the thing.
You can.
Like
I don't think sound is the right word, but you should be able to vibrate the substance.
Electromagnetic.
No, sound waves, frequency. God said, let there be light, and there came to be light. The first thing was the word. The word.
The vibrations.
Light.
Vibrations. I'll go with vibes.
Vibrations.
Vibes.
Okay.
vibration hates light.
So what does that mean though? Like for you? Because Shiloh I'm sure that Shiloh has.
Well, I just think that sound for all of the nerds out there, like sound is a particular kind of vibration that atoms do with one another.
Okay.
It requires a concert of atoms, essentially. Whereas light is some subatomic structure.
That only requires a concert of two atoms?
Yeah. And, there's other, like heat is a different kind of vibration of the atom, right? There's all these different vibes. Like I'm down with saying everything is vibes for sure. That makes perfect sense to me, but they're different kinds of vibes.
It's all temperature. It's all tempo. It's all repetitive and according to a frequency. How often does this repetition take place? Everything comes back down to how often this change or this impulse takes place. How often is this wave created and what that does in moving something?
That's right.
That's what Tesla said. If you want to understand the universe, you got to think in terms of energy, waves, and frequency. Energy, waves, and frequency. And he didn't have the wave conjugations. He actually believed in the idea of straight lines. That was the thing where him and Walter Russell would fall out with, because they were very good friends. And Nikola Tesla was like, you need to take all of your work and put it into a capsule, a time capsule, and keep it there for 1,000 years, and then bring it out. And in 1,000 years, they'll be ready to understand what you're saying to them.
I say 100 years, and the time is now, so it needs to come out. And that's why we cover lots of Walter Russell's work. And here, again, I'm just going to show cosmic vibrations from the Rosicrucian order. I've shown it a few times before, and they're showing how many times vibrations per second and your octave scale and what you're getting out of it. Everything is vibration, and here we have our colors, our light, and yeah, bang on with what they were discussing. Shout out to Demystify Sci. Shout out to Terrence Howard. And hopefully one day I'll have the pleasure of talking with him, and should be doing an episode with Demystify Sci again here within the next month or so. Appreciate it, everyone. Thank you all. Have a blessed rest of your weekend, and hopefully see you all on the next one. Ta-ta.
You crazy mother. Yeah. It's just Bernie. Hey, Bernie, just like last week, huh?
Weekend at Bernie's.